Hello, can you hear me? Assalamu alaikum, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
That's fine. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope all of you can hear me.
Yes.
I would like
Yes.
I would like
Yes,
to
ma'am,
welcome.
you are audible.
Thank you. I would like to welcome all of you in the virtual session of 7th International Conference on Women Empowerment. As you all know that AEIRC has been doing a lot in the field of research and publications, and the Women Research Division of AEIRC is committed to do more work on women health, psychosocial well-being of women, and gender rights. Each year, we organize various events to foster the intellectual exploration and the social change. International Conference on Women Empowerment is actually the major annual event. Last year, we skipped the event because of the COVID, but this year we initiated it again, and this is the 7th year that with the core aim of discussing the barriers and the opportunities in handling major threats to the feminal well-being, women cancers, mental illness, violence against women, reproductive and sexual health issues, role of emotional, psychological, and feminine well-being. And we also foster the achievements of the women leaders and women doing great work in the field of social and health sciences. We actually arrange various panel sessions and keynote session. Today's conference is also accompanied with 2 panel sessions, one by Ms. Shima Kirmani from Tehreek-e-Niswa, and one from Dr. Nida from Super Women of Pakistan. We have more than 8 to 10 presentations here of presenting their research. Researchers will be presenting their research. More than that, we have a plenary session by Dr. Severine from Morocco and Dr. Muiz Khan from University of Karachi. Without any delay, I would like to introduce the head of AEIRC Research Division, Women Research Division, and the chief editor of International Journal of Women Empowerment, which is an extension of this conference that we actually published, Dr. Shesha Syed. Dr. Shesha Syed is a well-known personality in OBS and Gynae, and he is actually serving as the CEO and director of Kohigot Women Hospital and doing a lot for women. He's a very renowned personality regarding the fistula work he's doing, the genital tract fistula, the rehabilitation of women, and he is actually representing a regional center for the management of women fistula and women gynecological issue. He was included in the 100 most inspiring persons and received Bill Clinton Award and certain other awards. Thank you so much, sir, for joining. Over to you.
Thank you, Sadaf, and thank you very much for introducing me in this way. A lot of things I even didn't know, but thank you very much. First of all, I'm extremely grateful to all the workers of AEIRC who are organizing this conference last 7 years, despite the corona issues and other issues in our city with the officials, etc., etc. It's not easy to talk about the women rights issues, violence against women, and these kind of issues which are unthinkable and unspeakable in our country. Especially when you talk about the transgenders and intersex and these kind of issues which are just not discussed in our community. And as an obstetrician and gynecologist, where I am dealing with the maternal death, maternal morbidity, and fistula. At the same time, I have a big number of patients, not patients, clients who are having some gender issues with them, intersex and other kind of thing. And every day I am facing issues with their rehabilitation in the society, acceptability in the society, and it's Sadaf's courage that she always talk about these kind of issues which are challenging in our society. So thank you, AEIRC, Sadaf, and our whole team, and for organizing this conference regularly and touching these matters which are very important. And a special thanks to Shima also, who are always with us, and she does everything possible to promote the cause of women and fight against violence against women and the sexual harassment, which is one major issue in our country. Now, we all know yesterday in Arts Council, I was in a meeting where the worker women, the women laborers gathered, and we were talking about their issue. And it was so disturbing to note that all these girls who are working in different factories, and they are facing the kind of challenges which is really amazing in a country where we all talk all the time about our moral values, our religious values, those values, and we are very proud of that. But at the same time, when you see this worker woman, they are facing extreme kind of harassment, sexual harassment, and violation of their rights, from the salary to working environment and other attitude in their factories. So we discussed in detail. Many women presented their cases, and it is very disturbing. We came out with some resolutions, and we are trying to talk to government. It was good that there were some government representatives and they were serious about it. But as a whole, situation is not good. As an obstetrician and gynecologist, I am facing every day, every off and on. Like last night at 2 a.m., we received a patient from Sorabgod, Gadap town, with massive bleeding, and there was nobody to give even the blood. And when I was talking, I was not there. when the arrangement, that was a big deal. Even the relatives were not ready to give the blood, and they know that woman is going to die. And unfortunately, the government and other NGOs who are working in this area, the system is not available. We are trying to organize a blood bank which can give blood to all those bleeding women who are dying just because of the lack of blood and blood products. Why I am talking about this medical problem? Because I strongly believe from the time I started working in this country that human rights issues and women rights issues are not different. Number one, women rights are human rights. Number one. Number two, woman has a special status. Their antenatal care, their pregnancy, it is their basic right that they all get antenatal care during pregnancy. It is their basic right that they can deliver babies in an environment which is healthy. It is their basic right that if there is any complication during parturition and after delivery, it is their basic right to have treatment free of cost. And at the same time, if these women have complications like vesicovaginal fistula or rectovaginal fistula, it is the violation of the human right that a woman can suffer with this condition. No developed country has any case of vesicovaginal fistula or rectovaginal fistula where woman is passing urine all the time and she is divorced because they have this medical condition. This is of course it's a medical condition, but at the same time it's a social problem. It suffers. Woman suffers like anything. Women come to our hospital on the bus from different parts of country, and every 1 hour or 2 hours she's kicked out from the bus because she is smelly, she's passing urine. This should not happen. So I think the women rights issues, especially as an obstetrician and gynecologist, the whole reproductive rights are women rights, and they should enjoy this right without any cost. So this is one issue, and all my students, all my midwives, all doctors who are working with me, they are aware about it, they are sensitive about it, and we must, when we talk about different countries, we talk about Norway, we talk about Sweden, we talk about Denmark, we talk about Germany. So these countries are normal countries. These countries are countries where the country serve their people as per their requirement. These countries are not some religious countries. The laws are not guided by the religion, which stops treating some people and which stops treating some condition. They, as a doctor, this is our duty that all women are protected during their reproductive age, and it is country's duty to provide all those things which are necessary. This is one aspect of the human rights issues. Now, off and on, we are receiving patients or young girl child. The girl child, the child of 9 years old, 11 years old, 13 years old, they are the victims of sexual harassment, sexual violence, marriage, underage. Just few weeks ago, we received a patient in Sorabgot in our center, a 13 years old girl, married to 31 years old man, after his wife died because of the victim, because his wife died during pregnancy, and now he's widow. Now he chose to marry a girl of 13 years of age. In our province, it is illegal to get married with a girl who is less than 18 years. But law doesn't work everywhere. Just people are doing that, and unfortunately, the religious people are supporting this thing, and they are there to do the nikah. And this is our demand now. Yesterday, when in Arts Council, I demanded that government should make a law or make it possible that the religious mullah should not perform the nikah ceremony of a girl who is less than 18 years. I think this should be our theme for the next whole year. The whole year we should talk after this conference, today's conference, about this injustice to the girl child. Girl child are the main victim. Last 4 or 5 years, because of the social media, we know that every city people are violating girl child. They are the victim of sexual violence and they are murdered and killed just by the people who violated them. So I think in today's conference, I propose that for whole year, we and all human rights organizations and women rights associations should work for the girl child to save them from this gross negligence and gross violation of their right. Thank you, Sada, and thank you everyone for giving me this time.
Thank you so much, sir, for the thorough introduction of the conference and also the welcoming the participants. Let me take the privilege to introduce our plenary speaker, Dr. Severine Minot. Dr. Severine is one of our sweetheart. I must say that this is the 7th year that Severine is part of this conference, and she's also now serving as the co-editor-in-chief for the International Journal of Women Empowerment. She's currently
Thank you, Severine, for joining us all the way from
Morocco.
Morocco. Thank you very much. You are very good, and your support is always great. Please visit Pakistan whenever you have time. You are most welcome in our meetings and everywhere. You are our honorary associate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sadaf, Dr. Shersha. As usual, it's such a pleasure to contribute to the conference. It's such a pleasure to contribute to amazing scholarship that is being done through AEIRC. It is my honor to continue to contribute.
Thank you so much, Dr. Severine. Let me formally give some introduction so that our audience must know that, that Dr. Severine is currently serving at Al Aqwain University, AEIRC, Morocco, and she is actually the part of AEIRC with so many different projects regarding the women empowerment, like this conference and the journal, of course. Dr. Severine has completed her PhD in sociology from York University, Toronto, Canada, and her research interests include the cultural politics of identity formation and transformation and the transcultural dynamics emerging from the global flow of the people. She is currently working mainly on the issues of gender discrimination and sexual harassment. She is a certified social communication and group facilitation from St. Paul University, Ottawa, Canada, and currently as an academician, she is serving at Morocco, but it is very unfortunate of us that she is not representing Pakistan now, because last 6 years, she was in as a part of assistant professor at the School of Arts, Humanities and Social Sciences at the Social Development Policy Department, Habib University, Pakistan. So I have to change the affiliation from Pakistan to Morocco, but I'm very much happy that you are still at the part of the team and you are very encouraging. Thank you so much for bringing always the initiative that we talk about certain issues, like you have talked about the structural inequalities, you have talked about the reproductive structural inequalities, gender, class, religion, beliefs, and nationality as well. Thank you so much, Severine, for joining us. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this beautiful introduction. Indeed, I very much miss Pakistan. I had to leave over this past summer, and I am now at Al Aqwain University in Morocco. I am currently serving as a consultant there. And what brought me there, and this is part of I'm going to share my screen in a minute. What brought me there is a need to address issues of sexual harassment and gender discrimination. And the reason they called me there is because when I was at Habib University, there were issues there, as there are in every university, but we don't speak about it. Universities are very quiet about the problems, the internal problems that they are facing with regards to gender discrimination and sexual harassment. And there are very good reasons why universities are quiet about it, because it's alarming for parents who don't want to send their daughters to university where there would be problems. So we want to keep it, we want to control the information. We want to maintain confidentiality on all the cases that pass through the offices, through the administration. So it's important to maintain a degree of confidentiality and discretion about those things. But if we don't talk about it, we don't realize how rampant the problem is. And when I was called to come to Morocco, the issue had been that when I was at Habib University, I was helping to revamp the policies, the procedures, and a lot of the processes that had led to sort of a mini Me Too movement within the university. And I had been warning, in faculty meetings, I had been warning my faculty colleagues that I receive a lot of reports informally. I received a lot of complaints informally that the campus was not a safe place, safe for sexual harassment. Girls were complaining, and even young men were complaining. Gender variant persons were complaining. People who did not identify within the gender binary were complaining to me that there was different forms of harassment. From going from mild, but up to relatively severe. And I responded always very warmly to these comments, to these complaints, because it happened to me that when I started in a university, when I started working in a university before, I was sexually harassed by a colleague, and within the first week of starting a job in a university, and as the newcomer in a new institution, there was no clear policy, there was no clear procedure for reporting, and I was new. So I didn't want to disturb. I didn't want to be that kind of person, that kind of new recruit that causes problems as soon as she arrives in a new workplace. And I think women are always under pressure to question whether they should or should not report. And so I want to talk about this subject today, not only because it is the core of my work now at Al Hawain University, but because it also impacted me and my students. And I believe that it impacts most women and most students most female students who attend university at some point will face some form of harassment or some form of discrimination. So I'm going to now share my screen, and I'm going to talk about the context in which I'm working, some of the challenges that we are looking at when we revamp the policies and the procedures, and what are the necessary pieces to put together when we undergo these kinds of reforms, and why they are so important. And of course, I think this comes to the core of our task to make sciences available, accessible to women. That means that the university context must be a safe place for it must be a safe place for women to study and to do research and to produce knowledge. And right now I can tell you that although, yes, there are some harassment cases that involve men as victims, most cases around the world, and especially in Muslim countries, impact women as victims. And so it is very important to bring that to the core of the discussion. How can we produce scholarship that advances the situation of women if women are not safe in universities and colleges throughout their studies and throughout their careers? And I think these are very, very important topics and timely, because we are in the age of global mobility of students. Students are traveling all over the world to do their undergraduate degree, their master's, their PhD, all over the world. And of course, we want to use best practices. What are these best practices? In the same time, we want to respect the law of each country. Each country has different sexual harassment laws, different gender laws. And so, for example, in Pakistan, there are 3 genders. These 3 genders should be safe in going to university. They should be represented. They should have means to safely report and denounce any harassment or assault, sexual assault that they are experiencing. And things are different in different countries, but there is a conciliation that must happen between international best practices on one hand and the laws of a country relating to sexual harassment. So I wanted to first talk about, this is the plan for the session. I have a few themes. I'm going to try to go very quickly through them because I know we have a very busy schedule today. First, I want to talk about Title IX regulation, which is an American set of rules and regulations concerning the Department of Education and all the institution that receives funding from the US Department of Education must respect the basis of Title IX. And what is interesting is that there are programs, there are international scholarship programs that fund American students to go do their masters and PhDs elsewhere in the world. And so this is the context in which I'm working in at Al-Akhawain University, where Al-Akhawain University wants to be eligible for MEPI, which is the Middle East Partnership Initiative. And the Middle East Partnership Initiative has a program for young leaders, the Young Leaders Program, that would send some of the best and brightest American students under full scholarship to the university in Morocco. And this is very interesting because usually we think of students from elsewhere that want to go to America for their masters, but you know, America is sending their own students all around the world, some of their best students. And so I will explain what Title IX is very quickly. Then I will cover a range of issues from gender discrimination to sexual harassment. I will talk about the difference between weak versus strong policies and procedures in dealing and tackling with gender discrimination, but especially sexual harassment. I want to talk about 2 aspects of these policies and procedures, which is the prevention aspect and the case management when we receive cases and reports. The other one, the other themes I want to talk about is the duality between the value of confidentiality and but also the cost of silence, the cost of secrecy. Because when we don't know things are happening, we think there's no problem, and that's not the case. There are problems, but we just can't talk about them for different reasons. I want to talk about unreported incidents and the barriers to denouncing, the fact that we still live in cultures of shame and blame, where the victim is being often blamed for the harassment. I want to talk about also the need to produce reliable data at the level of institutions. This is very important. And yet very few universities, despite having institutional research departments, very few universities take the time to produce reliable data on the experience of their community members. I want to also talk about reforming attitudes and the backlash. The reason I called I included this in the talk is the comments that that change agents, people like me who are hired to help bring about some change, the backlash that we get in working across culture, and people, telling us, go home, go home. We don't want you to come here and change things. But I am sent there. I am being asked to come there to help, because it's such a difficult thing, and locals don't want to tackle these subjects because they are so taboo. They are so difficult. So they're looking for people who have a lot of experience internationally. And that I have that experience. I'm very honored to be called to do that, but it's a very difficult job to do it cross-culturally. Finally, I'm going to talk about key problems and also, some of the, from a change management perspective, the importance of the commitment of upper administration. The upper administration is the driver, is the fuel of these changes. And if we don't have that commitment 100%, then, there will be something eventually that will be lopsided and that will not move forward. So authentic commitment from the upper management. So now coming back to MEPI, the Middle East Partnership Initiative, they also are using funds from the US Department of Education, and they asked all the universities that to be part of that want to be part of the program, that they have to comply with Title IX. And Title IX regulation is actually here I'm going to read this quote. The U.S. Department of Education Office for Civil Rights enforces, among many other statutes, Title IX of the Education Amendment of 1972. And Title IX protects from discrimination based in education and education programs and activities that receive any of their financial assistance. And what is interesting about Title IX is that it is very broad, and it concerns anything from discrimination and harassment in recruitment, in admissions, in counseling, in financial assistance, in athletics, in sex, related to sex-based harassment, safety on campus, the training of security forces, and it also encompasses not just the situation of women, but it's also very pro-LGBTQI. So it acknowledges that there are people who are born intersex or hermaphrodites, various conditions of hermaphroditism. And it also acknowledges that people have different sexual orientation. It acknowledges that people's gender identities are fluid and change, and sometimes are changing throughout life, or even that they are non-binary. So a person can be female, but not identify as a woman or man, and she's female, but she is self-identifying as non-binary or gender fluid, for example. So it is a very progressive set of policies. Now, in the context of Morocco, there is no such openness to, first of all, to gays and lesbians. There is no such openness to bisexuality. So the LGBT all the way to Q there is no such thing in Morocco. So the arrangement is that we have to stay within the lines of Moroccan law. But that makes it very difficult for international students who may not be, who may be intersex, for example. So Morocco in this past June adopted or approved a draft law, but it's just a draft law. So there is it's not a legislative piece yet. It's not a legislation yet, but it approved a draft law that recognizes hermaphrodites and androgynous persons. But it's not in law yet. So Morocco, we are stuck working within a very binary situation in Morocco. And the culture is also very conservative in that way. Actually, there was a learning curve for me, because in Pakistan, I found Pakistan too, already because Pakistan has a third gender. It protects the civil rights, at least on paper, it wants to protect the rights of third gender persons, and third gender persons have papers in Pakistan. So, there was a platform for openness at that level. So it was, in fact, a little bit easier to work within the Pakistani context for me. But as an international person working in Morocco, I have to respect the laws of Morocco. It's very important, and that builds trust. So I'm not there to hijack their culture, or I'm not there to hijack, right? So there is a cross-cultural challenge in doing that as well. But on the same time, the MEPI peoples, the Middle East Partnership Initiative, are trying to push for openness to break the binary. So I'm being sandwiched between Moroccan values that are very binary and the MEPI values that want to a little bit challenge the binary. And I'm trying to negotiate around all that. So some of the cases I wanted to quickly talk about, forms of, there are disadvantages in hiring and in advancement. Women particularly, and staff and professors particularly, are known to advance a lot more slowly as compared to their male colleagues in academia. And that is often because they have the burden of family and have additional responsibilities. And so sometimes they cannot publish as fast, or they cannot, but there is also discrimination in the way that their work is evaluated. And this actually has been proven in a lot of studies where women in academia complain that they're not being that their work is not being evaluated in a just manner by evaluation committees, performance evaluation committees. So it's very important for institutions to look at those practices and to audit the committees that are, deciding on promotions and advancement, and also in hiring. So looking at the distribution of professors within the faculty, if it looks like a boys' club, there's probably a problem that someone somewhere is eliminating the female candidates. And it's not because there is less female candidates applying. Often that is the case, but these have to be given particular attention and to really see whether they warrant disqualification in the hiring process. And sometimes we ask women, how do you handle how do you handle your academic career? And we assume that women will be less productive in research, so they are less desirable in research-oriented programs because they have a family, and they will be caught up with the teaching and the family, and then the other aspects of the job will be neglected. And so these are detrimental ways of thinking, because women do bring a different perspective to every department in university. There's also a sexualizing and degrading remarks that can be said by colleagues. And this is what happened to me when I was harassed in an academic context. I received degrading comments, and it wasn't because I was foreign, it was because I was a woman. And we also receive unwanted and warranted sexual advances. Oh, you're on mute, Sadaf. Oh, I don't know, Sadaf, if you're speaking with us. All right. after that, there is something very common happening within the student population, is the fact that young women in university get pestered by other male students to send intimate information or intimate pictures and material. And I want to tell you about one particular case in the university, in the American University in Cairo, that happened just a year and a half ago. A young man, a student at the American University in Cairo, was found, was accused of 70 counts of rape. And 70 counts of rape, that was a student, and his manner of doing it was to get students, female students, to send him intimate pictures. And then he would coerce them and tell them to meet him in a private place. And he would coerce them. He would say, if you don't come, I will tell your parents you have these pictures, you send me those pictures, I will publish them in social media. So he would threaten the females to meet him in private places, and he would rape them. And so there were so many cases that looked the same, that had the same story. It was a strategy. And there are repeat recidivism around the world in universities is very common. So when perpetrators of sexual assault have a strategy that works, they keep doing it. And so finally, this young man, this report was actually published in the New York Times. He was convicted of 7 counts of rape, where there was enough proof to show that he was doing that. So it is very alarming that 70 counts of rape could happen before people reported, before the women felt secure enough to report it. And they did not report it to the institution, they reported to the social media. They used social media to have outcry about this one student. And then the university had to act. And the university was not equipped to act promptly. So it was a case that the law, the law had to come into play. And universities don't like to bring in the law because that gives them a very bad reputation. It shows that they are a place that is unsafe for women students. And parents don't want to send their students to a place that is unsafe for their daughters. So involving the law is usually the last resort. Cases of rape that do happen in institutions are usually dealt with internally and not within the law, even though it is a crime that warrants legal procedures. Women victims usually choose not to use that because they're afraid to have their reputation dragged in the dirt, because it's going to do the media rounds. So it's very important to think about all the consequences that can happen. I'm going to accelerate. I know I'm going a little slow. There's coercion to engage in various forms of sexual activities in exchange for grades. And this is a relationship between students and professors. And this actually starts at a younger age. I had a student in Morocco who came to me and she said this happened to her at the high school level. So again, we have to look at the government institutions that fund those schools and those universities, whether HEC in Pakistan or what are the government ministries. They are the ones who have to impose a strict adherence either to the law or to stricter rules and regulation regarding sexual harassment within the institution. And this is a vague area of the law because there's the law, but then the regulating institutions that regulate educational institutions don't have these policies, these explicit policies of how to handle those cases. And then finally, there's pressure a lot in the student world, a lot of pressure to consume alcohol and drugs by the perpetrators. So the perpetrators will plan to get the girls out and to get them to drink alcohol or take drugs to weaken and coerce them or convince the victim to have sex. And then the worst part of all is that there is also a type of drug called the GHB or Rohypnol, and that is colorless and odorless. It can come in liquid form or powder form, and it can be slipped into juice, Coca-Cola, water, or an alcohol drink. And within minutes, a victim will lose capacity and also have memory problems the next day. She will not remember exactly what happened to her. And usually that is used for raping a date, for raping girls. This is happening also in bars. This is happening in universities. This is happening in private parties, at homes. So it's very important to raise awareness in the student population that this is happening. And they are naive when they enter university in the first year. They don't know that all this is happening. We need to tell them, we need to warn them, we need to raise awareness that they have a right to report, that they should not take unnecessary risk, that they have to have a buddy system if they go out. That there are many things that the students need to be prepared for, that universities do not take responsibility for educating the young student population that arrives there. Weak policies usually include no widespread knowledge of institutional position or resources. People don't even know there is a policy. People don't know what the policy says. There's no explicit institutional condemnation of gender inequality or sexual misconduct. The university does not send emails to its community to say, to give the message that this is a zero tolerance. There's no trust in the reporting system. If there is a reporting system, there's no trust in the prospective disciplining, and there's also a blatant disregard for best practices at the institutional level. People don't trust that the disciplining, that there will be any real disciplining, so they don't report. And then there's unclear options for lodging complaints in a safe manner, and then no measures for immediate intervention in necessary cases, no clarity or commitment to processing complaints in a timely manner. So if you put in a complaint, it can be dragged on for months and months and months. Victims don't want this. They're already traumatized, and they have to work, they have to perform at school, or they have to perform in their careers. We don't want to be stressed like that for months. So the process has to be, controlled in terms of timeline, and there needs to be limits to the time that it takes to process these complaints. And then there's no respect for related values by staff, professors, and students. And the reason there's no respect is there's no cultural charter. There needs to be a cultural charter that really emphasizes that this is a key value, that gender equity and safety on campus, and no harassment or sexual harassment will be tolerated. This needs to be enshrined in the value of institutions. And finally, the security guards and the security teams are not particularly trained for handling those cases, nor are the conduct personnel, people taking conduct charges. What about, sexual misconduct? This is very specific, and it takes particular knowledge of the situation. So the strong policies and procedures usually will mean that there is a widespread awareness, there's ongoing institutional condemnation of these things happening. There is effort in trust building towards the reporting system. There's community trust in the disciplining and sanctioning process. There's clear reporting options that are safe for the complainants, but also fair for the respondent, fair for the accused. There needs to be some clarity and commitment to process complaints in a timely manner. There is also a fostering of respect for values. There's a serious commitment to prevention. And this serious commitment to prevention means that there's ongoing programs every year, because the staff changes, there's a new cohort of students coming in, there's new faculty coming in, everybody everybody needs to be, brought on. There's this process of onboarding to tell everybody this is our values, and we have zero tolerance for this. This is what sexual harassment means, and this is what we don't tolerate. So, there needs to be active communication that is ongoing, and people get sick of hearing this. They're like, oh, we hear it every year. Yes, but it's important. Even if people get sick of hearing it, it's very important. I like to divide this into the prevention and the case management. I do not think this should be the same unit that does this job. Case management is very confidential. It's very strict. It's very procedural. But prevention is very interesting because you can develop programs, campaigns, activities. You engage with the students. You engage with the staff. You engage with the faculty. You engage with counseling services. You engage with health services. You engage with making sure that the health team on campus is properly prepared to have rape kits and to take in victims to gather evidence, and things like that. So the prevention aspect is a lively programming that should be ongoing in every university, and a different unit should take care of case management. So taking in complaints, managing the information and archiving the information in a confidential manner. There needs to be a central point of contact. All the files cannot be dispersed between different offices. We don't know who has this file. So a central office that manages all the confidential files, and working laterally with the deans of academic affairs, working laterally with staff, human resources, working laterally with the dean of student affairs, and things like that, so that all the upper administration units are working with the case management process. And finally, I think that this case management needs to report specifically to the head of the institution, which is usually the president or the provost, because they need to have direct line for cases that are very serious, and to avoid interference by the other units, by the deans, or by the by the other upper admins. So this is some consideration that I believe will make for stronger approach in preventing, but also managing cases of sexual harassment. And let's see here. I mentioned it in the start here, so I'll be very quick. On one hand, it's important to maintain confidentiality and to tell even victims. When a victim calls that, they will give the complaint, they will give the report. You say, after you've given me this report, you cannot go and talk about it some more on social media, or talk about it some more in the community, because people will start rumors, people will talk about it. So confidentiality is for everyone, for the witnesses, for the complainant, for the respondent, for all the agents, security agents, reporting officers who are working the case. There needs to be a small circle of confidence to respect the reputation of the institution, respect the reputation of people involved, and not to cause problem for those who are doing the investigations, for interference. Some people want to interfere to influence the case. So we want to make sure that we want to make sure that so few people know about the case. So to maintain confidentiality and discretion. But in the same time, the flip side is that when people don't know that things are happening, they think there's no problem in the university. And when they think there's no problem, they don't understand why so much fuss, why so much awareness, why so much campaigning, why so much money invested in this program? Because they don't see how many cases are passing through the case management office. They don't see that. And they don't see how serious these cases are. So it's very important to tell the community that things are happening, but they're under control, and we are taking care of it, and we are taking care of it very seriously. The university takes this very seriously to manage these cases, but for the purpose of confidentiality, we cannot release this information. So there is a dark side to the silence, but the silence is necessary. Finally, we need to produce reliable data. Universities have to take charge of producing this data. The departments of institutional research have to produce quantitative data through surveys, and also qualitative data through surveys, interviews, focus groups, to understand what is the experience of victims, but also to have frequency analysis and regression and correlation analysis to understand the relationship between certain variables and the incidence of sexual harassment. So I hope this is interesting, and I know this is a difficult topic. I want to look at the attitudes, reforming attitudes, because a lot of people don't want things to change. They don't like the fact that someone is hired, especially a foreigner, to come and make those changes. I was told go home, but I was also told much more often, please stay. We are so happy you are here. Finally, things are being done. So I'm being told by many more people that they're happy that I'm there. They're happy that I'm helping with this situation. And just a few people that are not happy. So again, I think it's important to emphasize that, yes, there is resistance to change, but there is a big push for change. People want their university communities to be safer, and with the international flow of faculty and students, it's going to be important to make sure that people know these are not just foreign ideas. These are humanist ideas, and more countries have their own gender discrimination and sexual harassment laws. In Morocco, the laws are very stringent, and so when we show them the laws, in Morocco, they didn't even know that there was such a strong law against sexual harassment. So I use the law of Morocco and Moroccan colleagues to help me. So I'm integrated in a team of people, of local women and men who help me in, and I end up just being a facilitator, but it is the voice of local people who will help change the mentality within the institution. So, foreigners have to watch it, especially in a post-colonial context. Okay, we have, we represent, whether we like it or not, we represent empire, and we represent the colonizers. So we have to be very humble in saying, I'm here to help, but I'm not here to hijack the culture, and I'm using your local cultural laws and experiences to show that there is a need for change, and I'm here to encourage everyone to think about those things, and at least talking, breaking the taboos and opening the dialogue is really a very important first step. So the partnership with local voices is also very important. Not all contexts are willing to, or able to challenge the binary. So we have to, as I said earlier, we have to work within the laws of the land, within the frame of the laws of the land, and be able to conciliate that, yeah, there are people who are different, but they are not represented in the local politics at this point. Finally, change agents must walk a fine line to ensure the campus safety for all, and equal treatment for those who are marginal on the basis of sex, gender, or sexuality, without disrupting the more conservative elements that could become reactionary, because this is where people say, we don't want you to go home. They're reacting to the fact that to the fear that things will change too much, and they don't like it that way. So there is a reaction. There is a reactionary element. I'm almost done. I wanted to talk about key problems and exacerbating factor. One of the major factor in reporting and also is the culture of blaming and shaming the victim. It's very important that we challenge this within the community of universities. The victims have to feel safe to report. This is even if they drank, even if they were intoxicated on drugs. This can be helped usually with counseling, and they're just experimenting, and most of the time they're not necessarily having addiction problems. But if they are, this has to be caught, and people need to be helped. Addiction to alcohol and drugs is something that is also taboo, and which very much impacts the performance of students. So again, we have to think about the health of our students and how to properly manage those situations in a way that does not go towards shame and blame. This is very important. And finally, the change management from the perspective of the commitment of upper administration. I tell you, without the push of the president, the provost, and the lateral units, the vice president, academic affairs, the dean of student affairs, these kinds of positions, they need to be on board. And sometimes they need training too. They're what I call gender illiterate. They don't know anything about gender. They're from computer science or engineering, and they don't know the first thing about gender issues, and in the same time they don't want to be schooled. They don't want to be educated. So we have to bring the proposition of getting this education to the highest level of administration for them to start thinking a little bit differently about the problems that are happening within the institution. And then hopefully when they change their mind, they can help change the mind of everyone in the community. So I'm gonna leave it at that. I hope that this was an interesting talk. I hope that you feel it was an important talk. Thank you so much for having me. And back to you, Sadaf.
Thank you so much, Sabrine. And I have so many questions from the audience who are watching us live on YouTube. And there are some discussion points as well. I would also encourage people from the Zoom, inside Zoom, that if you have questions, I would like to welcome Dr. Sadaf Akbar for joining us as the chair of the session. Thank you, Dr. Sadaf. And if you have any question, you can also take or comment on that. I would like to first encourage the topic that Sabrine, you have actually take up to. And first, I would like to personally ask one question that you have worked in the Pakistani university as well, and it was one of the elite university, and you have visited many other public sector universities and other universities as well. There is a cultural conditioning in our universities, and you can say the academia as well. No matter how much educated you are, no matter on what post you are serving, but there is a cultural conditioning that whether this could be contributed and this complaint can be the harassment or not. The first main question is that whether people are recognizing it as harassment or not, or whether they are counting it as bullying or something like that, or the one thing. And the other thing is that whenever someone reports to their colleagues or somewhere, because we don't have anywhere to report particularly, and when the committees got formed or something like that, so there are no relevant people in those committees, and always that particular victim, you can say, or the person who is reporting that incident, the things are never confidential. So always the word is getting changing. So what is the first part, that the cultural conditioning and people are not recognizing as harassment? People come forward to actually blame the victim either, or discuss the scenario that you might be not understanding the behavior, it is the casual behavior and something like that. So what is the basic solution of that, you can say, because we are all actually talking, and what I am talking you might be understanding, some people are not understanding. So what is the basic solution, or why the difference is there? And the second one, that the confidentiality is very important, not there.
So I think this is why I said it's very important that the institution takes a proactive position and to define sexual harassment according to the law. In Pakistan, there is a very strong law against sexual harassment. In fact, the law states in Pakistan that the law should be visible across every university. There should be plaques. If you read the law at the end of the sexual harassment law in Pakistan, it says that this law needs to be posted in every institution. There needs to be plaques on the walls where everybody can read it. I would say put it in multiple languages, put it in Urdu, put it in Sindhi, put it in Gujarati, put it in, put it in every language that you can, because, it's not, Pakistan is not a monolithic one language place. And then the university needs to, constantly remind people, this is what sexual harassment is, and if we get a complaint, we are prepared. Part of the sexual harassment laws in Pakistan also indicate that every institution has to have a standing committee ready to act, ready to take reports. Most institutions do not have that committee. That is against the law. The law says institutions, and this is the law of Pakistan. The law in Pakistan says every institution has to have a committee of people who are trained and prepared to receive reports and process those complaints. So again, there shouldn't be the question, is this harassment not harassment? If there is people who are trained and prepared to get those complaints, they will know what constitutes harassment. The rest of the people's opinion does not matter, because these people are trained. We know most people are not trained in issues of sexual harassment, and they're like, oh, it's circumstantial. Part of the problem with sexual harassment is most women tolerate a first incident, a second incident, a third incident. And then eventually we start thinking, this is not me. This is happening again and again. This is a pattern of behavior with this person, or with this organization, or with this group of people. This is a pattern of behavior. This is when we can say, I have many incidents to report for one case. It's one case, but it's repeated incidents. So, these committees are trained to identify those and to go at the root of those. But again, you need to have these standing committees. It's part of the law that every institution should have those committees in place. And the law should be posted very clearly so that everyone knows what the law says about sexual harassment. So that's the first thing. This confidentiality is reminding everybody of the confidentiality, even the victim, even the respondent, even the witnesses, that you're not supposed to talk about it. And if you talk about it, there are sanctions. You can get, temporarily expelled. You can get sanction on your records, go on probation, lose some benefits. If it's a faculty, they can lose promotion. They can lose opportunities for promotion for a year. They can have salary cuts. They can have a lot of different ideas about real tangible sanctions. So for students, as well as staff, as well as faculty. So again, a breach in confidentiality is just as serious, because it also means that the reputation of the institution will suffer. So this needs to be taken very, very seriously. So on both counts, this needs to be an institutional position where there is serious commitment to confidentiality and keeping things discreet, but in the same time being very effective in processing those complaints and to be in line with the law. I hope that helps.
Yes, thank you. Anyone from the Zoom want to question, or I can narrate the questions? There are so many questions. Okay, let me narrate one question. Someone is asking Severine about the behaviors contributing to a sexually hostile and intimidating work environment. As I said earlier as well, that people don't know that this environment is correct for us or not. So what are the behaviors that contribute to this sexually hostile work environment?
I think there are many behaviors, particularly when working with men. For example, men, and this has happened. I've seen cases where men will come too close. They will not respect our personal space. They will ask personal questions about if we are in a couple, if we are sexually available. They will ask, this is inappropriate in a workplace, and it really, men don't realize, that we are just being friendly. We're not being flirtatious. Women are groomed to be pleasing. We are socialized and conditioned to be nice. So then our niceness gets misinterpreted. And so, in a way, women have to be aware of that, but if we're not nice enough, then we get insulted. So I think men need that gender awareness. And in every strong policy and procedure program, there is mandatory training for all staff, all students, and all faculty. Mandatory training, and this mandatory training comes when they get hired, and then there is repeat refreshers every 2 years. So, and this is their promotion and pay raise, especially for faculty, can be contingent on them getting the refresher. So they cannot get promoted, they cannot get their pay raise unless they do the training. And same with staff and the students. Again, this can be a mandatory. So to make sure that people realize what is appropriate and inappropriate behavior with women, especially they're not used to it. It's a boys' club. You look at a lot of faculty, it's 90% men. 90% men, they don't know how to, there's a woman here, they don't know how, and women are usually quiet. We laugh at the sexist jokes and we don't think they're funny. We just do that not to make everybody else uncomfortable. So I think that women recognize ourselves in these coping behaviors, that we just want to blend in, so we will not make a fuss. But I think we have to educate. Gender, I call it, now I have this concept of gender illiteracy. People are illiterate about gender dynamics, and we need to talk about it. And it's not to make men uncomfortable. We also, it's more about building stronger communities where men can be themselves, women can be themselves, and there's no sexualizing, there's no discomfort, uncomfortable sexualizing, and space issues and privacy issues, things like that. I hope that helps. We live in a very imperfect world.
Yes, and that's why the next question is also addressing that. Do you think that sexual harassment policies actually shape the gender beliefs? As you said, that there should be no difference between the men and the women, and they both should feel comfortable. So do you believe that these harassment policies actually shape gender beliefs?
Well, it's not the policy so much. It's the content of the policy. Like it's like if the content of the policies include those mandatory trainings, the constant awareness campaigns, it will shape the culture of the institution over time. So it does. It will not change society as a whole, but universities are bubbles. When I was at Habib University, it was a bubble. When I visited the Sucker, when I visited the IBA in Sucker, it was a bubble. So there are, universities are little bubbles of values, and this is how we operate. And so we want to make it safe for women in those universities to feel safe. We know the outside those barriers, outside the walls of the universities, it's a different thing. We know it. Women take the bus in their full abaya and niqab, but when they get on university, they take that off because they feel safe. Right. So we know that women change once they get to university, because it's a place where they feel they can be themselves. So because the culture of the institution is different from the culture of the society, but this is shaped by those policies and constant reminders, constant campaigning, and the position of upper admin to say we sustain those values. This is our institutional values. This is our brand. Branding is very important. So these values need to be part of the branding. Yeah.
Okay. Farah Batul has raised the hand. Farah, would you like to question?
Yes, ma'am. Hi, Sabrine. My question is, actually, as a person and as a part of this society, we all did live in a very conservative mode, and a conservative we are wearing what's the time that we are mentality of the victim to not self-blame his or herself and to not his or her culprit.
Yeah. So I didn't hear the whole question. There was some cutting off, but what I got is there is what I understood is that, you know, women dress conservatively and there are certain norms that we respect, but in the same time there is self-blame and there, you know, so is that Farah, is that, can you is that the question you're asking? How can we stop self-blaming? I didn't hear the whole question.
Farah, would you like to again narrate the question, or you can write it in the chat so I can narrate it?
Yeah, that would be good. It was cutting off.
Yes, Farah actually wrote down that how to change the mentality of the victim.
In the chat box.
Yes, to not self-blame and to submissive to the culprit.
Yeah,
how we can change the mentality of the victim.
Well, the first thing is have those laws posted on every wall. Women need to know their right. And these need to be discussed. And the more we discuss our rights, the more we start believing in our rights, and the more we start fighting for our rights. So I think that's the first thing. And the other thing is to surround ourselves with people who are healthy, who will not do this to us, right? People who don't make us feel like we are to blame, you know, in these incidents. So it's very important. And I think that every time any victim will ask herself, did I do something to provoke? Did I look at them a certain way? Did I dress a certain way? What did I do? But you know, harassment a lot of the time is about power, and it's about denigrating the dignity of someone, you know, and men have that power. And I think that in the way that I see it, and we often don't make that link, but you know, when we talk about Black Lives Matter in America, is because we recognize there's a problem. We recognize there's a problem of racism, and we recognize there's a problem that the police doesn't treat Black or brown people in the same way as white people. And then you have white people who don't recognize their white privilege, who say, but all lives matter. But the principle is that there's a problem that needs to be addressed. If you go to the doctor, and most of you are in the field of medicine, so you will like this. If you go to the doctor with a broken bone and you say, doctor, can you fix this bone? And the doctor says all bones matter. You will say, yeah, but this one is broken. Can you pay attention to this one? So the problem with the answer of Black Lives Matter and All Lives Matter is one that concerns facing a problem. And sexism is internalized even in ourselves. Sexism is internalized in our own minds, even in women. Women are sexist to other women, and there is a problem of sexism, and that men need to recognize. Men don't often recognize their male privilege, and women have internalized sexism too. So they will be on the side of the perpetrator, and they will be against the victim. So I think we need to address the problem of sexism and internalized sexism that make us be unjust. We are unjust. We judge women very harshly when they undergo issues of problems of victimization, and it's not fair. We tend to be much more understanding with issues of racism, for example. So I think we need to address this bias. There's a double standard. When things are not equal, things are not equal. When things are uncomfortable and sexualizing, we should mention it. And other people will say whatever they want to say, but we need to deal with our own first. We need to deal with our own internalized sexism, and that's why we often are so harsh with ourselves. I hope that answers your question.
Any other question from the Zoom audience? Dr. Moiz, you want to say something?
And thank you, Dr. Sadaf, for giving me this opportunity. And first of all, Sabrine, thank you for such a thought-provoking and informative talk. And it is the need of the time. And this talk coming from a person like such as yourself, who has worked in so many different continents, so many different countries, so many different cultural environments, and urban and little less urban areas. This is such a great learning opportunity for all the participants, including myself. And I would just like to comment the thing that, because I have been, Dr. Sadaf and other people who are from University of Karachi are aware of the fact that I am actually advisor to Vice Chancellor in University of Karachi on campus security affairs as well. So I have been dealing with such incidents which you have talked about, like workplace harassment and sexual harassments coming from the students, in terms of like if they're moving on road from one department to another, or taking the public transport to the home. And there have been many incidents which have been reported. Obviously the number of the unreported incidents must be very, very high, and they do tell us about the the things they face in terms of sexual harassment, people catcalling them, groping them and running away on motorcycles and bikes. Sometimes they happen in, outside the university walls, where in the night when the evening students are going back. So these things are really a major source of concern for the society. However, what I have seen in terms of like when victims come in front, the basic thing which they face is what the society would think about them. The victim is considered as, they obviously start looking at the victim as a kind of an object, even if they are, sympathizing with her. So this mentality of the society, especially in Pakistan, which we face today, because you have international exposure. So what I have seen, the victims coming out, they want to burst out in terms of like saying what they have been facing and what they have psychologically felt and physically felt, but they are unable. They are holding back many things because they are afraid, and they always said, don't tell us, don't tell that, don't tell. And most of the time, the students who even don't wear niqab, when they complain to us, then they wear niqab, so that their identity is like kind of goes into hiding, and they are not being identified as such, that the people and the students and the fellow students, the family, and even the staff over here look at them or see them. So this is a major issue, that the society look at the way the society look at the victim. This actually push the victim into the shell, and they don't does not let them come out with their complaints. So we need, as a society, we need to provide such an environment where women could really come out. And we are talking about Karachi, the most urban center of Pakistan. We are talking about University of Karachi, one of the biggest universities in Pakistan. Over here, we are unable to provide as a society an environment to them to come out and talk about the misbehavior they have been facing. So this is one thing. Another thing which you have just talked about, and which is a very, very good point out, the way you have pointed out, is the behavior of women in working environment, and how to protect themselves, and how to create a balance between being nice and not inviting sexual harassment. So that is a very big challenge. Like, we are working in an environment where almost 50% of the women are female teachers over here. And this is really an issue, because Dr. Sadaf knows me that I have been a part of university politics. So I meet almost every teacher, almost every year for my convincing and getting voted. And throughout the year, I meet various students, including male and female, teachers, male and female. So I have seen their behavior. Sometimes they don't want to be rude, but they don't want to be open, so that the other person take a wrong impression that she is flirting, or she is like kind of inviting me in a, but she cannot, obviously she's a woman in Pakistan, she cannot say it properly that I like you, but the way she is behaving, this is giving me a signal that she likes me and she wants me to engage in another level of uncomfortable talking. So this is really a big issue in Pakistan specifically. I don't know, probably it does exist in the Western societies as well, but over here there is a balance, and women who seem very rude in their working environment. However, once you are able to get their trust, they open up and they are very, very soft people. But to create that barrier, they seem rude. So these are my two observations on your talk, which is a wonderful talk. So I just I thought that I should share my experience on your viewpoints.
Thank you so much. I very much agree that we are walking. Women are always engaged in a tightrope walking. We're a tightrope. We cannot go too much rude, and we cannot go too much nice, and we have to adjust. And also, men react differently to rudeness and niceness. So with some men, we can be more nice. With other men, we have to be more rude, because otherwise. So I think reading the crowd is a good skill to have, reading who are we interacting with, so I think that's very important. But the onus cannot be only on women. I think men also have to change, and men have to understand that it's not fair to put all this pressure on women to make that decision of exactly how nice to be nice and how rude to be rude, to avoid the harassment. And you know what, women, no matter even when we get it right, we still get harassed. Yeah. So it's not really that we are attracting. It's almost like it's in the culture of men's entitlement to say something. It's like fat shaming, right? People make comments about people who are overweight in such a gratuitous and denigrating manner. It's the same thing that why would someone want to say something hurtful or uncomfortable to someone? I think that everybody, the whole culture needs to do a reality check that a workplace and a place for study, for everyone to be at their peak performance. Everyone needs to be at their peak performance, cannot feel uncomfortable, be made to feel uncomfortable. This is not an environment where you will get peak effectiveness. We want our students to be at their peak effectiveness. We want faculty to be at peak effectiveness. Well, then we cannot have an environment that is alienating. End of story. If comments are alienating because of weight or shape, or alienating because of sexuality innuendos, or things like that, I think we have to address that as an organizational culture issue. But I very much agree with you. Large universities like University of Karachi that have a big campus are facing enormous problems. Yeah, and yeah, I think the University of Karachi, just like any other university, will have to put commensurate investment and teams of volunteer faculty, volunteer staff, volunteer students, and pay some training. Train your security guards to keep an eye on those things. Sometimes untrained security guards are part of the problem. So I've seen in my surveys, internal surveys in different universities, I've seen that people complain that the security guards sexually harass them. So sometimes, it's the people who are supposed to protect us that are harassers. So a lot of work needs to be done. Thank you, Moise, for your input.
Thank you so much, Severine, for such an enlightening session, and also the discussion. It is always great having you, and hope to see you soon again for some initiatives that me and Dr. Muiz are also planning, that we should discuss things and we should make some discussion clubs as well, so that we can have the real talk about the real issues.
It will be my pleasure. It will just let me know. I'm always here for you. I love what you do, and I'm very proud of AEIRC. I know that you are one of the pillars of this organization, and so being so productive. Again, congratulations on all your success, and anything you need from me, I'm always a big supporter.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sevrin. Thank you so much. Now I would, Dr. Sadaf Akbar would like to add, our chair of the session. Ji, doctor.
First of all, I would like to say thank you, Dr. Sadaf Ahmed, and especially Eric, to invited me in this wonderful session. And after that, hello, Sevrin, and very much very much congratulations, and thank you so much for this wonderful talk. You discuss all the things very beautifully, but I would like to add some comments on this day. I think so. This is my opinion, that identification, prevention, and management it's very important to control these types of issues and cases, and reforming, as you said before, that reforming in our minds. When we talk about male and female, it's equal to both, but reforming is very much important to make a world a better place to live. I think so. This is my comments or my conclusion.
Thank you, Dr. Sadaf. Yes, I agree. I think you put your finger on the most difficult part, is to change how we think about things and how we act around things. So all our attitude, mindset, and behavior, reforming that is important. And there's a lot of research that shows, one example I like to give is, if you take, there is this experiment that was done where if we give a baby to someone to hold in their arms, if the baby is dressed in pink, we are soft and very gentle. But if the same baby is dressed in blue, it's the same baby. We throw it around and we swing it, and the baby is happy and laughing, but it's the same baby. So the people treat babies differently if they are dressed in pink or if they are dressed in blue. That means with the gender socialization starts at a very young age, and we think we are different when really the little girls like to swing too, and the little boys love the cuddles too. So if we start treating our kids in a more equal way, we will end up with a more equal society. But this needs to start with nurturing the next generation.
Exactly.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sadaf. Thank you so much, Sevrin. Now let me introduce our next expert talk by Dr. Muiz Khan. You all have heard him commenting, but let me formally introduce Dr. Muiz. Dr. Muiz has been the part of our team of women empowerment with respect to his unique views and also the supportive nature, that how he is actually supporting the thinking, promoting the critical thinking, and how the things should be discussed. Dr. Muiz is a social scientist and has completed his PhD in historical pattern of demographic transformations in post-colonial Karachi. And he is one of our most dynamic personality. You can see him as a visiting faculty in IBA, ZEBIS, and other institutes like FAST and other institutes. He's currently serving as a full-time assistant professor at Department of General History, University of Karachi. Dr. Muiz is advisor to Vice Chancellor on the campus security and a member of Academic Council. His research interests, though, include the socio-political history of Pakistan, history of Karachi, and other related aspects, but he is very much vocal about the certain social aspects of the behaviors. Anthropology is one of his core area also that he teach as well. He is an honorary consultant of Higher Education Commission Sindh and academic and research advisor of universities like Quaid-e-Azam University, and he is also the part of AEIRC board panel where he actually served as the senior editor of International Journal of Women Empowerment, and he has been associated with us in leading this conference since last 3 years so that we can discuss the different perspective with different point of views. Thank you, Dr. Moise, for joining us. Over to you. You are on mute, I think, Dr. Moise. You have to unmute yourself.
Yes, sorry. Yes. Okay. So thank you, Dr. Sadaf, for such a kind introduction. Well, let me just describe myself as I described myself in coming in the class and starting a new lecture, that I'm just a student like any one of my students. And the only difference between myself and them is that I have been studying a little bit longer in terms of number of years compared to them. So that is the main introduction. A student of social science history. Okay, now to start my talk, I would like to introduce my topic, and that is the unrecognized, unvalued, and unpaid, most of the time, labor force of women in Pakistan. Pakistan is such a country which has a very variety, many kinds of social structures. For example, in terms of like ethnic group, they all have their own different social setup in sometimes tribal and sometimes other kind of structures within their societies, which are in place for thousands of years, and they do live their life according to those the set of beliefs and their set of customs and mannerism and values of their own particular ethnic background. For example, the main ones which we all know is the Pashtuns and the Baloch and Seraikis and Punjabis and Sindhis, and there are so many others as well. For example, Gilgitis and Baltis and Hazarawals and Potwaris, and and some other as well. So they all have, they don't just have different kind of languages, they also have different set of values of women, of social gatherings, working of women, and so many other different aspects of society. Considering that Pakistan is in a kind of what I try to explain to the students, that it is in a kind of a transformation. We are not just completely a modernized country, and we are not completely a backward country. We are in a kind of a transformation where institutions like AEIRC and so many other institutions and people like Dr. Severin, Dr. Sada, Dr. Shersha, and so many other people are working towards transforming the society, or helping the society to transform, working as a catalyst to adopt more modern approach and more rational and legal and rightful approach in terms of incorporating women and recognizing the rights of women and protecting women in the modern society of Pakistan. In that terms, I have worked upon that topic, and now I will be sharing my presentation. Just give me a second. No, not that. Okay. Okay, so this is the topic which we are going to discuss today. In Pakistan, when we talk about women working, we presume, and there is a common belief that in Pakistan, women do not work that much in rural and urban areas, and they are mostly housewives, which is another debate, that being a housewife is a work or not. That's another debate. I'm not going to that. But we are talking about the labor force, the working force, the outdoor labor, the outdoor working. There is a general belief, even the participants of this conference and the people who are following us on YouTube would be, agreeing with me on this point, that we consider that mostly men work and women stay at home and tend to their kids and the family needs. Well, that is a perception, I must say. We think that in rural areas, women stay at home and they just do the house chores and other stuff, like, preparing food and meal for the family and cleaning clothes, and that is the whole work they do. In urban areas, we believe that many women, in terms of like middle class and upper middle class, they do work in terms of like they in terms of service sector, and that is a more little bit recognized and counted for women workforce. For example, working as teachers in schools and universities and colleges, doctors, nurses, and even if they are working in like textile industry in any of the level, for example, working, cleaning and whatever, it is a recognized thing. However, I must say, the study has not been done in terms of like calculating the calculating the percentage and the number of that workforce which I'm going to talk about right now. So we need to work upon that. We need to recognize that. Now, what I'm talking about and what I'm saying. So I will be, breaking this belief and this perception that women do not work in rural sector and lower middle class and poor class of urban areas. Now, moving onwards. Now, women, this is one section. I will be giving you examples that women work in rural areas and which we don't recognize, which we don't value, and hardly they are paid. Women work in almost every field in Pakistan. However, they are not recognized in rural setting. They work probably more than men. Why I'm saying that, I'll just tell you. In terms of like crop breeding and preparing the field and the agricultural activity, we generally think, or the people who have a layman approach towards it, which is the most of Pakistani people, they do think that women do not work in field. That is a complete myth and a wrong fact. They work at every level of crop preparation to crop harvesting. They work in preparing the field, sowing, watering, caring for harvesting, cleaning the field for the next one. And now the visual representation of that starts. A large group of women working in the field, weed or unwanted growth of plants that is not good for the crop, which actually takes up the nutrition of the main crop and the plant. So that parts need to be taken care of, and obviously that needs to be cared by manual labor, in the sense that women have to anyone of the labor has to do it by hand. So they are taking out weed, or probably it is a day-to-day vegetable, they are harvesting it. Check the number of women working over there. These are the rural women, and obviously some men are also working over there. They do work on daily basis along with men, side by side, almost on the equal level. These are women who are cleaning the crop and harvesting the crop at the end of the season. These are very conservative people, and this, if you are familiar with the cultural dress they are wearing, it is a Tharparkar area, which is a very arid, almost an arid area, and these bangles are very particular to that area, and obviously the crop and the land also suggests that it is a very arid and very difficult area to grow crops on. So these women, and another thing which you might notice, that they are wearing very cultural conservative dressing, that they are also hiding their faces in ropatta. Obviously it is very difficult with such kind of dressing. Imagine the men who are listening to this talk, imagine yourself wearing all these clothes and working working in these fields with this kind of a need of work. This woman, again, completely covered and properly dressed according to the cultural norms of Pakistan, including a dupatta on head, and harvesting the crops, doing hard labor along with men. Again, this is not a easy job to do, harvesting by hand. Obviously, in many parts of Pakistan, we cannot afford a machine or mechanized work in the crops. They cannot afford it, so they rely upon their family manpower. So women work again, as I just told earlier, at every step. This is again separating grains. This seems to be a very labor intensive work, a physical work, in which you have to bend your back, you have to use your shoulder and arm muscles on regular basis, which we do not associate women with. Unfortunately, we think that hard labor is not done by women. So this is a constant, this is an example, women doing proper hard labor along with men, or which is or the the labor which is associated with men. So this kind of work is completely unrecognized and unvalued. And to make the things worse, the income of this work is not actually the income of the woman. It is the household income, which is regulated and most of the time regulated and collected by men in the family. So this work is like a housework for them. So they are, if they are working in their crops, they are in the feudal setting. That makes things even worse, because the feudal lords hardly pay in cash. They pay in terms of the share in crop, and the share in crop is not enough to sell in the market and get money. So we know that unfortunately Pakistan is still a feudal country where feudal lords do exist, large land holdings do exist, and almost on regular basis, sometimes very horrifying stories do come out of these feudal areas, which is very difficult to leak. And we have seen that a feudal lord killed a person, a little child who lost, a child of like 10-12 years, of a farmer who lost one of the goat, which he had taken for grazing. We have seen, feudal lords cutting the hands of little children who do not work properly, and so on, chaining the people if they do not work properly, chaining the people in the animal farm so that they cannot leave and they only work. And the chain is a very long chain, in the sense that like 20-30 meters, and that person cannot leave that area. He can or she can only work in that area. So these kind of conditions make things worse for women to be recognized, valued, and getting paid. So okay, now this is the sowing of the rice saplings. The people who are familiar with agricultural activity, rice is a unique crop which is not sown through the seeds. Seeds are sown in a nursery, and when the little sapling or the little plant reaches the height of 6 to 9 inches, that those plants are taken out from that nursery and then sowed directly by hand with a distance of a foot from all sides by hand in a linear position, which you can see the women are doing. And again, this is a very hard labor because the rice field is flooded with water. They have to do by bending their backs every time they sow a little sapling. And these rice crops are rice fields are very, very, very large, and they are very difficult to walk into because it is a muddy, wet area full of water. So this is another example of the same activity. Okay, now this is another field in the rural area. Usually we do not have brick kilns in urban areas of Pakistan. Brick kilns, what is a brick kiln? Brick kiln is a centuries old, probably millennials old technique. Even we had this kind of same kind of bricks in Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, which is like 4,500 years old. So this is a technique where the silt of river and canal sand soil is packed into a frame, and then it is burned on high flames for a long time, for a month or two. So they actually become red brick, which is mostly used in Pakistan other than Karachi. Karachi is the only city which use cement or concrete bricks. Other than that, this is the brick which we have in all across Pakistan. So this red brick is difficult to make in the sense that it is a very high labor incentive, and people do not the kiln owners do not have a proper labor kind of a system, and it is happening in the rural area. So there is no regulation as well in terms of law being followed properly, and labor laws are being followed, and minimum wage is paid or not. So they are given almost ignorable kind of a payment for this work. And women and very young children, both male and female, work on this brick kilns. And this is a big social issue which is in the debate in Pakistan these days a lot as well. And these rural women work almost like on feudal basis, where or kind of serfdom, which is unpaid labor, along with their children. And this is such a huge industry, I would say industry in the sense that the number of bricks made all across Pakistan, that it can be, or it should be a more lucrative work for whoever is working over there. But this lower labor doesn't get anything. And unfortunately, according to our topic, the labor force, or a large number, again, the study has not been done in this term of properly calculating the actual number of women working in all the brick kilns all across Pakistan. So again, things need to be done in this term, in this regard. Again, women, we think that women do not engage, or we do not kind of force women to do hard labor. This is an example. This woman, this rural woman, is lifting so many bricks and transporting them, moving them from one place to another on her head. This is again another picture of kiln, brick kiln, where this over here this is the, in Urdu we called gara, or this is the material, the source material mixed with water. That is why it is wet, put into a frame, compressed, and this is a mud brick ready to be put into the kiln. Look at the little girl who is working over here. She is probably not more than like 7-8 years old, and again, she would be getting almost nothing. And it is a very heartbreaking kind of a picture, that this female child deserved to be in a school or taken care of properly, and she's working. This picture is more heartbreaking in the sense that This lady who is working, she has a toddler who cannot even walk properly without support, and she has to work, and she is taking this little child along with her to a workplace. Well, we know that in urban areas, in Karachi or in many in other parts of Pakistan as well, when women do take their children to work, they have proper, in some cases they have proper daycare center, or the facility. Even in Karachi University, we have a daycare center for working women. They can bring their children over here, and even for the students of PhD and other level, we have a daycare center, so that the child is taken care of properly, and then they do work and collect their children when they go home. Well, there is no such concept of daycare center or this kind of a thing over there in the rural areas, and women have to endure so much in terms of raising up a child, which is there is no concept of sharing the responsibility of a child by men in rural areas. Probably in urban areas, there is a kind of a more the concept of taking care of a child by a father is increasing in Pakistan urban areas. But over there is no such concept. There is no such concept. This is another depiction of the same thing. Women working with men. This is not even a man. This is a boy, probably a child, probably a son of one of these ladies. Okay, now this is another sector where women work, and again, unrecognized and unvalued, hard labor. What she's doing, she is working on a road construction site in rural areas. I personally have visited it, and I have seen it and observed it. This June in 2021, I was visiting Sahiwal, which is not a very urban center, but it's kind of it is a big town, but not like as urban Lahore or Karachi or Pindi or Faisalabad. So there was a road in the outskirts of Sahiwal which were being repaired, and I saw literally women cleaning all the roads in terms of they were cleaning all the sand and dust over the broken areas. Then I saw women who were breaking these larger rocks into smaller ones, which can be laid beneath the final layer of the road construction. And then they even were throwing the hot, I would not say molten, but a hot material. That is the black dark material which we see on the roads before the road roller goes on. And I also have a picture of that as well. So this is an actual picture I was describing you. Road construction, they are breaking these, and these women in the background are bringing it on their heads and throwing it on the road. This is the one I was talking about. This black gravel, which we call in local language, we call damar. That black hot bituminous compound, along with the little gravel, is carried with on head by women and thrown almost on equal basis. They throw it in a kind of a rotating hand action, which actually spreads all the gravel equally. And that is a technique which I saw, and I was very it was very amazing to see these women work in such a proper technique. And it was a hard labor. This area is little bit hot, or not little bit more hotter than the other areas, because of this hot material they are placing on it. This is again the road construction site. They have to, according to the needs and proper cultural constraints, they have to take care of their honor or their family honors as well, in terms of like covering themselves, which they are doing, and they're struggling, obviously. So my third area where women are not recognized and not valued and properly paid is the domestic servants. We know as urban people, the participants of this conference and the people who are watching it on YouTube, they all would agree with me that there is hardly any household in Karachi where there is no domestic servant coming for cleaning their house and washing their dirty dishes and washing their clothes on daily basis. There are hardly a house. And almost all of them, 99% of them are women and little girls. There are few cases where there are boys and men who are doing, but it is almost ignorable. This jhadu, pocha, and kapde dhone or kapde istri and bartan thing is completely a women thing in Pakistan. And I just ask all the people and women who are taking care of their houses and who have hired these domestic servants at their home, just imagine, what do we pay them? Do we pay them the minimum wage, which is somewhere around like 25,000 in the current budget set by our government? Secondly, they do not even get proper their holidays. There is no concept of holidays. In most of the households, if the domestic servant take a leave or unable to come due to any reason, personal reason, probably health reason, so what we do, we means the society, we deduct at that days or 2 days or 3 days salary or the wage we give them for the whole month. That is probably, and there is no rule, regulation, or law that actually address these domestic servants. And they are in millions. If you talk about like the urban areas of Pakistan, Karachi, Hyderabad, Rawalpindi, Islamabad, Lahore, Faisalabad, Sialkot, and so many other. There are millions of such women and little girls who are working and who have no recognition, no value at all, which are not even counted in labor force. I don't know what is, they are providing a service. They are providing, this is a service sector, but do we, address them in a service sector? We don't. Are there any laws which I personally haven't seen any laws, which addresses them? Well, there are new, kind of laws in the terms of like protecting them against violence, because there were some many incidents which, thanks to the cell phones, the videos have been, have surfaced. Few videos have surfaced where, the employers are, violently treating them and torturing them, little children, little girls. So due to that, a new debate has emerged to protect them legally against the torture and against the violence. But again, it is not comprehensive. Why? Because it doesn't provide for the vacations they need to get per annum. Myself and the other people who are employed by the proper informal sector, we do get annual holidays, we get paid vacations, we get so many things, but they do not get. If they are away for a wedding for 10 days, we'll cut their wage and we'll do something else. We'll hire someone else for that 10 days and we'll pay them the money. And again, their number of, we make them work on our Eid holidays as well. on Eid day, there are so many guests, so you need to come and you need to work, you need to wash the clothes and you need to clean the house. It will look dirty in front of the, yes, so you need to work on Eid day as well. But we never work on Eid day, but we make them work on Eid day. So these are kind of harsh realities which we need to ponder. So another thing which we need to address, which is written over here, that a lot of times I have personally seen, again, in University of Karachi, I do, as a social scientist and as a researcher, I do watch them, observe them, interview them. Well, I would give you an example of Karachi University. There are two families of domestic servants who work in Karachi University. I will not take the names. So there is one lady who is an elderly, probably 57, 58-year-old lady, and who has her daughters, her granddaughters, and her niece, many nieces and her daughter-in-laws. And she discussed the modalities of the working, and she sent one of the girl or a woman under her for that work over there. And these girls and daughters, nieces and daughter-in-law, they do not get paid directly. The lady who sends them, she says to the employer that you give the money to me, not them directly. And if we try to pay them, they do take away all the money from them. And for example, what my mother does, my mother try to give them directly, beta, this money is for you only. You are not supposed to give them to your this older lady of yours, your mother or your grandmother or your mother-in-law. This is for you, enjoy it. So that is the reality of the matter. So they don't even get paid, and this the wage is collected by someone else elder in the family. This is an old lady working, and there is no retirement age again, because there is no pension, there is no job security. They can be hired immediately, they can be fired immediately. There is no job protection, and there is no they get paid when they work. When they stop working, they don't get. So we have seen in many households, women as old like 70s and 80s working whatever they can do. Again, an old lady washing dishes, and probably clothes. Now, the fourth sector of unrecognized, unvalued, and very less or unpaid labor of women in Pakistan is the informal and handicraft and household industries. Well, we know for a fact that this contribute a lot towards the economy of Pakistan, even in the exports of Pakistan, because the many handicrafts that have a very high value in abroad, because of the cultural, styles attached to it. There are so many things. For example, to give you big example, like Sindhi topi, Sindhi ajrak, Sindhi ralli, and Punjabi articraft, handicraft things, and so many other examples can be given of this sort. They are solely made by women. Probably more than 90% of the products are made by women at home. And they again, this labor force is not calculated because it is behind the closed doors. We just see the product. We don't see the women working behind that. Again, we have no laws protecting these, and no laws protecting their wages, and allowing them to get vacations and holidays, whatever kind of laws are usually applied in the proper formal sector in Pakistan. This is a very conservative setting in a household to Sindhi women holding a ralli which they had made and which is ready to be sold or to be used by themselves or their relatives or their friends and family. So these rallies are very high value, and if proper channelizing is done, they can be exported outside, and they have a very good market over in the if introduced properly and managed properly, they have a very huge market over there, over abroad. This is handmade jewelry, again made completely by women at home. And there's so many other, sectors of this kind where women contribute very heavily in terms of even industrial product. We talked about the service sector in the sense that they were providing service in the crop field, in the construction of roads and other thing. This is the product sector where women are actually producing products which are actually sold in the market. But what they do get in return, almost nothing, and they don't even get recognized and valued. You don't see, when we see something, we don't see the person working behind that. Now, I would come to the end of the talk. I have presented 4 sections of the largest section, and probably, as in terms of like estimation, millions and millions of women are associated with it, and obviously that is completely unrecognized and unvalued. Secondly, what we need to do is we need to raise our voice to protect these women, provide them proper protection by law, proper wages by law, and a lot needs to be done. Recognition of this labor force also needs to be done, and Pakistan again needs to make mammoth effort in terms of this direction. What we can do, what we are doing right now, is we are kind of like highlighting this issue, which is a map, which is of a mammoth proportions. And the conference like this gives us opportunity to highlight such issues and put our thought across the table and to a larger audience, which again would spread the message and works toward the same goal. So with this, I would thank all of you for listening to this talk, and now the floor is open for question in this regard. Thank you, Dr. Sadaf. Now you may take over.
Thank you, Dr. Muiz, for this valuable talk, and it has contributed a lot to the session because there are so many valuable things that you have added, and I have few questions for you as well. For example, the first question is that the issue of women unpaid domestic work, which is being a matter of decision, choice, or constraint. So what do you think, that the women unpaid domestic work is actually a choice, or it is a decision that they chose, or it is a constraint for the whole scenario that we are talking about?
Well, there are many issues attached to the domestic servants. For example, in urban areas, the research and observation has shown that it becomes their compulsion to, not a choice, domestic section. Why? Because men in the family, their husbands, their brothers, they are engaged in drugs activities, and they do not work properly, and they do not have a proper job and proper work. So the responsibility of taking care of family financially, other than the work she does at the home, that is a completely different. We don't even realize the fact that women, other than working in these fields, when they go home, they have to take care of everything. Dr. Sadaf, your mic is off. Can't hear you. Okay. So that having said that, so it becomes a compulsion. For example, my subjects, I would call them subject in the sense that I have observed and interviewed them. One of my Masi, which we call the domestic servant, the female domestic servant, she was divorced by her husband. She had 3 little girls, ranging from like 15 to like 8, and she is living on her own. She has to work, otherwise she won't be able to provide for the girls who have been abandoned by her husband. Then I had a female domestic servant some 20-25 years ago, and she was from a Bengali, ethnic group, which is living in Pakistan. So she was pregnant with her fourth or fifth child, and one day we got the news that she won't be able to come, probably because of health issues. And when she eventually came after few weeks, we came to know that she was subjected to torture and violence by her husband, and he was asking her money for drugs, and he kicked her in the belly, and the child was lost, and she almost kind of survived. And this is the compulsion for them, hardly a choice for them, I would say. Otherwise they won't be able to survive in this kind of an urban setting. Yes. We can't hear you, Dr. Sadaf. Mike.
Ji. Sorry, Dr. Muiz. Dr. Muiz, the next question or comment I must say is that do you think that primarily this is the lower female schooling Pakistan leading to undervalued work and unpaid work or the labor?
Lower what? Please repeat. Lower what?
Lower schooling of females in Pakistan.
Achha, lower
schooling. Number one thing, and secondly, the question linked with it is that would you think that measuring unpaid work affect policy development as well for the females and everything? So one is related to the education, that the ground reality is that female education is less and the schooling is very low. So will it contribute to the policy development as well, the underpaid work as well, and the other scenario that is there is an unequal reward for this equal amount of work?
It is very true. One of the basic reasons is obviously underschooling and women not getting to schools. Well, if we take example of Punjab and compare it with Sindh, the schooling in Punjab is a compulsion. In Punjab, for the last around 18 to 20 years, I know this because I have studied in terms of policy, history of the policy making in education in Punjab. Parvez Ilahi had introduced compulsory education for women, for all the children, or to a certain age. And unki ek scheme chali thi, it used to be called Padha Likha Punjab. And what they used to do, which they introduced, is that every child used to go into the school, and they did get into the schools to a certain primary level. And I know this because one of my very close relatives is working in a rural government school in Punjab, which is located in a Chak something. Chak, there in this rural areas are like Chak 50, Chak 52, Chak. So these are Chak are little villages, administrative names given by the local administration.
So Severine wants to comment as well. So continue, please, Dr. Muiz. So Dr. Severine wants to comment something as well.
So should I stop for her? Yes, Severine, you please.
Severine, you can comment so that Dr. Muiz can link up that.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Muiz, for such a great talk. I think it's a great opportunity to address all of the, undervalued and underpaid and non-paid work of women, especially in rural areas and in the lower classes. So thank you so much. I very much value this contribution. I think it's a topic that we don't speak enough about. I wanted to also add to the discussion, perhaps by raising that, there is a lot of informal work across the country, and there is an attachment. There is an attachment, cultural attachment to doing things informally. People don't want to go official. People don't want to sign contracts and make things official. And often it's the upper class who want to maintain this informality because they gain in not paying for benefits and not having to pay the minimum wage and things like that. So I think this is a fundamental class relation problem. It's classism is all I talked about sexism, then classism is everywhere around the world. The rich are getting richer, middle class are maintaining themselves scarcely. But we ask about this justification. Why are women working? It is becoming very difficult for middle, lower class and lower class family to sustain a living with only one salary. Now there needs to be two salaries, and as soon as the older child can work, he also contributes, and then or she contributes, and it becomes a cycle where it's a collective. You need many salaries, lower class salaries, to make ends meet in a family, and they still barely survive. My own maid, when I was in Pakistan, she did not dare to ask me for some money to buy a door. And I asked one day she worked up the courage to ask me, can I have extra money for a door? And I said, why? You don't have a door? I didn't know she had a door problem. And she said that she didn't have a door for her washroom, and her only daughter, she had 5 children. And same as you described, her husband was suffering from alcoholism and did not work. So she was the only money earner. And she had 5 kids, 4 boys, 1 daughter, and her daughter was deaf. And she couldn't hear her brothers come and spy on her in the washroom. So she needed a door to close the washroom. And I said, my God, you can ask me for those things. You need a door. So I think the employers have to take an interest in the living condition. If we saw how our own staff live, we would find ways to help them. We would see that they're not making things up. We would see that they're not just asking for being greedy. There's this culture of thinking that you give them this much, they will take this much. And I think it's really a classist attitude to engage with scarcity in that way. They have a lifestyle of scarcity, I guarantee. And I was paying her good money, like well above average, but it still wasn't enough as the sole salary for 5 children. 5 children.
And alcoholic husband.
Yes. And so I'm so proud that you had that talk. I wanted to talk one more thing about the dependency index. The dependency index in Pakistan is like close to 65%. And I believe the data is highly skewed because a lot of the time it is the woman who sustain the men, not the other way around. And so as long as we remain with high levels of informality, these indexes and this data is not accurate. So I hope that we can formalize things, that employers, even if you just have a maid at home, that you can write up a contract, that register them, pay for some benefits. I made sure when I left Pakistan, I gave my staff a retirement fund. And it was an ethical thing to do. They gave me 6 years of service. There was no turnover in my life. I had 1 maid and 1 driver, and I made sure they got a fair compensation on my departure. I think we have to be ethical employers. So thank you so much, and it's a wake-up call for all of us.
Well, Severin, I must appreciate the way you have. Obviously, this is your social scientist training, which you have just shown that you have had a great observation of the living condition of your employees and the way they were facing problems, and you have not just helped them out, you have just taken the message across, and you have conveyed it to the other people, so that it needs to be taken care of. So that is what we social scientists and the people like Sadaf and other people who are participating in this conference are doing, which is the need of the time. Well, this is true, that the way you have cared for your employee, well, my family also does that, and I do take keen interest, unlike many people unlike many males in Pakistan. Well, males in Pakistan have no concern what their domestic, the female and the domestic servants are doing, and they do not talk about them with their wives and their sisters and their mother, that what are you paying them and what are you taking care of, why haven't you given them some. So I do take my personal interest in their well-being as well. And my mother being a little bit generous compared to, not as generous as probably you, giving the retirement fund as well, but she is quite generous, and my wife is quite generous, such as like when they do go away for 10-20 days to their villages for a wedding, we do not deduct any kind of money from them and stuff like that. On Eid and on other occasions, we do give them clothes and all these things. And the many people, not just my family, that I know for a fact that many people, probably Sadaf's family also does that, and so many other people do that on regular basis. They do pay them extra on their childbirth and on their wedding of a child, and stuff like that occasion. But again, my argument is the state need to take the responsibility and make laws to protect it, so that the people who are not doing that must do that by compulsion of the law. And that is what the state does. In the other countries, we do have laws for domestic servants. In Western societies, in Europe and in America, there are laws even for the domestic servants. And that is what my premise is, that we taking care out of our own conscience is not enough. And it is the thing is not enough. And another, that is not actually approaching everyone. It is not, we know, we all know the people who are living in Pakistan, they do know the domestic servant go a lot of physical and mental torture by their employees on day-to-day basis. That is over the top of the fact what they face in their families. So that is my premise of the talk was to give them legal protection, legal way to provide them equal wages.
Thank you, Dr. Moez. Dr. Sadaf, would you like to close the session by commenting on Dr. Moez's talk?
Yes, it was a very wonderful talk by Dr. Moez, and thank you so much for delivering us this talk. But according to this talk, this is very important. Okay, what is our low income pupil is surviving in our society, and we have to take care to all of them also. And this is a very wake-up call, or I think so. We have to consider about these things in nowadays, especially when things and when a world are going to change every day for all of us.
Thank you, Dr. Sadaf, for joining us. And now we are moving towards the panel session. I welcome our both panelists, Sheema Kirmani and Dr. Nida as well. We are actually very much privileged that we have Sheema ji here for the session. And thank you so much for always joining us and supporting the cause. Sheema Kirmani is a very well-known personality. She is a Pakistani socialist and an exponent of Bharatnatyam dance. You must know that. But what made her the most, you can say, the important human in this world where we need a change. She is the founder of Tehreek-e-Niswa, and her work is to discuss about the specific issues and to reduce the domestic violence and promote peace building. Sheema is an independent art professional, as well as she is there to promote peace, and she is always very vocal about such issues. She is a very well-known performer at the Sevan Sharif after the barbaric suicide attack, and at the Faiz Aman Mela, Lahore, everlasting tributes to many known personalities. She is an active member of women movement and other peace movement in Pakistan and South Asia. And one of the most prominent effort that we are making and we continue to make is Aurat March. So thank you, Shima ji, for joining us and always supporting us for doing this, and always encouraging us to do this all. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, and I'm so happy that you do this, Sadaf. It's such an important conference to do, and bringing the messages of women's rights to students is the most important thing, I think.
Thank you. Over to you, Shima ji. Now.
Okay. So I think, I don't know how many years you've been doing this conference, Sadaf.
7 years. This is the 7th year.
Okay, this is the 7th year. So that's so wonderful that AEIRC ISWA is more than 40 years old. We were going to celebrate 40 years last year when COVID started. But now we are going to do it, I think, hopefully next year. So it'll be 42 years of AEIRC ISWA. So our work is, as they say, a woman's work, it never ends. In the same way, I think the feminist work is, I don't know when it will ever end, if it will. It's an ongoing struggle. It's an ongoing project. It's a project for equality. It's a project for justice, and it's for equal rights of all human beings. Today, I wanted to talk about and remind all the students to look up certain people who have lived in this city of ours, Karachi, certain women who have lived and contributed to all aspects of our lives, to our heritage, to our culture, to our history, to our literature. And a lot of these women have lived and died, and many people have not even heard about them. Because as we know, women's stories, or her story, if we would say, as opposed to his story or as opposed to history, is not written. It's not considered. It's not given enough importance. And of course, there's no research on it. And I feel that now is the time that students should take this up very seriously and start working on these great women. And especially if we look at women who lived in the city of Karachi. I would like to start with a name which is quite unknown whenever I mention it, and that is Atiya Faizi. So who is Atiya Faizi? What was she? Who was she? Where did she come from? Where did she die? When did she die? All these things. Well, I think in today's age, we are all very, very lucky that we can just, by the snap of our fingers, look up Wi-Fi and look up internet and Google names and find out who's who and who was what. So Atiya Faizi was this amazing personality, who was a very, if one is to define her personality, it was a very complete whole personality, because she was a writer. She was the first Muslim woman to have traveled in the West and kept a diary and written her notes about her travels, about her meetings with people. She was an educationist, and she felt that women's education in the subcontinent is one of the most important things. So she was living in Bombay, from where she had traveled to the West, to UK, to Europe, and met many great personalities there, like Muhammad, our great Allama Iqbal, and at the Heidelberg University, and she was a real writer. She would keep all her notes. Everything is in her diary. Who she met, when she met that person, where. So she is, Atiya is born in 1877, and she died in Karachi in 1967. Now, how did she get to Karachi? She was invited by Muhammad Ali Jinnah himself. She and her husband. Her husband was a great painter, a fine artist, fine arts. in fact, he was a well-known painter, a painter who had been exhibited in European galleries at a time when Asians were never allowed into European galleries. So his name was Samuel Faizi, and so Jinnah Sahab invited both Atiya and her husband to come to Pakistan. Why did he do that? He said that these people, they are connoisseurs of art. They are practicing artists. They are patrons of art. And let me invite this couple to set up a center, a cultural art center in the wonderful city of Karachi. And so he invited them from Bombay, and they packed up. They had artifacts. Their house was like a museum, an art gallery. They had so many paintings and other artifacts, and they packed up everything, and they arrived in Karachi. And they were given by the government, by Jinnah Sahab, a small space where today the Karachi Arts Council stands. So this is where they were given a space to set up their home, and so they set up their gallery there. They had brought millions of paintings with them. They set up all those paintings, and very soon afterwards, as we all know, Jinnah Sahab died. Once he died, the directions that Pakistan took, unfortunately, especially towards the arts, were pathetic, to say the least. I mean, there was this whole debate about, what is going to be Pakistani culture, what is going to be Pakistani identity, what is Pakistani art, what is Pakistani music, etc., etc. And it was decided that there was no need to have this cultural center in the middle of the city, and so Atiya and her husband were thrown out of their premises. Their important artwork just was thrown all over the place, and very soon they found themselves as paupers in the city of Karachi. And the husband died, and soon after she had to almost like beg on the streets, and she died as a pauper in Karachi. So I would very much encourage the students to I'm sorry, just closing that. Encourage the students to look up Atiya Faizi. There is a book being written about her. In fact, now there are more books coming up also. And this book, I can try and show it. Here it is. Yes. So this is called Atiya's Journeys, a Muslim woman from colonial Bombay to Edwardian Britain. And it is written jointly by Siobhan Lambert Hurley and Sunil Sharma. And it is published by Oxford University Press. I would encourage students to read this book, to buy it and to read it and see what an extremely dynamic personality Atiya was. And how she was treated in this city of ours. So that is one person I wanted to tell everybody about. Then there are other people, and I'm going to read a poem by a wonderful Urdu poet. Her name is Ishrat Afreen. She is also born and brought up in the city of Karachi till I think she had went away, but she comes every year, and such an amazing poet. And the first time Tehreek-e-Miswaan did it, one of the earlier events it did, but the one that was held in 1980 was a women's mushaira. A mushaira, a poetry reading session where women were the readers, and of course the audience was mixed, but all the shairs, all the poets were women. And Ishrat Afreen was one of them. She had that, I think she studied from Karachi University itself. And this poem that I'm going to read It's called Rihai. Asir logo utho. Asir logo utho. और उठकर पहाड़ काटो. पहाड़ मुर्दा रिवायतों के, पहाड़ अंधी अकीदतों के, पहाड़ जालिम अदावतों के. हमारे जिस्मों के कैद खानों में सैकड़ों बेकरार जिस्म और उदास रूहें सिसक रही हैं. वो जीना जीना भटक रही हैं. हम उनको आवाज कब करेंगे? हमारा होना हमारी आने वाली नस्लों के वास्ते है. हम उनके महफूज हैं जो हमसे वजूद लेंगे, नमूद लेंगे. कटे हुए एक सर से लाखों सरों की तख्लीक अब कहानी नहीं रही है. लहू में जोशे धड़क रही है, चमक रही है. हजारों आंखें बदन के खलियों से झांकती बरकरार आंखें ये कह रही हैं, असीर लोगों जो रोज पत्थर के घर में यूं बेहिसी की चादर लपेट कर सो रहे हैं, उनको कहो कि उठकर पहाड़ काटे. हमें रिहाई की सोचना है. उनको कहो कि उठकर पहाड़ काटें, हमें रिहाई की सोचना है. What an amazing poem. And the English translation says, the last says, tell them to rise. Tell them to rise and chip the mountains. We have to think of liberation. So this was a very wonderful, is rather a wonderful poet, Ishrat Afreen. As I read Ishrat's poetry, I'm reminded of two great Urdu feminist poets who unfortunately have passed away. But I will always say that no, great poets or great people do not pass away. They live with us. Their words live with us. Their poetry lives with us. Their personalities, their aura, their wujud continues to live with us. Two great feminist poets of Karachi. One, a mysterious, intriguing kind of a personality. This was Sara Shugufta. Sara came and made Karachi her home. She was not a very highly educated person. In fact, she hardly went to school. She actually educated herself. And incredibly, she became a poet. And her poetry is ever so powerful. It gets you from the inside, it kind of shakes you up. ये जो नज़्म मैं आपके सामने पढ़ूंगी अब, इसका उन्वान है औरत और नमक. इज्जत की बहुत सी किस्में हैं. इज्जत की बहुत सी किस्में हैं. घूंघट, थप्पड़, गंदुम. इज्जत के ताबूत में कैद की मेखें ठोकी गई हैं. इज्जत के ताबूत में कैद की मेखें ठोकी गई हैं. घर से लेकर फुटपाथ तक हमारा नहीं. घर से लेकर फुटपाथ तक हमारा नहीं. इज्जत हमारे गुजारे की बात है. इज्जत के नेज़े से हमें दाग आ जाता है. इज्जत की कनी हमारी जुबान से शुरू होती है. कोई रात हमारा नमक चख ले तो एक जिंदगी हमें बेजायका रोटी कहा जाता है. कैसा बाजार, ये कैसा बाजार है कि रंगसाज ही फीका पड़ा है. अभी सारा तस्वर जो उन्होंने निकाला है इज्जत का, कि औरत या औरत इज्जत है और इज्जत औरत है। मतलब हमारे तो हम अपनी औरत मार्च में भी ये बात करते हैं कि भाई इज्जत हमारे जिस्म में क्यों, मर्दों की इज्जत हमारे जिस्म में क्यों है भाई? अपनी इज्जत है, आप खुद ही अपने उसे संभालें। औरतों पे क्यों डाल दिया गया कि भाई तुम हो हमारी इज्जत? हम तो नहीं मानते कि हम किसी मर्द की इज्जत है। अगर मर्द की इज्जत है तो वो अपनी इज्जत को खुद बचाए, अपने आप को बचाए, अपनी और इज्जत की जिंदगी गुजारे। मगर मर्द क्या करता है? हम लोगों को सड़क पे जिस तरह से तंग किया जाता है, हमको घरों में नहीं छोड़ा जाता, वर्क प्लेसेस पे हर जगह हैरेसमेंट होता है। थोड़ा सा और इसके ये नज़म पढ़ूंगी। तुम सदियों से नहीं रोई, क्या माँ ऐसी होती है? तुम्हारे बच्चे ये क्यों पड़े हैं? तुम किस कुंबे की माँ हो? रेत की, कैद की, बटे हुए जिस्म की, या ईंटों में चुनी हुई बेटियों की? अब देखिए कितनी पावरफुल इमेजरी सारा ने इस्तेमाल की है कि इट रियली शेक्स वन अप। बाजारों में तुम्हारी बेटियां अपने लहू से भूख गूंजती हैं और अपना गोश्त खाती हैं। तुम्हारी कौन सी आंखें? ये तुम्हारे घर की दीवार की कौन सी चुनाई है? तुमने मेरी हंसी में तारुफ रखा और अपने बेटे का नाम सिद्दीक़ुल वक्त। आज तुम्हारी बेटी अपनी बेटियों से कहती है, मैं अपनी बेटी की जुबान दागूंगी। लहू थूकती औरत धात नहीं, चूड़ियों की चूर नहीं। मैदान मेरा हौसला है, अंगारा मेरी ख्वाहिश। हम सर पे कफन बांध कर पैदा हुए, कोई अंगूठी पहनकर नहीं, इसे तुम चोरी कर लो। तो आप लोग जरूर सारा शगुफ्ता के बारे में पढ़िए। सारा ने बहुत कोशिश की कि इस माशरे में वो किसी ना किसी तरह से जिंदा रह ले, अपने प्रिंसिपल्स को लेकर के, अपने इक़्तिदार को लेकर के वो रहे जिस तरीके से वो रहना चाहती है, जिस इंडिपेंडेंट सोच की वो औरत थी। मगर हमारे माशरे में से जिंदा नहीं रहने दिया और आखिरकार उसने खुदकुशी की, जैसे बहुत सारी औरतें हमारे माशरे में करती हैं। और हम कभी सवाल भी नहीं उठाते कि ये औरत जो खुदकुशी कर रही है ये क्यों करे, इसकी वजह क्या है और किसके पर जिम्मेदारी है इस औरत की जो खुदकुशी करती है। मैं समझती हूँ हम पे है जिम्मेदारी, समाज पे है जिम्मेदारी, हम फेमिनिस्ट्स पे है जिम्मेदारी, हम पढ़े लिखे लोगों के पर है जिम्मेदारी कि हम इस माशरे में इंडिपेंडेंट थिंकिंग औरतों को कबूल नहीं करते। कब करें? कब हम इस माशरे का एक एक्टिव डायनामिक हिस्सा बनेंगे? मैं समझती हूँ अब टाइम है और हमें इस माशरे में अपना वजूद को बहुत सख्ती से और जोरों से इसको एक्सेप्ट करवाना है और तब्दीलियाँ लानी है इस माशरे में जिस हद तक लाई जा सकती हैं। इक़्तिदार बदले जाने चाहिए। मर्द और औरत के ताल्लुकात किन बेसिस पे? क्यों हम लोग प्यार और मोहब्बत के ताल्लुकात नहीं बनाते? क्यों हर औरत, हर लड़की को ये सोचना पड़ता है कि अगर मैं इस मर्द के साथ दोस्ती करूं तो किस दिन ये मुझ पे हाथ उठाएगा, किस दिन ये मुझको रेप कर लेगा, किस दिन ये मेरे साथ बदतमीजी करेगा? क्यों? हम तो ये चाहते हैं कि ऐसे रिश्ते हों जिसमें मर्द और औरत दोनों एक दूसरे की इज्जत करें और प्यार और मोहब्बत के साथ जिंदा रहें। जब हम मिलकर के इस तरह के वैल्यूज और इस तरह के रिलेशनशिप्स जो कि हैं, जो कि जिनका बेस हो मोहब्बत और इश्क और प्यार, तभी हम वो रिलेशनशिप्स अहम बनते हैं, तभी वो रिलेशनशिप्स इम्पोर्टेंट बनते हैं और आगे बढ़ सकते हैं. एक और खातून जिसका जिक्र किए बगैर कम से कम मैं तो नहीं रह सकती, फहमीदा रियाज. आप सबने फहमीदा रियाज का नाम सुना होगा. फहमीदा रियाज भी हमारी कराची की पैदावार है, कराची में ही रही, यहीं पे उन्होंने सारी जिंदगी गुजारी. मगर फहमीदा रियाज को भी कोई एक्नॉलेजमेंट, कोई रिकग्निशन नहीं मिला. जो मिला वो बड़ा नेगेटिव मिला, क्योंकि फहमीदा भी एक इंडिपेंडेंट माइंडेड फेमिनिस्ट थी, इनहेरेंट फेमिनिस्ट थी. फहमीदा मतलब कुदरती तौर पे वो एक फेमिनिस्ट थी. उसकी सोच ही फेमिनिस्ट थी कि हर इंसान, no matter which sex, which caste, which religion, which ethnicity, which language you belong to, you are an equal citizen of this country, and you have equal rights in this, should have at least equal rights in this country. Of course we don't. Non-Muslims don't have equal rights. I mean, we know the issues of religious communities. We know the issues of ethnic communities. We know the issues of other gendered communities. हम तो कहते हैं कि यार हर कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता आप किस जिन्स के हो, किस जेंडर के हो, मतलब हर इंसान बराबर है. अब इस वक्त जो हम फेस कर रहे हैं एज फेमिनिस्ट्स, दैट इज द फॉल आउट फ्रॉम अफगानिस्तान. एंड हम देख रहे हैं कि हमारे सर के पर, हमारे वजूद पे, हम लोगों की जिंदगियों में थोपा जा रहा है एक पूरा तालिबान कल्चर, तालिबान सोच, और कुछ पता नहीं कि कब वो ही हमारे लीडर भी बन जाएंगे. करीब ऐसे ही दिख रहा है. तो फहमीदा की ये नज़र है, थोड़ा सा वक्त हमारे पास, चादर और चार दीवारी, जो आज तक उतनी ही अहमियत रखती है जितनी जब फहमीदा ने इसको लिखा था और चादर और चार दीवारी को रिजेक्ट किया था कि ये चीजें हमें नहीं चाहिए, क्यों हम पे ये थोपी जाती है. हुजूर मैं इस स्याह चादर का क्या करूं? हुजूर मैं स्याह चादर का क्या करूं? ये आप क्यों मुझको बख्शते हैं बसद इनायत? ना सोग में हूं कि इसको ओढ़ूं, गमो अलम खल्क को दिखाऊं, ना रोग हूं मैं किसकी तारीकियों में खिफत से डूब जाऊं. ना मैं गुनाहगार हूं, ना मुझे कि इस स्याही की मोहर अपने जबीन पे हर हाल में लगाऊं. अगर ना गुस्ताख मुझको समझे, अगर मैं जान की अमान पाऊं, तो दस बस्ता करूं गुजारिश कि बंदा परवर, हुजूर के हुजरे मोहतर में एक लाशा पड़ा हुआ है, न जाने कब का गला सड़ा है. आपसे रहम चाहता, इतना करम तो कीजिए, स्याह चादर मुझे ना दीजिए. स्याह चादर से अपने हुजरे की बेकफन लाश ढांप दीजिए कि इससे फूटी है जो फूनत, वो कूचे कूचे में हाँफती है, वो सर पटकती है चौखटों पर, बरहनगी अपनी ढांप. सुने जरा दिल खराश चीजें बना रही हैं अजब हयोले, जो चादरों में भी है बहना. ये कौन है? जानते तो होंगे हुजूर, पहचानते तो होंगे. ये लौंडियां हैं कि गमाली हलाल शब भर रही, दमे सुब दर बदर हैं. बांदियां हैं हुजूर के लुत्फ़ मुबारक के नस्ब विरसे से मोतबर है। ये बीबियां हैं कि ज़ौजगी का खिराज देने कतार अंदर कतार बारी की मुंतजर हैं। ये बच्चियां हैं कि जिनके सर पर फिरा जो हजरत का दस्त शफकत, तो कमसनी के लहू से रीश सफेद रंगीन हो गए। हुजूर के हुज्रे मुअत्तर में जिंदगी खून रो गई। पड़ा हुआ है जहां ये लाशा, तवील सदियों से कत्ले इंसानियत का ये खून चुका तमाशा, अब इस तमाशे को खत्म कीजिए। अब इसके क्या चादर बन चुकी है, मेरी नहीं आपकी जरूरत, कि इस जमीन पर वजूद मेरा नहीं, फकत एक निशान शहवत हयात की शहरा पर जगमगा रही है मेरी जहानत। जमीन के रुख पे जो है पसीना, तो झिल मिलाती है मेरी मेहनत। ये चार दीवारियां, ये चादर, गली सड़ी लाश को मुबारक। खुली फिजा में बांध बांध खोल कर बढ़ेगा मेरा सफीना, खुली फिजा में बांध बांध खोल कर बढ़ेगा मेरा सफीना। तो जनाब, ये थी फहमीदा रियाज साहिबा, जो आज भी हमारे दिलों में, हमारी जुबानों में, हर तरफ हमारे साथ हैं और रहेंगी हमेशा। और जैसे उन्होंने कहा कि मर्द और औरत बराबर हैं और यकसां है हक जीने का। तो इन अल्फाज पे मैं अपनी बातचीत इख्तिताम पे लाती हूँ, और अगर डॉक्टर सदाब कुछ आप कहना चाहें या कुछ सवाल करना चाहें तो आगे कुछ इसको बढ़ाया जा सकता है।
थैंक यू शीमा जी, हमेशा की तरह इसको आगे लेके चलने का, उस मैसेज को एक डिफरेंट पर्सपेक्टिव से कन्वे करने का, क्योंकि हमेशा कोशिश यही होती है कि हम जो मैसेज देना चाहते हैं वो पहुंचे। मैं सिर्फ आपसे एक सवाल तो नहीं चाहूंगी कि आप कमेंट करें, क्योंकि इतना काम आपने किया और हम सब भी अब उसमें शामिल होते गए और वो मैसेज डिलीवर हो रहा है। शुरू में डॉक्टर शेरशाह ने भी प्रोग्राम शुरू करते वक्त आपका जिक्र किया था और बात की कि किस तरीके से आप काम कर रही हैं। हमारे यहाँ जो अभी सेवरीन की टॉक से भी हमने बहुत आइडेंटिफाई किया और फिर हम डिस्कस कर रहे थे कि हमारे यहाँ एक कल्चरल और सोशल कंडीशनिंग है कि जब हम इस मैसेज को और हम इक्वालिटी की बात करते हैं या हम विमेन राइट्स की बात करते हैं या हम जैसे कि अब आपने फहमीदा को इतने अच्छे से प्रेजेंट किया, तो बात है कि उनको भी बहुत मुश्किलात का सामना था अपनी बात कहने में, अपने ख्यालात कहने में। तो हम कभी भी इस चीज को एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर पाते कि women are also a separate entity and a full human being with a fully functional brain and with the personality, कि हम सोचेंगे भी, हम अपने आप को एक्सप्रेस भी करेंगे और हमें भी वो मौके मिलने चाहिए जहां पे डिस्कशन हो या बात हो, नो मैटर व्हाट, कि आप उससे क्या परसेप्ट करते हैं। हमेशा ये बैकलैश होता है। अच्छा, बीच के अरसे में या इरा में आप शायद अग्री ना करें, लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता था कि पहले भी बात करना आसान था, अब बात करना आसान नहीं, अब दोबारा मुश्किल होता जा रहा है। और उसकी वजह यही है कि हमारे ऊपर जो इतनी सारी ये जिसे कहना चाहिए कि पाबंदियां या बैरियर्स हैं, और जिसमें एक बैरियर ना सिर्फ कल्चरल बैरियर है बट रिलीजियस बैरियर्स भी हैं। देयर आर सो मेनी बैरियर्स अप हियर जिसकी वजह से हमें प्रॉब्लम होती है। तो आपको क्या लगता है आगे के रास्ते आसान हैं या हमें कुछ चीजों पे मजीद इंटेंसिवली काम करना पड़ेगा?
हाँ सदफ, आपने बिल्कुल सही पॉइंट किया। मैं समझती हूँ कि आगे के रास्ते बिल्कुल आसान नहीं है, बल्कि मुश्किल से मुश्किल तर बनते जा रहे हैं। और लोगों का क्या जो ख्याल है कि हम औरतों के दिमाग में जैसे वो मैं फिर अगली दफा आप लोगों को सुनाऊंगी, एक दफा शायद मैंने पढ़ा भी है, इसमें चौकताई ने जो कहा था कि अगर आप किसी मर्द के या औरत के दिमाग को खोल के देखें तो ब्रेन में वही चीजें होती हैं जो मर्द के दिमाग में होती हैं, कोई अल्लम कल्लम हमारे दिमागों में नहीं भरा हुआ होता है, जो कि मुख्तलिफ है। मगर एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी की बात है, और मैं चाहूंगी कि इस वक्त इस मौके पे और आपकी इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बात आप लोग उठाएं कि एक्चुअली वी शुड मूव विद मोर पॉजिटिविटी, और हम अगर पॉजिटिव थॉट्स को लेके बढ़ें कि देखिए इस वक्त बहुत ही बुरे हालात हैं, मैं समझती हूँ एक्चुअली तो ज़ियाउल हक से भी ज्यादा वर्स्ट हालात आज हैं, उस वक्त इतने नहीं थे। उस वक्त यू न्यू एग्जैक्टली आपका एनिमी कौन है और क्या उनका पर्पस है। इस वक्त तो एकदम कंफ्यूजन है, और ये कि कौन आपके साथ खड़ा है, कौन इंसान दोस्त है, कौन इंसान दोस्त है, यही सबसे बड़ा सवाल है इस वक्त के लोग इंसान दोस्त नहीं रहे, और इंसान दोस्ती को ही नहीं समझा जा रहा कि व्हाट इज द लव फॉर ह्यूमन काइंड। मैन काइंड मैं नहीं कह रही हूँ, ह्यूमन काइंड, बिकॉज वी इन एवरी टाइम वी यूज दिस वर्ड मैन काइंड वी मस्ट define it and call it human kind, क्योंकि मैन काइंड में औरत का नाम नहीं आता है, हालांकि वो एक सिंबॉलिक चीज बन गई है, बट फिर भी we should keep on saying we are talking about human kind because we talk about men, women and other genders. तो मैं ये देखती हूँ कि देखिए हम लोग जैसे मैंने कहा और आपने कहा कि डॉक्टर शेरशाह ने भी हमारा जिक्र किया कि हम लोग थिएटर करते हैं, हम लोग नाटक करते हैं, हम लोग इन तरीकों से, ये पोएट्री है, शायरी है, आर्ट है, इन तरीकों से अपने मैसेजेस लोगों तक पहुंचाते हैं ना, और बात यही आखिरकार करते हैं कि हर इंसान बराबर है, बिकॉज द फाइनल मैसेज इज अबाउट इक्वालिटी रियली। तो अगर हम इसको इस तरह से देखें कि इस वक्त भी आज भी हमारा वर्कशॉप्स चल रहे हैं जहाँ पे एंड दीज आर रेजिडेंशियल वर्कशॉप्स। सदफ मैं आप लोगों को बताना चाहती हूँ कि ये हम 3 दिन की रेजिडेंशियल वर्कशॉप कर रहे हैं, लाइक फ्राइडे सैटरडे संडे रेजिडेंशियल है। मुख्तलिफ इलाकों से, लो इनकम एरिया से लड़कियां भी आती हैं, मैं नॉट भीड़ का लफ्ज इस्तेमाल कर रही हूँ कि सिर्फ लड़के नहीं आ रहे, लड़कियां भी आती हैं, रहती हैं हमारे साथ, रेजिडेंस करती हैं और ट्रेनिंग वसूल करती हैं आर्ट्स के ऊपर, थिएटर के ऊपर, गाने मौसीकी के ऊपर, ये सारे रिलेटेड जो चीजें हैं कल्चर की, एंड दे कम एंड दे लिव विद अस। अब ये इतना बड़ा पॉजिटिव स्टेप है, जैसे कि डॉक्टर शेरशाह के यहाँ भी लड़कियां आप देखें देहातों से, ऐसी ऐसी जगहों से आती हैं जहाँ पे आप सोच नहीं सकते कि एक लड़की अकेली सफर करके जैसे भी ट्रेन में, बस में, वैसे भी बैठ करके कराची आ रही है और यहाँ आकर के रह रही है, वो महीनों रह रही है उन लोगों के साथ जिनको उनके घर वाले नहीं जानते। हमको ये लड़कियों के घर वाले नहीं जानते, हम कोई भी स्ट्रेंजर्स हो सकते थे, मगर उन्होंने आने दिया, अपनी बेटियों को आने दिया, बहनों को आने दिया, बच्चियां आ रही हैं, रह रही हैं, सीख रही। सो आई थिंक कि वी हैव टू फोकस, Sadaf, we need to focus on the positive things that are happening in our society, क्योंकि देखिए इस वक्त बहुत ज्यादा तशद्दुद भी हो रहा है औरतों के पर। अभी लाड़कारा यूनिवर्सिटी में भी एक कोई मर्डर या रेप या पता नहीं सुसाइड, खुदा जाने क्या चीज हुई है, कभी पता ही नहीं चलता है। लड़कियों की जिंदगियां तो इनकी अहमियत ही नहीं है कि पता चले कि क्यों मरी है भाई। तो एक तरफ ये सब कुछ बहुत बढ़ गया है और बढ़ रहा है, दूसरी तरफ वी आर मूविंग फॉरवर्ड एज वेल। सो आई थिंक सोसाइटी हमेशा दोनों कदम साथ साथ लेती है, लाइक इट सेज ना, 2 steps forward 1 step back or the other way around. So we have to join hands and keep on trying to move forward, because that is the only way we can survive, and we survive with this positive thing that we will finally get our rights, we will assert ourselves in this society, and we will live the way we want to live. We will redefine our identities and our rights and live with equality and justice.
Thank you, Shrimanji, for such a beautiful message, and thank you again for being here. Inshallah, next year we'll be planning again back to physical. So it will be like 7 years with you, and now the 8th year. And this initiative will be like to sending the message and also the positive vibes as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I hope मेरे अल्फाज कुछ लोगों तक पहुंचेंगे और उसका कुछ असर होगा. I am sure कि होगा.
Thank you so much. As Shimaji said, and the punchline of the session is to move with the positivity. So the positive, on the positive notes, we have Dr. Nida Fahad with us. She is a proud mom to 2 girls who founded a women-based community called Super Women of Pakistan, and that community actually motivates all of us since 2018, which is a space where women in business thrive. She is a content creator and uplifter of women in general and superwoman who never wants to settle for anything ordinary in life. And believe me, I have witnessed her growth and how she grew by bringing all the women on the platform and to grow in the groups. How she create the content, how she actually support each and every woman in the group. And that's her message to all the women out there, that she is doing a lot to move forward and along with all the community. To accompany her, we will have Samia Bilal Khan, a practicing speech therapist. She is graduated from Ziauddin College of Speech Languages and Health Sciences in 2018. Samia believes in the parent and caregivers and proactive members of the therapy processes. She also trained caregivers, but her specialty is also storytelling and play-based therapy. Let me also tell you about that Nida is one of the very inspiring person who is actually not only continuing her education at the postgraduate level, she is also a doctorate in pharmacy, and she is also pursuing her career as well. Over to you, Nida. Thank you so much for joining, and you can open your mic.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and thank you so much, Ms. Sada, for always speaking so highly of me. I don't think I don't think I deserve so much praise, but thank you so much for always, counting me in as an inspiring woman. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Nida Fahad, and I am the founder of a women-led community called Super Women of Pakistan. And like the name suggests, it's a community for the women, by the women. We currently stand at around 58,000 females all over Pakistan. And that goes without saying, okay, these are the women currently sitting at their homes or pursuing their careers or want to pursue a career for themselves. And with that being said, as you all know, okay, maa hone ke naate, that is usually the society perceives being a mom as our first ever responsibility, first ever role that we need to be present at. But at the same time, mera manna ye hai कि माँ होने के साथ साथ आप 10 और चीजें कर सकते हैं, because we're the queens of multitasking, let's face it. And हमसे ज्यादा अच्छा कोई अच्छा इतना multitask नहीं कर सकता जितना हम माएं कर सकती है, because we're doing a ton of things at our homes. And I think that we can pursue our professional career as well as our passion career, because that is also a thing that most of us women are doing by sitting at our homes and pursuing small businesses and etc. तो मैं आज आपके सामने जो मैं आज टॉपिक लेके आई हूँ वो है वर्किंग मॉम्स एंड द ब्रूटल रियलिटी. What is the reality like for us working mothers? सबसे पहले तो I want to introduce myself as a mom of 2 kids. I have 2 daughters. One eldest daughter is 4 years old, and जो छोटी वाली है वो सिर्फ 2 साल की. So they're both obviously they're toddlers. And I started this community because जब मैंने Super Women of Pakistan start किया था, I was sitting in an office one day, and मैं 9 to 5 excuse me 9 to 5 job करना चाहती थी, and I wanted to just see how I can actually manage a job and have being a mom. My daughter was only 3 months old at the time, and मुझे बड़ा verbally एक company ने encourage किया कि you should come in and you should bring your daughter and you should work with us. But little, I mean, the harsh reality of it all was that just little after 1.5 months, I realized it's not working out, because कहना आसान है कि हम ख़वातीन को empower करते हैं, but उस तरह की policies बनाना, उस तरह का infrastructure बनाना, उस foundation के ऊपर अपनी उस foundation के ऊपर अपनी company को build करना is an entirely different thing. So it's one thing when you say that you empower females, but it's a whole another game when it comes to building such policies, building such open policies for women who are, want to come back to the workforce. तो क्या reality है? सबसे पहला सवाल तो most of the people that usually ask us कि do you really need to work, like really क्या आपको बाकी जरूरत है जॉब करने की, तो उसका सबसे आसान सा जवाब ये है कि हम जरूरत के तहत, मतलब जरूरत is not the first thing, the need is not the first thing that comes to mind to us women who have kids, who have young kids, who have older kids. जरूरत के तहत भले बहुत से लोग करते हैं जॉब, but it's not the only reason we want to go back to the workforce. It's not the only reason why we want to work in the first place. हम अपनी सोसाइटी में हम औरतों का एक रोल ऐसा है कि हम जब हमारी शादी नहीं हुई होती तो हम अपने बाप के नाम से जाने जाते हैं, जब हमारी शादी हो जाती है तो हम अपने हस्बैंड के नाम से जाने जाते हैं. So it's always a man in our families who we are associated with and who not helps, but who is basically, the main factor in our lives that identifies us women. And along this whole journey from being a daughter, from being to being a wife and to being a mother, our identity just gets lost in some way. And it's one of the reasons why us women face with so many, मतलब emotional level पे हमारी ज़्यादा struggle है बनिस्बत physically जो हमें मुश्किलात का सामना करना पड़ रहा होता है. So there's a lot of boxes to check. So it's not just this कि हमें ज़रूरत के तहत ही काम करना है, हम काम इसलिए करना चाहते हैं क्योंकि हम we are so much more beyond than just a woman. We're so much more beyond than just being a mother, being a daughter, being a wife. I mean, we have a whole personality. We have a whole, we're passionate about things. We want to pursue a certain careers. We want to be able to do so many things in little time. And that's just not, the need is not the only reason why we want to work. The financial need is not the only reason. Although, yes, financial independence helps us be stronger, helps us make decisions, because हमारे घरों में men are the decision makers. And why that's true, it's not only because he's the man of the house, but also because he has the financial authority. So it goes without saying that financial authority indeed gives so much power, so much authority to us women as well. And this is the reason why we also want to pursue a career, or but with this also ये जो work life balance एक terminology हमारी बड़ी commonly use होती है कि are you balancing your work and life well, are you able to do that, or कभी हम किसी working woman को देखते हैं जो कि barely she's able to manage her household but she's excelling at work, or somebody who's not excelling at work but is managing her household so well. So this whole terminology work life balance I think is a joke, because there is no such thing as balance. You can just never find balance. And I think इतना ज़्यादा हम इस चीज़ को इतना focus है ना हमारी society पे कि you should be able to do everything, every responsibility perfectly. यानी we don't look at men whether they are managing their house, managing their kids, and also managing their work life. But because if they're excelling at work life, that means they're excelling at life in general. But for us women, हमें वो वाला box भी check करना, ये वाला box भी check करना. So the work-life balance is merely a joke, and that is one of the biggest struggles us working women face in our lives. Next thing I want to talk about is how this exact terminology, working mom, is redundant. It should not be used. I mean, it's 2021. The world has changed so much post-COVID, and the workforce life has gone all remote and everything, but at the same time we have such old conventional traditional way of thinking. I think हमें इस चीज को इतना banana nahi chahiye ki, you know, you are a mom and you're also working. I think it goes without saying that we are like I said in the beginning of my talk, that, you know, women are the queens of, moms are the queens of multitasking. So this terminology should be kicked out of the box, honestly speaking. Which reminds me to talk about this picture. This picture is from 2018. You can see the little baby who was 3 months old at the time, and I was sitting in an office and I was just trying to work this job, which was 9 to 5, 2 ghanta aana, 2 ghanta jana. It was so difficult to manage, but I was trying to do my best because I just wanted to be able to do that for myself first, because, you know, I came first in my own picture. So this is such a lesson for all of us women, because, you know, we tend to put ourselves in the last, and we tend to put ourselves way behind. We put the family first, we put the kids first, we put the husband first, the mother first, the parents first. I think if we start keeping ourselves the first, then the whole order just fixes itself, because हम अपने आप को इतना आखिर में रख लेते ना, तो फिर हम कुछ मैनेज नहीं कर पाते. हम अपने आप को मैनेज कर लेना, सबसे बड़ी चीज वही है हमारे लिए, कि हम अपने आप को मैनेज कर लें इमोशनली, फिजिकली, स्पिरिचुअली. इफ यू आर डूइंग ओके, आई थिंक एवरीथिंग एल्स just, you know, falls into its place. And then I also want to talk about how, I mean, it's one thing कि society में already, you know, एक लड़की अगर पढ़ रही है तो कहते हैं कि भाई तुम पढ़ क्यों रही हो, एक लड़की अगर जॉब कर रही है तो फिर कहते हैं भाई तुम जॉब क्यों कर रही हो, तुम्हारे बच्चे हैं, तुम अपने बच्चों को मैनेज कर लो. अच्छा, तो तुमने इतना पढ़ लिया है. अच्छा, जब हम कर भी रहे होते हैं ना, तब भी पीपल आर लाइक, तुमने कर लिया है, तुमने इतनी अच्छी डिग्री कर ली है, तो फिर तुम घर में क्यों बैठी हुई हो. चलो ठीक है, अब हम समझते हैं कि चलो भाई अब हमें जॉब करनी चाहिए, हमें अपने करियर बनाना चाहिए. हम करियर में घुसते हुए कहते हैं कि तुम कैसी माँ हो. किसी हाल में नहीं, हम खुश नहीं है. So we already are facing with so much mom guilt as is. So the society needs to cut us some slack. And who is the society that we're talking about? It's our parents, it's our sisters, it's our brothers, it's our husbands, it's our friends. Because, you know, agar aaj apne aap se aap puche at an individual level, are you supporting another woman's dream, another woman in your life? That can be your friend, that can be your sister, that can be your wife, that can be your mother, that can be your daughter. I mean, वो कोई भी औरत जो कि आपके घर में है मौजूद, even if you are a woman, are you supporting another woman's dream? Are you supporting, or are you just telling her what to do, or are you just, you know, dictating her what to do? If you're doing that, then I'm so sorry to say that a lot of people say that they empower women, but in general, in everyday life, they're not practicing this, you know, this belief. Because it's not just a belief anymore, it's an implementation of a society, and only then we can be called a healthy society. Because, you know, शाना बशाना औरत मर्द के साथ खड़ी हो सकती है ना, इसमें कोई बुराई नहीं है. ये 2021 है, दुनिया चांद पे, हम मतलब ये एक वो जो थॉट है ना कि दुनिया चांद पे चली गई है एंड हम अभी तक वही हैं. इट्स ट्रू, यू नो, सैडली society in Pakistan, they're so backward and so I mean, up to we do see organizations working, and, you know, I was just hearing Shima Kirmani's talk, and she's such an inspiring woman. And I think आज की पूरी ही टॉक में जितनी भी खवातीन ने, all the women who spoke up, it's amazing to see all those women doing such individual level पे जो हम काम कर रहे हैं ना. I think it's very important, it's very needed. So please don't ever think that your efforts are any less or any you know, they're not being noticed. Because बहुत छोटे लेवल पे it is all working. Believe me when I say this. Manha, please move aside. Okay, जी. So my final thoughts are that even if you are a mom and if you have an hour to spare for yourself, 1 घंटा ही अगर आपके पास है पूरे दिन में अगर आप काम करती हैं, आप कपड़े धो रही हैं, आप बर्तन धो रही हैं, आप खाना पका रही हैं, आप अपने बच्चों को देख रही हैं, 1 घंटा भी अगर आपके पास है तो अपने लिए निकालें, उस वक्त को अपने लिए सर्व करें. एंड उसके अंदर आप कुछ भी ऐसी चीज करना चाहती हैं जो कि आपको लगता है आप अपनी खुशी उसको करके आपको खुशी है, तो डू दैट. यू नो, डोंट लेट एनीबडी टेल यू कि अब क्या करोगी, इट्स टू लेट नाउ, और डोंट पुट योरसेल्फ इन अ डाउट. यू नो, you have to be your own person, you have to be your own cheerleader, because this is the only way it's going to work. This is the only way you will be able to, you know, go in a confident way. And I think confidence is so important. Lastly, I also want to touch base on how our spouses, those who do support, matter in this journey. So this is my husband, Fahad. is his name, and ये एक event की picture है जो कि मैंने conduct करवाया था 2018 में. एक बहुत बड़ा सा event था, and I was so happy that I did it, and that's my young सबसे बड़ी वाली बेटी है मेरी गोद में इस वक्त. And such spouses, I mean, you know, these guys who stand by us, who support us, I think that can be a very important you know, ladder to your journey of success. Because I mean, I'm not saying that all the credit goes to the men in your life, but you know, you do have to stand up for yourself and start speaking up for yourself in order to get other people support you in your journey as well. So you know, आपका सबसे जब भी मैंने सबसे पहले बोला कि you come first in your journey. Who are you? Like, ask yourself seriously. You can't just be defined as a mom. You can't just be defined as a wife to somebody. Who are you in your real life? Who is Nida? You know, I ask this myself every day कि मैं कौन हूँ, मेरी क्या शनाख्त है, मेरी क्या identity है. So this keeps you going. This keeps you wake up every day and you literally. मैं आपको अपनी practice बताती हूँ. I sleep every day thinking to myself, asking this question to myself: What have I done today to inspire another human? आज मैंने ऐसी क्या बात कही है, क्या बात करी है, या कौन सा ऐसा मैंने एक्शन किया, क्या मैंने ऐसा एक्ट किया है, what have I done today that might have helped or might help somebody else, some other woman, some other man, someone to, you know, come to a positive track. So kudos to men like my husband for sure, who has always supported me in my dreams, and a lot of credit goes to him for helping me feel empowered in my skin, and that's a very important thing. Lastly, I would just like to say, never settle, because you just have to keep going, not for others, not for the sake of the society, but for yourself. Even if you are a mom, even if you have 5 kids, if you have 1 child, it does not matter. What matters is who you are as a person and where you see yourself in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years. आप कहाँ देखना चाहते हैं अपने आप को? You know, don't put a full stop to your learning. Don't put a full stop to your growth, career wise, to your growth on an individual level. किसी भी level पे you should not just say कि बस अब हो गया है. I've studied pharmacy and मैं 3rd year में थी जब मेरी शादी हो गई थी, और मैंने अपनी पढ़ाई अपनी शादी के बाद कंप्लीट की. It was such a difficult struggle. Miss Sadaf knows. She's a teacher to me as well, not in my department, but she's a teacher I have always looked up to and have connected with in a very long, I mean, all of my student life I was connected with Miss Sadaf, and she knows what I have been through in terms of you know, getting my degree and everything. But I just didn't want to stop, honestly. And ab main MBA kar rahi hu. I'm studying MBA in marketing because of my community, which I have been leading so far, has helped me learn so much of marketing. I want to now start studying it and see where it, you know, lands me. So never say no to your career growth or your spiritual growth or your emotional growth even, because you know, jab hum apne aap ko bloom karna, you know, ek फूल होता है, it takes time to bloom. इसी तरह से हम ख़वातीन भी या हम सब इंसान भी, we take time to bloom as well, and that can only happen once you just, you know, never say no to yourself when it comes to learning, when it comes to growing, when it comes to taking risks. And I know how scary it is if you're a doctor and you want to start a baking business, for example. It's very scary, honestly, because what are the chances? I mean, आपको risk का दिमाग में सोच के, you know, you feel so scared कि what if you fail, and so many other people will just be like, you know, I mean, what are you doing with your life, and where are you standing on a career? So don't worry about that, first of all, because risk taking is a skill which will only help you fail, and that's okay. So get that acknowledgement of failure as well, and only once you start failing a little bit, you will start succeeding as well at some point, right? So सिर्फ excuse me, failure के डर से अपने आप को you know, अपने आप को doubt में ना डालें, because हम सब fail होते हैं. I also started this business some time ago, and it has now been put on a pause, unfortunately. But let me tell you one thing, कि जब तक मुझे failure की acknowledgement नहीं आ गई थी, तब तक मैं उस चीज को start नहीं कर पाई, उसके अंदर अच्छा खासा पैसे नहीं invest कर पाई, अपने आप को नहीं invest कर पाई. So acknowledge the fact that you can fail, and it's okay. The only thing matters is what your learning takeaways are from that experience. And I think on an individual level, on a community level, I think we all need to set better examples of, if you're a mother, you need to, inspire another woman who is also a mom. So this is me, this is my eldest daughter, this is my youngest daughter, and all of us are here cheering for all the women. And I hope that my experience can help you understand कि अगर मैं कर सकती हूँ तो literally कोई भी कर सकता है. So thank you so much, Ms. Sada, for inviting me to this amazing talk, and I'll be happy to contribute in any way that I can for women who are watching me, who want to get some guidelines on starting a business or anything. Honestly, I'm here. I'm your biggest cheerleader. So thank you. If you have any questions, the floor is open for questions now. Yes.
Thank you, Nida, for such an inspiring talk. Now we have certain questions. Yusra, can you post the questions? One comment is that, Nida, there is a very much discrepancy, you can say, or the argument that people make that you have to do this and you have to do this, and why we always have to be the super women and super mom, why we cannot just be a human being and we can do anything, or there may be shortcomings also. Why people always burden the women actually to do everything, and always expecting everyone to do the same. Because if you are doing something, maybe the scenario is not different, not the same in certain other lives, but it should be the standard. People make the standard that if this is a mom, she has to do this. If this is a woman, she has to do this. She has to be perfect in every slot and every category. So how we can change that?
Sadaf, it's a great question, but I wish that we had enough time to change our traditional, conventional mode of thinking. So this is not a standard set by a religion, because our religion also empowers us women. This is a cultural fault. So at a cultural level, ये जो mindset है ना कि ये सारी set of responsibilities एक औरत को ये भी करना है, सुबह उठना तो उसको ये करना है, उसको ये करना है, ये करना है, ये करना है, ये एक cultural मसला है हमारा. And cultural level तब fix हो सकता है जब individual level पे हम, because see, हमारे कल्चरल नॉर्म्स इतने कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो चुके हैं ना अब जाके, स्पेशली एक औरत के लिए सरवाइव करना इसलिए इतना मुश्किल है सोसाइटी में, बिकॉज दिस इज व्हाट वी ऑल डू, दिस इज व्हाट वी डू टू अनदर वुमन. लाइक जब उसकी शादी होती है तब हमारे जहन में आता है कि बस अब उसकी लाइफ ऐसी होगी, जस्ट प्ले इट आउट इन आवर माइंड्स. हम उस चीज को पूरा प्ले आउट कर लेते कि एक औरत की जिंदगी कैसे है और किस तरह से चलनी चाहिए. ये कल्चरल मसला है. इसके ऊपर हम इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे हम ये कर सकते हैं कि वी स्टार्ट द वुमेन हु आर द एडवोकेट्स फॉर फीमेल एम्पावरमेंट इन पाकिस्तान और इन जनरल in any country, we start to show more about our lives and how we are doing it, and we make some men as well as advocates for female empowerment, because as much as I hate to say it, it is a patriarchal society that we live in. And I think मर्दों को अगर हम advocates बना देना, जैसे हम सारी तो advocates हैं, like you are an advocate, I'm an advocate, Dr. Saida Sadaf Akbar is an advocate, Ms. Shima Kirmani is an advocate. We're all advocates for what we believe in, and we're all advocates for women empowerment. But एक society तब नहीं change हो सकती जब सिर्फ औरतें ही लगी रहे काम करने में. मर्दों को भी खड़ा होना पड़ेगा. Men also need to be advocates for female empowerment, and we need to show better examples of fathers who are contributing at home. We need to show better examples of husbands who are contributing at home, because जब हम वो दिखाएंगे ना तभी हमारी सोसाइटी चेंज होगी. हम अपने ड्रामों में क्या दिखाते हैं, हम अपने एंटरटेनमेंट जो हमारी इतनी बड़ी इंडस्ट्री है, टीवी इंडस्ट्री की, पाकिस्तान की टीवी इंडस्ट्री.
Neta, continuing to this, there is a question do you think that our society ever allow women to choose herself over these societal expectations? Are we going towards this direction? Will this ever happen?
On a very small level, we are going in the correct direction. But sadly, on a major level, our women have accepted these roles. That's also one of the biggest problems that today we stand at this level. Because, you know, बचपन से हम सुनते आ रहे होते हैं, इस एज पे शादी हो जानी चाहिए लड़की की. अब उस लड़की की जब उस एज पे शादी नहीं होती तो फिर वो क्या करती है? वो पेरेंट्स को ही, you know, ब्लेम करती है ना कि भाई आपने मेरे जहन में डाला है. So what are we teaching to our little girls? Is shadi the end game of life? Is shadi it for you? But we don't talk about anything else. So yes, you are right कि हमारी society जा तो रही है अब अच्छे direction में, you know, when it comes to female empowerment, but very slowly. I think I would give another 100 years to Pakistan to start really, you know, do anything what we're doing right now.
And the one question is that why it is hard to ask the question, or why it is hard to ask for help being a woman, because it is always fear. There is always a fear to being judged or being labeled as not doing well in the life if we go for that ask help.
Uska jawab hai mom guilt. We're always looked upon as someone who is sufficient, who knows it all. You know, in a snap, we should know कि क्या चीज कब कौन सी चीज कब करनी, कहाँ करनी है. And I think कि ये सबसे जो बड़ा मसला है ना वो है mom guilt तो है ही, but every day हमें मतलब, you know, मैं वही I might sound very repetitive, but it really comes down to what we have been hearing since when we were little girls. तो हम उस चीज को अपने mentally, psychologically, it's always at the back of our heads. What is an ideal woman that we should compare ourselves to? And it is so hard to ask for help. I mean, even right now, when I speak so much of empowerment, I mean, I'm doing everything that I can. It still is difficult for me even to ask for help. कि भाई ये I need this done, or I hire a help and I ask somebody to, you know, help me with my everyday chores. तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा मुश्किल काम इसीलिए है because we are seen as somebody who जिसको सब आना चाहिए. And I think we're trying very hard to maintain that character out on the front कि सही है, I can do it, like, you know, कोई मसला नहीं है. मैं भले थक के बिल्कुल मेरा हशर हो रहा होगा थकावट से, but still मेरे लिए मुश्किल है help के लिए ask करना, because, you know, we're just seen as a strong woman on the outside. On the forefront, we are seen as somebody who can do it, who can manage it. And one of the reasons why we do that is because the certain standard that is set by our society. एक औरत को ऐसा होना चाहिए. And I think this is the reason why it's so difficult for us to ask for help.
Thank you, Nida, for giving these answers that were actually, I was expecting that this message should be there from this conference platform. Anyone else who want to question, they can open their mic and ask, because I was narrating the question that is actually appearing on our YouTube channel. So if anyone can ask in the Zoom, they can open their mic and comment or ask the question.
Ma'am, I do have a question.
Yes,
it's Farah Batul. Hi, Nida. That was such an inspirational talk. But what I really want to ask, although so many aspects of this thing has been discussed, but as per now, this all seems to be a fantasy land unless a woman herself wants to take a step or wants to take a leap for herself only. So what could be or what should be the motivation behind that phenomena?
Thank you so much for asking, Farah, and thank you so much for listening to my whole talk. इसका जवाब जो है ना वो भी यही है इसका जवाब यही है कि if we start, like if you were to say कि आप कौन सी एक ऐसी exercise करें, so this is a homework to all the girls who are listening to my talk right now. Start telling yourself these positive affirmations. Is कहते हैं positive affirmations. What are you telling yourself? What you tell yourself, you start believing it and you start practicing it as well. Like for example, अगर आपको मतलब ठीक है, you said कि it all sounds like a fantasy land, and it actually does sound like a fantasy land. Let's not beat the bush about it, because वाकई ये हर किसी के बस की बात नहीं है और हमें इजाजत भी नहीं होती ना हम करें. Our wings are cut up from when we are child, but start telling yourself these positive things about yourself, even if you feel you're not doing enough. Tell yourself that you are enough. तो अपने आप को कहें ये रोजाना, अपने शीशे में खड़े हो जाए अपने सामने. And I do this too. I sleep thinking positively, strongly of myself, and eventually I just start implementing it in my own personality as well. And I think ये सिर्फ कहने की बात नहीं, but eventually it becomes such a powerful tool for yourself. And if we really start to like tell ourselves these positive affirmations, we will eventually get there as well. So it's one thing that आप अभी आजकल कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे, and it's so hard for you to manage your household responsibilities, let alone being a mom as well at the same time. But if you start telling yourself, मुझे आज से इसके ऊपर काम करना है, या मैं इसके ऊपर काम करूंगी, I will do it. Or you are somebody who wants to start studying again. शायद आपने इंटर किया हुआ है, आपने ग्रेजुएशन करना है, शायद आपने ग्रेजुएशन किया हुआ है, आपने मास्टर्स करना है. You start telling yourself, thinking, preparing yourself mentally, because देखें, change doesn't come all of a sudden. It starts at a very small, minimized level. It starts at a full stop and then it builds up. It's a very small step that you take for yourself today, because preparing yourself mentally means preparing yourself on the outside as well. And this is the whole thing that you put up to the world. तब आपकी रीजन ऑफ फाइट करना, अपने लिए बोलना, बिकॉज आज आपने सोचा कि मैंने कल से दुनिया फतह कर लेनी है, कल आप अपने लिए बोलना शुरू करेंगे, पीपल विल बी लाइक तुम कुछ नहीं कर सकती, सिट डाउन, सही है. बट जब आपका केस स्ट्रांग हो जाता है, लॉयर क्या करता है, अपने केस के लिए तैयारी करता है. जब उसको सारे इन्स एंड आउट्स एंड all the difficulties and everything, मतलब वो सब कुछ समझ लेता है अच्छे से, तब वो उस केस के बारे में लड़ सकता है ना. कोर्ट में तो हम तभी लड़ते हैं ना जब हमें सब कुछ पता होता है, हमें अपना वी नो where we stand. एग्जाम की तैयारी करनी है, हमने सारा लेक्चर अच्छे से पढ़ा है. ऐसा नहीं होता कि आपने एक दिन पढ़ लिया और अगले दिन आपने बड़ा जबरदस्त सा पेपर दे दिया, आपने वो केस जीत लिया. ऐसा नहीं होता. It has to start somewhere. So you start telling yourself these positive affirmations, you start preparing for it mentally in your head, कि आपको आप 5 मिनट 10 मिनट भी अगर आप देंगी ना रोजाना, अपने आप को रिमाइंड कराएं who you are, who is फरा कौन है. फरा क्या एक सिर्फ मामूली सी एक लड़की है, फरा क्या एक ग्रेजुएट है, फरा क्या एक माँ है, नहीं. अपने आप को याद दिलाएं कि आप कौन है, what do you stand for, where do you see yourself going. Like आप अपनी स्किन में who are you. Like if I'm sitting here today in front of you, I'm not sitting here because I'm a mom, I'm sitting here because I built this community called Super Women of Pakistan, and I got thousands of women to it resonates with their story. So who are you, Farah? What is your story? And do you really think कि आपकी स्टोरी से कोई और खवातीन, कोई और दूसरी औरतें इंस्पायर हो सकती? So it all comes down to who you are at an individual level. So ये एक एक्सरसाइज है. आप अपने आप को रोजाना अपने मेंटली अपने आप को प्रिपेयर करें और अपने आप को कहते हुए सुने भी. when it's one thing जब अपने आप तैयार होते हो रोजाना, आप अपने आप को आईने में देखते हैं, यार मैं अच्छी लग रही हूँ आज, है ना, मैं आज बड़ी प्यारी लग रही हूँ. कोई कह देता है यार निदा आज तो तुम बड़ी जबरदस्त लग रही हो, बस हमको एक कॉन्फिडेंस बूस्ट मिल जाता है. सो अगर आपको कोई दूसरा नहीं कह रहा ना, यू नीड टू स्टार्ट सेइंग दिस टू योरसेल्फ, निदा आज तो तुम बड़ी जबरदस्त लग रही हो, आज तो मतलब बस सीन ऑन है, ठीक है. So you have to do this for yourself. If nobody else is doing it for you, be your biggest cheerleader, because you are your only cheerleader in the starting anyway. And then even if I have such a big following, and I don't see myself as a celebrity or anything, because I'm not a celebrity. I am just another regular woman. But what I feel happy is about is के मेरी जो story है ना, वो कोई unique story नहीं है. मेरी story है, वो हर औरत की story है. And you know, that's where it instigates. That's where it starts to ignite that fire के अच्छा यार, हम मतलब मैं कोई आसमान से नहीं उतरी हुई, मैं भी एक वही औरत हूँ, एक पाकिस्तानी घर में पैदा हुई हूँ, एक पाकिस्तानी हाउस होल्ड में मैंने प्रेशर के अंदर मैंने फार्मेसी पढ़ा है. मैंने फार्मेसी क्यों पढ़ा है? इसलिए पढ़ा है क्योंकि मेरी 2 कजन्स थी एंड एक डॉक्टर बननी थी, एक डेंटिस्ट बननी थी. आई वाज लाइक ओ माय गॉड, अगर मैंने मेडिकल नहीं पढ़ा तो मुझे कितना सुनने को मिलेगा. सो यू नो आई डिड दैट. मतलब आई हैव बीन थ्रू इट एज वेल. द स्ट्रगल इज रियल एंड योर स्ट्रगल एंड माय स्ट्रगल, हम सबकी स्ट्रगल देखते हैं. बट what do we tell ourselves when we go to sleep? Like सोने से पहले मैम आप लोग अपने आप को क्या रिमाइंड कराते हैं? जी सदफ.
Thank you so much, Nida, for conveying this message and answering all the questions. And I hope that the discussion has so much more things to discuss, but we have time constraint. But thank you again for doing this and coming to the panel.
Of course.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
I would like to close the session and handing this over to Ms. Ujala Sajid to start moderating the session for the oral and free paper presentation. Ujala, just 1 minute so that I can close my camera, and then I'll be handing over to our other panelists as well. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Ujala Sajid, your host for oral presentation session. For this session, we have with us Ms. Huzaifa Sarfaraz as the chair. She is an aspiring sociologist currently working as a specialist humanities at Aga Khan University Examination Board. She has completed her MPhil and is currently enrolled in PhD at Department of Sociology, University of Karachi. Ms. Huzaifa research interest is mainly women-oriented, and she has extensively worked on women labor, violence, marital rape, and female economic participation. Thank you so much, Ms. Huzaifa, for being with us today. And for co-chair, we have Ms. Sonia Arshad from Liaquat National Hospital. She has been affiliated with Liaquat National Hospital since 2013 and is currently a PhD scholar at University of Karachi. She is a visiting faculty at University of Karachi and Tabahat Institute and is pursuing her career in teaching and research. She has published research articles in several international and national journals. She is a hardworking and detailed-oriented woman. Thank you so much, Ms. Sonia, for being with us today. Moving on, we will start with our first presentation. Yes. Moving on, we will start with our first presentation by Farhana Tabassum from Ziauddin University, Karachi, Pakistan. Ms. Farhana, over to you.
Thank you so much. Can you see my screen? Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I would like to thank you all organizing members and committee to invite me for this presentation. And I would like to start with the presentation to cut down some time. I am Pakistan's first advanced nurse practitioner, and I have been working on nurses empowerment since I came back to Pakistan a few years ago. And my motive is to look at the nurse's role as the pillar of the society. Because when we talk about women and we consider them as a pillar of the society, we look at the nurse's role. And when we look at the Sustainable Development Goal, International Sustainable Development Goal, we see that there is a sexual and productive health, mental health and well-being of the women, and gender equality. And when you look at generally all the goals, then you will see women are directly involved with the status of the Pakistan in the ranking of sustainable goals. Pakistan at the moment is at 134th position. From 2015, it has gone down just because of the gender inequality, the treatment to the women, maternal deaths, the young children death, and health and well-being is questionable among women. As Dr. Shersha has already mentioned, early marriages of the women, the young girls getting married, and the children are dying at the birth, and the women are suffering. They are not educated. So we are talking about no poverty, zero hunger, quality education, gender equality. These are all 7, 8 sustainable goals, and everywhere you will see the women are involved. And we see Pakistan in a different scenario when it comes to the women status. Nurses change life, and that changes everything. If you empower the women with education, and when they become nurses, that is going to make a difference, a big difference for the life of the people, and for the life of the children, and for the nation. You see globally what nurses are doing. You look at the contribution nurses have made. In 1854, more than 100 years ago, the infection control practices evolved by Florence Nightingale. Still, the world needs those practices. In Australia in 1939, Elizabeth invented the physical therapy, and now the physical therapy, physiotherapy is a different entity. In England, jaundice was causing infant death. In 1950, our nurse found out that the jaundice can be treated in the open air in the sunshine. In 1983, the quarantine patients because of the AIDS outbreak, nurses compassionately looked after 24 hours those patients. In Liberia, 2014, we talk about PPE now. In 2014, so many years ago, a student nurse invented this PPE, which is now being used. And she just used the duct tape and garbage bags to protect herself, to transfer the Ebola virus patients to the medical facilities. Same thing, a nurse, Rebecca, she invented a communication device for the patient with cerebral palsy. So you can see how nurses are making a difference. They're making a great difference for the whole world, not only for the nursing, not for only the nursing profession, they're making a difference for the population, for the nation. So why we cannot do that in Pakistan? We have to educate the women to become nurses. The problem is that our government stopped the diploma without thinking that we are stopping the diploma of nursing, and we did not started the colleges of intermediate science colleges in the remote areas. Now the metric pass women cannot become nurses because BSc nursing needs an inter-science student to become a nurse with minimum 50% of marks obtained in the intermediate. We need to empower these girls. We need to invent colleges. We have to start colleges in remote areas where these girls, they can do the intermediate science to become the nurses. And that can change in Pakistan. Our nation health, nurse practitioners and advanced nurse practitioner can change this scenario. You see, the Pakistan need 18 million nurses. 18 million nurses. And we have only less than 1 million nurses. And how many patients we have? We have 400 patients die with stroke every day in Pakistan. We have 186 deaths per 100,000 live births. This is the mortality rate of women I'm talking about, every third and fourth patient is either hypertensive or cardiac patient. 50 people million with diabetes. We are sitting on the atom bomb of diabetes. 50 million people, almost 26-25% of the population is having diabetes, and we don't have even a single advanced nurse practitioner or nurse practitioner in Pakistan. I'm Pakistan's first advanced nurse practitioner, but unfortunately 16 years ago I did this degree from UK, 16 लाख रुपए खर्च करके, लेकिन अभी तक पाकिस्तान नर्सिंग काउंसिल ने इस डिग्री को एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया. But I am very grateful to our DGN. सिंध की जो नर्सिंग डिपार्टमेंट की जो डायरेक्टर ऑफ नर्सिंग है, she is taking a lead in empowering nursing to educate, to become the patient's Pakistan nation's advocate. And we are going to achieve that target. She started the infection control mass training all over the Sindh. And she has been working on the community health nursing and primary health care. And it will reduce the maternal and child death rate. Not only that, nurses can educate the young girls from menstrual menarche to the menopause to the old ladies. And when the young girls become pregnant, the nurses can support them. Child spacing, contraceptive methods, the nurses can make a big difference in their lives. And the mass vaccination initiated by Madam Khairunisa, thankfully, that we have vaccinated a big number of population in Sindh, and we will improve the nurse ratio by increasing the training institute. But we need these girls' childs who are getting married at the early age. We need them to do the metric, to do the intermediate, to become nurses. When you empower women with education, they become nurses, and that is going to change the nation health, inshallah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Farhana. I would like Ms. Josefa and
if anybody has got any question, they can ask.
Ms. Sonia to comment.
No, I don't have any question, but I really like the whole concept which you have shared regarding your whole journey and whole practices. And we really appreciate the nursing efforts in all the medical aspect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I want to ask a question from Ms. Farhana. First of all, it was a good presentation. I have one question. The profession nursing, it is a sad reality that in Pakistan, it doesn't deserve the respect and honor.
Thank you so much, Ms. Farhana. Yes.
Yeah, I can hear.
That it should have. So what do you think are the ways through which we can motivate families and girls to opt this profession?
Actually, to motivate the families, we need to improve the nurses' cadre in government positions. We don't have primary healthcare nurses role evolved in Pakistan yet. Our government, our ministries, they have to look at this. Until they give some respect to this profession, they are using the nurses as a labor, a cheap labor for comparing to the doctors' availability. But they are not looking that empowering this nursing education institutes, colleges, they will actually give respect to the nursing profession. So the more girls will come. When I started this, when most of you maybe not been born at that time, when I joined the nursing in 1981 in Aga Khan University, my own brother did not talk to me for 6 months. He said, oh my goodness, what I'm going to tell my friends, my sister is going to become a nurse. And it is an informed consent. I choose this profession. My parents were American citizen, and I gave up my green card and came back to Pakistan after 36 years that I want to do something here in Pakistan. But the problem is that my father is still being an American citizen, he called me, don't do masters in UK, come to in America, and then you become a doctor in 2 years. And I said, no, I will be a doctor. I'm doing PhD now. I will be a doctor nurse. The problem is that how we gain this respect. Our media, what it shows, कि सोए हुए पेशेंट को नर्स जगा के नींद की गोली दे रही है, ये तो हमारे ड्रामे शो कर रहे होते। अगर इस तरह का मीडिया रोल प्ले करता रहा तो हमारी नर्सिस को, हमारे नर्सिंग प्रोफेशन को रिस्पेक्ट वो नहीं मिलेगी कि लड़कियां इस प्रोफेशन में आए। सिर्फ मजबूर लड़कियां, ब्रेड अर्नर्स, दे वांट चीप लेबर, और जल्दी से 3 साल की ट्रेनिंग, 4 साल की ट्रेनिंग करके हम कमाने वाली बन जाएं। दिस कॉन्सेप्ट वी हैव टू रिमूव फ्रॉम पाकिस्तान सिनेरियो। अब बहुत डिसेंट लड़कियां आ रही हैं, पढ़ी लिखी फैमिलीज की बच्चियां आ रही हैं, बट still we need 18 million nurses. 18 लाख नर्सिस की जरूरत है पाकिस्तान को। We need media, we need government, we need policy makers to look at this scenario in Pakistan.
Thank you so much, Ms. Farhana. Thank you for your time and your presentation. Moving on, our next presenter is Mr. Ali Hussaini from Aga Khan University and Zebis, Karachi. Ali, are you on there? I guess Ali has some connection issue. We can move to our next presenter, Maheen Mirza. She will be presenting her work on treatment of severe anxiety and social phobia by hypnosis. Maheen, you can share your screen.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
let
you
me
are
share
audible.
my screen then. ओके सबसे पहले मैं जो बात अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन शुरू करने से पहले करना चाहूँगी इसके इट इज़ वेरी हार्ड टू फॉलो अप आफ्टर मिस फरहाना। आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन सुन के ट्रूली बहुत बड़ी इंस्पिरेशन है and all the wonderful women and men that we've had here to speak today. So I want to thank all of you. मैं आप लोगों से experience और age में भी बहुत कम हूँ, तो I'm learning a lot today after attending. So just to give you an introduction to myself, I'm a student researcher, and my presentation is going to be a bit different from the presentations we've had so far in this conference, because I'm talking a bit more in medical terms of treatment that we've done for mental health issues, specifically severe anxiety and social phobia. And the reason that I'm presenting here at this conference is because हमारी primary or secondary author दोनों women हैं. We're tackling mental health issues and finding non-invasive procedures to give therapy and treatment to people who need it. And also, our specific case is of a 20-year-old boy. So हम specifically feminism or women empowerment के साथ ये भी चाहते हैं कि लड़कों को भी बताया जाए कि it's okay to come up and talk about these issues and give them a platform to also feel okay. So to start my presentation, I would also like to thank AEIRC for this platform and my co-authors for making all of this possible. So to start my presentation, we basically discussed the case of a 20-year-old male struggling with social phobia and severe anxiety and the effectiveness of hypnosis and neurolinguistic programming as a treatment for that. Now, hypnosis is being used in combination with many different forms of psychotherapy these days to work more effectively. And in a previous study that our co-authors did, we successfully treated a tobacco pan addiction of a man using hypnosis. And in this case study, we've combined neurolinguistic programming, which is a form of psychotherapy in which we identify trauma triggers and traumatic events that have led people to develop that anxiety or those mental health issues and disorders. And then through neurolinguistic programming, we do age regression, which allows us to access the patient's subconscious at that particular time when they went through that emotional trauma, and then give them therapy and alter those events so that they have a better recollection of that, and that helps treat and like give therapy for that traumatic event. So in our specific case, like I mentioned before, we have a 20-year-old male with a medical history of taking antipsychotics and antidepressants, and his visible symptoms were anxiety, tremors, and dysarthria, which is having trouble in speech and not being able to form words and speech cohesively. And this also included poor self-esteem and lack of self-confidence, which prevented him from being able to do many simple day-to-day tasks. So to begin his treatment, we began looking at the different traumas that he had experienced in his life. And this included basically doing age regression, as I mentioned before, neurolinguistic programming to identify each of his triggers which had caused his social anxiety to the extent of which he wasn't able to speak to people and he couldn't sit in a classroom or any type of social gathering without feeling extreme, overwhelming fear of being ridiculed or being made fun of or harassed. So to start his treatment, we first took consent to place him in a deep hypnotic trance. And once he was in this subconscious state, we took age regression to identify the first traumatic event, which was his father's passing at only 3 years old. And his subconscious state revealed that he was able to vividly describe and recall these events, which shows at such a young age, which shows that it really impacted him and scarred him on a deep level. His second instance was multiple instances of severe bullying by classmates and teachers due to his handicap. And then further on, while he wasn't experiencing any direct trauma, he just could not speak or be in a public space at all. The third event, which I've written here, wasn't any actual trauma, but it was extreme feelings of fear and anxiety that prevented him from any social interaction, crippling his self-esteem and confidence. And for each of these events, the patient recalled himself, but in his subconscious state. So he was still under hypnosis, and through the guidance of our hypnosis expert, we use neurolinguistic programming to sort of go through the different triggers and understand what was causing his disorder and this issue with his mental health. And this therapy took place over multiple sessions, which lasted a few hours each. And what we did was that for each of these traumatic events, our hypnosis expert guided the patient and helped him either recollect or see those memories as something else, or alter those in a way and replace them with narratives that decrease the intensity of the trigger and the negative feelings associated with each event. After our baseline treatment, we had a total of 2 therapy sessions, which lasted 3 to 5 hours each. And 2 weeks between each assessment, we monitored the recovery and effectiveness of the treatment using 2 scales, DAS-21 and RSE scale. This is because we couldn't just solely rely on the patient's feedback, though the patient in their own way said, we feel that we've recovered 70%, but we wanted a more quantitative approach to be actually able to measure how well they're doing. And there are multiple scales that could have been used. I'm sure some of you have heard of Beck's depression inventory. So DAS-21 and RSE measure other values that we specifically wanted. And to show you how those work, DAS-21 is the depression, anxiety, and stress scale. It has 21 questions that monitor depression, anxiety, and stress, 7 questions assigned to each one. The questions are scored from 0 to 3, going from does not apply at all to applies most of the time. The Rosenberg self-esteem scale has 10 questions, going from 1 to 4, strongly agree to strongly disagree. Now, the results that we found after taking 3 different sets of values throughout our treatment. For DAS-21, we showed a significant decrease in all values over our 3 measuring points. The greatest difference we found was in anxiety, which went down from 42 to 26. Our Rosenberg self-esteem scale showed a peak of 27 during the treatment and then a dip of 21. And this dip was anticipated because obviously during your treatment, the short-term effect is much more and you feel much more better and much more confident during this treatment. But what our third value, 21, shows is that that's the long-term effect. Yeah, that once the treatment was entirely concluded, so this is the lasting effect that stayed with the patient. And for the dip that we expected, 21 was actually a pretty good number. As a part of our discussion, we obviously looked at other studies and other research papers, work that people have been doing on the same topic across the world. And 2 specific things that I wanted to mention here were that someone who compared hypnosis as a treatment for anxiety to other methods, such as normal therapy, going to a normal therapist, or taking medication, or other prescriptions, etc. So in the first one, which was a study at the University of Hartford, they discovered that hypnosis works as a treatment for anxiety 84% better than other methods. And for the second study that I wanted to highlight, they took in hypnotizability as a factor, which refers to how susceptible a person is to hypnosis and how this can impact treatments. And they found that NLP and hypnosis was much more effective in patients and subjects that were highly hypnotizable versus those who are low hypnotizable. And that includes a number of factors. It can depend on how built up that person's trauma is in their heads and how deeply ingrained it is and how harder it can be to access. It can depend on how well the person communicates and how well they are able to understand. And in conclusion, our report established that massive improvement can be obtained in recovery from phobias and lack of confidence and other mental health issues using hypnosis and NLP. It is a time-efficient, cost-effective procedure and treatment, and it's now opening new horizons for clinicians and researchers to introduce non-invasive treatments and therapy for the people who need them. And in our case, it really helped our patient. And hopefully, if we expand this, and our research has just been published, so we'll be able to help a lot more people who don't want to go on to prescriptions or take drugs, antipsychotics, and antidepressants. So thank you. If anyone has any questions, I would love to take them.
Thank you, Maheen. If anyone have questions, they can ask.
I don't have question, but I just want to comment that thank you so much, Maheen, to raise out this issue. I think in the boys and the girls are same conditions occurring repeatedly. I have seen so many cases due for in the anxiety. Today we are celebrating the world, an event which are talking about the women empowerment, but actually our young boys and especially boys and the men also at the high risk to be at the harassment and other many things. So thank you so much. We learn a lot from your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I would like to add, Ms. Maheen, I really like your presentation and the case which you have presented. But as you mentioned that hypnosis and neuro-linguistic programming you have used. So what are other
Thank you,
ways of treating
moving on
this
to our next
as
presenter.
well? Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, Ms. Maheen. I just want to add ask from you regarding this, that you used hypnosis and neuro-linguistic programming for your patient improving. So rather than these two patterns, what are other patterns we can use for treating like anxiety, severe anxiety and social phobia patients if we are having? And you, as you have taken the case of a very young boy, so just share.
Yeah, so the other forms of treatment that I was discussing was regular therapy, going to a therapist and talking about your problems, and speech therapy, basically. And there's tapping therapy as well that is good for people who aren't able to express themselves as well, or may not be. I was talking about hypnotizability in my presentation. So a number of people who really built up their mental guards, as it would be, and don't seem to be able to go into a hypnotic trance as well. Tapping therapy is a way of calming their nerves and sort of providing them a relief and relieving them of their anxiety. Another way would be going to a therapist and talking, which might not work for everyone because not everyone can talk as well. Our specific patient, what we saw was taking antipsychotics and antidepressants. So in my recommendation would be that what we saw with this patient and what I saw from other research reports that I didn't mention in my presentation, but that we included in our case study, were that antidepressants and antipsychotics or any kind of psychiatric drug will take away those negative feelings, but they won't replace them with positive ones. So if there's feelings of depression, it'll take them away, but it's not like it'll make you happy, or it takes it away, but it won't add on to and give you positive feelings. So these are the alternatives for therapy if you don't have a licensed hypnosis expert or a neurolinguistic programming expert.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Maheen. Our next presenter is Mohammad Waqas Nisar from Jinnah Sindh Medical University, Karachi, Pakistan. Dr. Waqas, you can share your screen.
All right. So am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir, you are.
Yes, you are.
And what about my presentation? Is it?
Yes, sir, we can see your screen.
Sure. All right. A very good noon to all of you. My name is Dr. Mohammad Waqas. I'm serving as a lecturer in the Department of Community Medicine, Jinnah Sindh Medical University. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present my research work in this prestigious and the most much needed forum. The topic of my research is workplace bullying and mental health among working females. So we all have should have a little bit idea what is bullying all about. Bullying scientifically is defined as physical aggression like hitting and tripping, verbal harassment like name calling and teasing, or relational and social aggression. For example, spreading rumors or leaving prayers out of a social group. So there are different major types of bullying like physical bullying, verbal bullying, and social bullying. And cyberbullying are the major types of bullying circulating in our current society. There are remarkable number of studies showing that females are more prone and more affected by bullying, specifically when we talk about underserved countries like Pakistan. Workplace bullying is an ongoing and premeditated misuse of power that can affect health, social, economic, and career outcomes. Workplace bullying has been identified as a global problem because it is growing magnitude and the harmful effect in victims and workplace or organization. So there are many researchers witnessing that bullying has been shown to have unfavorable effect on people's health and well-being, and especially when we talk about mental health. Job stress, various kind of psychological and psychosomatic complaints, and decreased job satisfaction have been reported in many studies. Especially when we talk about female gender, workplace bullying is an extreme social stressor at work, leading to severe deterioration of mental health among its targets, that is usually females. So the main objective of my research is to investigate the relationship between exposure to workplace bullying with mental health and adverse psychosocial job characteristic. As far as the methodology is concerned, it was a cross-sectional study in which we did convenience sampling. We have enrolled 261 female doctors and nurses for our study from the period of 1st of April to 31st of July 2021. And the study site was Jinnah Postgraduate Medical Center, JPMC, Karachi. The data collection was done by online questionnaire, and the survey data was first coded and then analyzed using SPSS version 22. We used different scales and also run logistic regression to analyze the association between different variables in our study. So as we detailed view about the scales and questionnaire in our study, we use 22 items negative questionnaire that is used for assessing the negative behavior from colleagues, superiors, and subordinates. We also use the psychological distress measurement by Goldberg 12-item general health questionnaire, GHQ-12, which is a very well-established scales for the evaluation of psychological distress in population sample. And it is very valuable for its excellent screening performance and good clinical validity in terms of diagnosing mental disorders. And it is also used in various number of WHO studies. So, and the risk of occupational burnout was measured the widely applied Maslach burnout inventory scale and questionnaire. And we also used heuristic demand control questionnaire for measuring psychological job stress. That is really important component of my research. So let's come to the results. The demographic results showed 71% of medical doctors and 28% of nursing staff participation in our sample size. And majority of the study participants were from age range of 31 to 40 years of age. The job duration range for most of the respondents were 3 to 10 years. Female employees have post-graduation degree or on training were also greater in percentage in our study. The overall prevalence of bullying in our study is 33%. So that means 1 in 3 participating females experience bullying. Most of the participants are reported person-related bullying, that is 63%. The other one is the work-related bullying is 24%, and the rest of our physical intimidation, that was 13% in our study. What was the most reported type of bullying? Respondent, first of all, I would like to clear this point that the respondent who reported repeated victimization, like at least 2 times per month, were classified as victim of bullying. The most reported types of bullying were teasing, abusing, threatening, and separating from groups. And this is the most important slide of my presentation. Okay, what is the employment status of bullies who do bully? As far as job designation is concerned, most of the bullies was done by co-workers, while the immediate boss or supervisors were second in the list. In some cases, subordinates like the junior one were also involved with workplace bullying, because it is a very sad reality of our public sector setups that if someone is on a regular job, so they feel their job super secure, and they used to do bullying even to their senior one. Okay. This is also a very interesting finding in our study that 73% of participants have witnessed different forms of bullying during their working life. However, only 1% told that they used to witness workplace bullying very frequently. We tried to simplify the effect of workplace bullying on psychosocial job characteristic and burnout. So we have found that the low social support of workplace bullying females victims ultimately results in a very high job restraints and emotional exhaustion. We also run the logistic regression models. So by adjusting different kind of variables, we came to know that severe bullying was strongly associated with psychological distress, with the odd ratio equal to 5. And model 3 and model 4 results reveal the female with high emotional exhaustion were approximately 4 times more often likely to have psychological distress than the ones with low emotional exhaustion. So we concluded our study in such a way that occasional or severe bullying were strong predictors for psychological distress. Burnout did not mediate those associations. The effect of job restraints and low social support can directly affect mental health of a working female. The result of the study identified the need for mental health treatment as well as for preventive measures concerning workplace bullying to improve psychosocial working condition. So that's all from my side. These are the references, and thank you.
Nicely presented and very, you can say, good topic in the workplace of female. They are suffering from bullying and all this. Dr. Vikas, I just want to ask that you have used 5 different scales for measuring the bullying prevalence, and but you didn't mention separately the scales. Means burnout you have used scale, and you have used gold stain for the different perspectives, but you collectively give the bullying criteria and bullying results. So what's the exactly job related and burnout related results from your sample?
Actually, ma'am, I had covered all the aspects of bullying individually. That's why my questionnaire is very, very lengthy. And I have
Yes,
faced
I can understand because you have used 5 different scales in a single questionnaire.
Yes, but for the sake of time, I didn't explain each and every scale separately, but I just presented the overall general perception and the effects and association between all these variables of my study. That
so any recommendation or suggestion from your side that how can we minimize the bullying in workplace for females especially?
Actually, I am a very good example of feminism. I was raised by a mother and 4 sisters, but unfortunately, I have observed that even female bosses are making the life of female employees just like hell. I'm sorry to say this, but this is my general perception. So I think the proper training and some training sessions should be conducted, and there is a strong reporting system of bullying, and reporting and response system should be built by the decision makers of admin staffs of different institutions, not for hospitals only. So that can make a huge difference.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank you, Dr. Waqas, for choosing this important and crucial topic. And I must say that your presentation was very crisp and to the point. I have one question here. While presenting your data, you mentioned that the victims, you labeled people as victims, those were bullied 2 times at least. The people who were bullied 1 time or single time in their life, why they weren't categorized as victims of harassment or bullying?
That's a very good question. Actually, when we propose our research topic into some sort of IRB, Institutional Review Board, so they want us to take each and every step with the reference of some sort of a standard. So I took this standard definition of a person or a victim of bullying is there is another scale of New York scales of bullying. So they consider a victim of bullying, and I use their definition in my research. That's all from my side, and that's all the point. Of course, if someone is experiencing bullying first time and first and the last time, even in his or her own complete life, that is also important. But because we used to run after the standards, that's why I take this type of definition standard in my research.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Waqas. We will move to our next presenter, Ms. Aqsa Akhtar from Department of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences, University of Karachi. Aqsa, you can share your screen now. Okay, moving on. Our next presenter is Musarrat Rani from Midwifery Association of Pakistan. Ms. Musarrat, you can share your screen. Walaikum Assalam.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, Miss.
Hello. Okay. My screen is presenting.
Yes.
Hello. Okay. Thank you so much. सबसे पहले तो डॉक्टर सदफ का और उनकी तमाम टीम का और AEIRC और
Sorry, Miss Musarrat, I can't hear you.
Okay. Ujala, you hear me? Yes, please.
Yes, it's difficult to hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
You can
Yes.
improve. Okay, okay, fine.
Sure. Should I start?
Yes, you can.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, dear organizers. आप लोगों ने मौका दिया इस बहुत ही अच्छे से मौके पे कुछ चीजें एक्सप्लेन करने के लिए। मेरा टॉपिक जो मैं आज प्रेजेंट करने जा रही हूँ, समझ ले कि ये मेरे दिल की आवाज है। I am a midwife, alhamdulillah, and my topic is perinatal mental health conditions and the role of the maternity care provider. I am basically nurse midwife, vice president of Midwifery Association of Pakistan, and also work as a consultant in midwifery and RMNCAH field. What is perinatal mental health condition? आपने देखा होगा कि हमारे पास डिफरेंट जो है वो लोग होते हैं जो कि मौजूद होते हैं हमारे आसपास, लेकिन वो क्या कर रहे होते हैं, कैसे कर रहे होते हैं, पास पास हम लोग उनको देख नहीं पा रहे होते। खासतौर से जो हमारी फीमेल्स हैं, देखिए हेल्थ इज फॉर ऑल आजकल बहुत अच्छा जो है एक हमें आवाज सुनाई दे रही है, लेकिन हेल्थ फॉर ऑल का मतलब ये है कि वीमेन आल्सो हैव अ राइट टू बी हेल्थी, और उस हेल्थ में उनकी फिजिकल, मेंटल, सोशल और स्पिरिचुअल हेल्थ भी आ जाती है। लेकिन और खास तौर पे जो वो औरतें जो कि माएँ बनने और या माँ बन चुकी होती हैं, उस हालत में तो उनकी और भी बहुत ज़्यादा उनको بہترین رکھنے کی ضرورت ہوتی ہے، لیکن سب سے زیادہ ایریا جو اس وقت نیگلیکٹ ہو رہا ہے وہ یہی ہو رہا ہے. پیری نیٹل مینٹل ہیلتھ کنڈیشنز کیا ہوتی ہیں؟ بیسیکلی پیری مینٹل ہیلتھ وہ مینٹل ہیلتھ ہوتی ہے جو خاص طور پر فیمیل کی ہوتی ہے، جس وہ کنسیپشن اور پریگنینسی سے گزر رہی ہوتی ہے، اور جب وہ بچے کو پیدا کر لیتی ہے تو اس کے بعد وہ 12 مہینے تک اس کی کیئر کر رہی ہوتی ہے. اس دوران جو اس کو مینٹل ہیلتھ پرابلمز ہوتی ہے اس کو ہم پیری نیٹل مینٹل ہیلتھ پرابلمز کہتے ہیں. میں یہ کورس جو ہے میں آپ کو لاسٹ میں بتاؤں گی کہ کہاں سے میں نے یہ انسپائریشن لی. پیری نیٹل مینٹل ہیلتھ کنڈیشنز میں پیری نیٹل ڈپریشن آ جاتا ہے، انزائٹی ڈس آرڈر، بائیپولر ڈس آرڈر، شیزوفرینیا، پیوبرل سائیکوسس اینڈ دا پیری نیٹل سائیکوسس آ جاتے ہیں، اور پرسنالٹی ڈس آرڈر. یہ کچھ پکچرز ہیں. پیری نیٹل ڈپریشن ہے، پیری نیٹل انزائٹی ہے، سوسائڈل آئیڈیشن ہے. ان تمام کنڈیشنز کے نتیجے میں اس کے علاوہ سائیکوسس اور بائیپولر ڈس آرڈر. مین چیزیں جو اس کے مین پوائنٹس ہیں وہ یہ ہے کہ یہ بہت کامن کنڈیشنز ہیں جو کہ میٹرنیٹی سائیکل میں یا پیرینیٹل پیریڈ میں واقع ہوتی ہے. نمبر 2، سب سے جو خطرناک بات ہے وہ یہ ہے کہ یہ انڈر ڈائگنوز. سب سے اچھی بات یہ ہے کہ یہ ٹریٹیبل ہوتی ہیں، اور سب سے اچھی ایج جو ہوتی ہے ان کنڈیشنز کو واقع ہونے میں وہ ارلی 20s ہے، یا ہم کہہ سکتے ہیں کہ جو ارلی میرجز ہوتی ہیں ان فیمیلز میں یہ پرابلم زیادہ ہوتی ہے. نیکسٹ یہ ہے کہ ان میں جو ہے کن لوگوں میں زیادہ رسک ہوتا ہے. خاص طور سے پیری نیٹل میں جو فیمیلز ہوتی ہیں ان میں یہ کنڈیشن زیادہ ہونے کا، ریلیکس ہونے کی زیادہ چانسز ہوتے ہیں. لانگ ٹرم کانسیکوینسز جو ہوتی ہیں مدر انفینٹ فیملیز میں واقع ہوتی ہے، جو کہ میں آگے ایکسپلین کروں گی. اور لاسٹ میں یہ جو ہے کہ ہم لوگوں کی مڈ وائفس اور نرسز جو ہے نا بہت پرائم پوزیشنز پر ہوتی ہیں ان وومنس کو سپورٹ کرنے کے لیے. پریولنس ریٹ اگر آپ دیکھیں تو انزائٹی ڈپریشن جو ہے وہ موسٹ کامنلی اکر ہوتے ہیں. مثال کے طور پر ڈپریشن جو ہے وہ سب سے زیادہ ہے 1/5، ہر پانچ میں سے ایک جو پریگننٹ یا پوسٹ نیٹل وومن ہوتی ہے وہ اس کنڈیشن کا شکار ہوتی ہے. اور خاص طور سے ہر 3 میں سے ایک فیمیل جو کہ لو انکم کنٹریز میں رہتی ہیں اس کا شکار ہوتی ہے. بائیپولر شیزوفرینیا جو ہوتی ہے ہر 100 میں سے ایک ہوتا ہے، اور پیپرل سیپسس جو ہے وہ ہر 1000 میں سے ایک فیمیل کو ہوتا ہے. کیا امپیکٹ ہوتے ہیں اور کیا سوشل ڈٹرمنٹس ہوتے ہیں؟ دیکھیں وہ ہماری وہ عورتیں جو غریب ہیں، نمبر 2 جو کہ وائلنٹ انوائرمنٹ میں رہتی ہیں یا کنفلکٹ کا شکار ہوتی ہیں، سنگل ہیں یا امپلائڈ ہیں، ان ایجوکیٹڈ ہیں، سنگل فیملی میں رہتی ہیں یا ان کا لمیٹڈ سوشل سپورٹ ہے اور فیملی سپورٹ کم ہے، یا اڈلسنٹ گرل ہے جن کو کہ زبردستی شادی کر دی جاتی ہے، یا جن کے پاس گھر کا بہت زیادہ کام ہوتا ہے لیکن ان کو کیئر دینے والا کوئی نہیں ہوتی، اور ساتھ ساتھ ان کے پاس آٹونومی بھی نہیں ہوتی، یعنی کہ وہ انڈیپینڈنٹ نہیں ہوتی کہ وہ اپنے ڈیسیجن خود کر سکے. یہ وہ سوشل ڈٹرمنٹس ہیں جو کہ ان پیری نیٹل مینٹل ہیلتھ کنڈیشنز کو پیدا کرنے میں بہت اہم ثابت ہوتے ہیں. کیا امپیکٹ ہوتا ہے اگر ایک عورت جو ہے وہ ڈپریشن کا شکار ہو جائے، انزائٹی کا شکار ہو جائے، بائیپولر ڈس آرڈر کا، کیا ہوگا؟ سب سے پہلے تو وہ اسٹگماٹائز ہو جائے گی کہ یہ جو عورت ہے یہ پاگل ہے. سب سے بڑا اچھا لفظ جو ہم ان کے لیے استعمال کرتے ہیں. نمبر 2، سب سے بڑی جو کمی اس کی زندگی میں آ جاتی ہے وہ یہ کہ وہ اس کی زندگی میں خوشی کا تصور ختم ہو جاتا ہے. اس ماں کا اپنے بچے کے ساتھ لگاؤ ختم ہو جاتا ہے. بچہ جو نیگلیکٹ ہوتا ہے وہ خود نیگلیکٹ ہوتی ہے، اس کی فیملی نیگلیکٹ ہوتی ہے، میٹرنل ماربیڈیز بڑھ جاتی ہیں. ٹھیک ہے، ساتھ ساتھ اس عورت میں سوسائڈل تھاٹس زیادہ آ جاتے ہیں، ریلیشن شپ ختم ہونے شروع ہو جاتے ہیں، اور کمیونٹی میں اسے بہت ورس جو ہوتے ہیں آؤٹ کمز نکلتے ہیں. چیلنجز کیا ہیں اگر کوئی عورت جو ہے وہ اس کنڈیشن کا شکار ہو جاتی تو کیا ہوگا؟ سمپلی ہم لوگ جس طرح فزیکل کنڈیشنز کے لیے جاتے ہیں ڈاکٹرز کے پاس، یہ بھی ویسے ہی کنڈیشن ہے. یہ عورت جا کے ویسے ہی اپنی جا کے ٹریٹمنٹ کروا سکتی ہے، لیکن ایسا نہیں ہے. بہت سارے چیلنجز ہیں. سب سے پہلے تو ہم اس چیز کو ایکسیپٹ ہی نہیں کرتے کہ فیمیلز میں یہ ہوتا ہے. ہمارے پاس لیک آف اویئرنیس ہے، فیئر ہے اسٹگما کا کہ کسی کو پتہ چل جائے گا تو کیا ہمیں اپنا نہیں خیال ہوتا، ہمیں دوسروں کا زیادہ خیال ہوتا ہے کہ یہ کیا کہیں گے، لوگ کیا کہیں گے. ٹھیک ہے، پھر ہمارے پاس جو جہاں پہ کیئر اویلیبل ہوتی ہے وہاں تک ہم نہیں پہنچ سکتے. بہت دور دور جگہ ہوتی ہے، بہت کم جگہ ہوتی ہے، بہت کم ڈاکٹرز ہوتے ہیں، بہت کم مڈ وائفس ہیں، بہت کم میڈیسنز ہیں. پھر وہ عورت وہاں تک پہنچے کیسے؟ وہاں کی رستے بہت زیادہ ہے. ٹھیک ہے، وہاں پہ سب سے زیادہ MMR جو ہوتا ہے وہ پاکستان رورل کمیونٹیز میں ہوتی ہے، اور گاؤں سے سمپل اپنے علاقے کے ڈاکٹرز تک یا مڈ وائف تک پہنچنا ہی بہت بڑا مسئلہ ہوتا ہے. اور ساتھ ہی کہتے ہیں کہ یہ تو ہمارے کلچر میں ہوتا ہی نہیں ہے، آپ چھوڑ دیں، یہ ہمارے یہاں کی نہیں، یہ کہیں اور کی پرابلم ہے. یہ سب سے بڑی جو ہے وہ ہماری مس انڈرسٹینڈنگ ہوتی ہے. اور ساتھ ہی ہمارے پاس اگر کسی ڈاکٹر یا مڈ وائف کے پاس اس طرح کا کیس آ بھی جاتا ہے تو اس کو اپروپریٹلی ریفر نہیں کر سکتے. کیا کرنا چاہیے ان کے لیے؟ ان کے لیے سب سے پہلے ہمارے پاس اسکریننگ ہونی چاہیے. ہم ان کے لیے 3 طرح کے اسکیل استعمال کرتے ہیں. سب سے کامن اسکیل جو ہے وہ ایڈنبرگ پوسٹ نیٹل ڈپریشن اسکیل ہے. نمبر 2 آپ کے پاس وولی کویشچنئر آ جاتے ہیں. اور سب سے تیسرا جو ہے وہ کیسلر کویشچنئر ہے. موسٹ کامن جو ای پی ڈی ایس اسکیل ہے جس میں 10 کویشچنس ہوتے ہیں اور یہ بہت آسانی سے پیشنٹ کو آئیڈینٹیفائی کر سکتے ہیں. یہ جی آپ کے پاس ایڈنبرگ پوسٹ نیٹل ڈپریشن اسکیل ہو گیا. اس کو سیکھنا بہت آسان ہوتا ہے. یہ آپ کو خاص طور سے ڈپریشن اور انزائٹی اور ساتھ ساتھ سوسائڈل تھاٹس کے بارے میں بتاتا ہے. ٹھیک ہے. یہ پہلے 2 سے 4 کویشچن اس کی انزائٹی کے بارے میں آپ کو بتا دیں گے. باقی کویشچن ڈپریشن اور لاسٹ 10 کویشچن جو ہے وہ سوسائڈل تھاٹس کے بارے میں بتائے گا. ملٹیپل ٹرانسلیشن میں بھی ہم لوگ اس کو کر رہے ہیں. ایکچولی میں سرچ کر رہی ہوں انشاءاللہ تعالی. اوکے تھینک یو. اب ہمیں نیکسٹ ہم اس کے لیے کیا ٹریٹمنٹ آپشن موجود ہیں کہ وومن سینٹرڈ کیئر ہونی چاہیے, وومن سینٹرڈ کاؤنسلنگ ٹیکنیکس ہونی چاہیے, ٹراما انفارم کیئر ہونی چاہیے, سائیکولوجیکل فرسٹ اینڈ دا میڈیکیشن. یہاں پہ 2-3 سلائڈس میں ایکسپلین کروں گی کہ مڈ وائفس کا کیا رول ہے, ڈاکٹرس کا کیا رول ہے, نرسز کا کیا رول ہے. وہ 3 لفظ سیکھنے لوکیشن اینڈ لنک کیا ہے. یہ ایک ہے سائیکولوجیکل فرسٹ ایڈ ہے. یعنی بہت سمپل کورسز ہے جن کو ہم سیکھ کے عام بندہ ہے ان مڈ وائفس, نرسز اور ہیلتھ کیئر پرووائڈر کے ساتھ ساتھ ان فیمیلز کو پہچان کے ان کو دیکھ کر سن کر ان کو لنک کر سکتے ہیں ڈفرینٹ جگہوں پر جہاں پہ جا کے اپنی ٹریٹمنٹ لے سکتے ہیں. دوسرا جو موسٹ امپورٹنٹ رول ہے میٹرنٹی کیئر پرووائڈر کا, وہ ڈیولپ کرنا ہے. کیسے؟ نمبر 1 ریسپیکٹفل میٹرنٹی کیئر دینے کے ذریعے. ٹھیک ہے. کانفیڈینشیلٹی بڑھا کے, کنسنٹ لے کے فیملی سے اور فیمیل سے اس کی کیئر کے لیے پرائیویسی کا خیال رکھتے ہوئے ٹراما انفارم کیئر اور کولیبریٹو کمیونیکیشن سے. ریفرنس میں انسپائر ہوئی ہوں. یہ میں نے ایک انٹرنیشنل کورس کیا تھا جو کہ یو این ایف پی اور برنیٹ یونیورسٹی ہے آسٹریلیا کی. اس نے ان لوگوں نے یہ بہت اچھی بک تیار کیا ہے. دیز آل مٹیریل آئی ہیو ٹیکن فرام دیٹ. اور اس کی بیس پہ ابھی ایک ریسرچ کنڈکٹ کرنے جا رہی ہوں انشاءاللہ. آئی ول شیئر اٹس آل تھنگس. یہ ایک میں آپ لوگوں کے لیے میسج دے کے جا رہی ہوں. دس از اے سیلف کیئر ویل. جتنے بھی میرے پاس اسپیکرس تھے سب لوگوں نے بہت بہترین باتیں کی. تو یہ ایک ہوم ٹیکن اوے ہے کہ آپ پورے ایک زندگی کے لیے ایک سیلف کیئر اسکیل استعمال کریں تاکہ بیلنس رہ سکے. ہمیں امپاور کرنا ہے مڈ وائفس کو, اور مڈ وائفس بھی فیمیلز ہوتی ہیں جو کہ اس کام میں بڑھ چڑھ کر حصہ لے رہی ہیں. تھینک یو سو مچ. تھینک یو سو مچ. اینی کویشچن پلیز.
Thank you so much, Sarat. Yes, Miss Sonia.
Ji Musarat, I really like your presentation, and you definitely took a very important aspect of perinatal mental health aspect. In this, you have discussed the things, but I just want that the scale you have used and the population you have taken. So how we can improve them? I mean, the perinatal mental health, as you tell, that confidentiality and respect and all that aspect we should consider for their care. So what are the most important problems these females have for this problem, for this condition, like perimental health, which you have shared?
Sorry, can you repeat your question, please?
Am I audible to you?
Yes, you are. Please.
Okay, Musarat, I just said that you have taken a very good topic regarding the perinatal mental health, and you selected a very good tools for measuring the aspect of this. So I just asked that what are your suggestions to improve these things, these conditions?
Thank you so much, Miss Sonia, to raise this question. Basically, ہم سب کو اس پہ کام کرتے ہیں. یہ ٹاپک تو اسپیشلی جو میٹرنیٹی کیئر پرووائڈر جس میں ڈاکٹرس آ جاتے ہیں, نرسز, مڈ وائفس, کمیونٹی ہیلتھ ورکرس آ جاتے ہیں, لیکن بیسیکلی یہ سب کے لیے ہے. ہم سب جتنے بھی لوگ بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں نا, کیونکہ فیمیل ہیں, ہماری مائیں, بہنیں, جو کسی میل کی فیمیل بیوی جو ہوتی ہے ان سب میں یہ کنڈیشنز ہو سکتی ہیں. تو وی شوڈ ٹیک نمبر 1 رسپانسبلٹی, نمبر 2 ٹو گیٹ اویئرنیس, اینڈ نمبر 3 ریفرل. بہت اچھا سا لائک دس اویئرنیس ایک بہت اچھا ٹول ہے. جیسے یہ میری پریزنٹیشن میں نے اجالا کے ساتھ شیئر کر دی, وہ سب کے ساتھ شیئر کر دیں, کچھ نہیں کریں, آپ اس وہ ریفرنس پہ چلے جائیں, وہاں پر اس کو خود پڑھیں. آپ بھی پڑھ سکتے ہیں, مس سونیا, وکاس بھی پڑھ سکتے ہیں, ماہین بھی پڑھ سکتے ہیں, سب پڑھ سکتے ہیں. We need to raise voice and we need to raise awareness about this topic. اور اس سب ٹاپک کو ہم لوگوں کو بالکل ایسے ہی اسپریڈ کرنا ہے جس طرح کسی بھی اچھی پروڈکٹ کے لیے آپ جو ہے آواز اٹھاتے ہیں. تو یہ صرف ایک کیڈر کے لیے نہیں ہے, ہاں اسپیشلی کچھ کیڈر کے لیے کہ اس کو ریفر کرنے کے لیے اسپیسیفک آئیڈینٹیفیکیشن کے لیے وہ میٹرنل جو کیئر پرووائڈ کرتے ہیں ان کے لیے. I think I give answer of your question. Thank you.
Answered my question. I just want that suggestion from your side, because you have worked a lot on these females, that you said that 12 months after the delivery, that area or that time period in which female having the potential to get this mental health problems. So when she is not following up, she is not going to the consultant, but she is at home with her family, with her new baby. So what she should do to improve by herself for her mental health improvement?
دیکھیے یہ ہم جن فیمیلز کی بات کر رہے ہیں وہ تو اپنی سیلف اس وقت نہیں کر سکتی. ہاں ہم یہ کہہ سکتے ہیں کہ جو فیملی سپورٹ سسٹم ہے وہ ان کی ہیلپ کرے. ہاں فیوچر پریونشن کے لیے ہم یہ کر سکتے ہیں کہ ایڈولسنٹ ایج میں ہی ہم جو سائیکولوجیکل سپورٹ دینے کی بات کر رہے ہیں, جس میں وکاس نے بھی پریزنٹیشن دی کہ ہمیں بلنگ سے بچنا ہے, ہم فیمیل کو سائیکولوجیکلی بہت اسٹرانگ کرنے کی ضرورت ہے. سمپل, اسٹرانگ اے فیمیل میک اسٹرانگ اے فیمیل مینٹلی, فزیکلی, سوشل اینڈ اسپریچولی. تو ڈیفینیٹلی یہ والی جب میں جیسے میں خود اسی کی ایگزامپل ہوں تو میں نے خود اپنے آپ کو بہت زیادہ اسٹرانگ بنایا ہے. تو میں اپنی بیٹیوں کو بھی
Okay. It means I got your point that you want to say کہ فیمیل خود اپنے طور پر اپنے آپ کو اپنی ول کے ساتھ اپنی فیملی کے ساتھ زیادہ بہتر طریقے سے اس ٹائم پیریڈ میں اپنے آپ کو ایڈجسٹ کرے تو وہ زیادہ بہتر طور پر اس سچویشن سے کوپ اپ کر سکتی ہے.
بالکل بالکل
ٹھیک ہے.
اور ایک لاسٹ میسج میں دینا چاہوں گی.
جی بالکل.
لاسٹ میسج وہ میسج یہ ہے کہ فیمیل کو اسٹرانگ کریں, چاہے وہ کسی پروفیشن میں بھی. اگر فیمیل اسٹرانگ ہوگی تو گھر اسٹرانگ ہوگا.
Definitely we are trying to do this. یہ جو ساری ہماری کانفرنس ہے اس کا مین مقصد تو وومن امپاورمنٹ ہی ہے. That's why we are discussing. Definitely you said a very good statement regarding this problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much Ujala. Please give my presentation to all so they can link me and take whole thing from me. Thank you so much.
Miss Musarrat.
Miss Sudapa.
جی مسرت صاحبہ, پہلے تو میں آپ کو اپریشیٹ کرنا چاہوں گی کہ آپ نے بہت ہی جو ہے وہ عمدہ ٹاپک سلیکٹ کیا ہے آج پریزنٹ کرنے کے لیے, اور جس طریقے سے آپ نے اسے پریزنٹ کیا ہے پہلے تو اس کے لیے کنگریچولیشنز. اور عمدہ ٹاپک میں نے کیوں بولا, کیونکہ یہ ایسی چیز ہے جس کے بارے میں ہم ایسا نہیں ہے بات نہیں کرنا چاہتے, ہم ان کے بارے میں جانتے نہیں ہیں. میں مس سونیا کی یہ سوال کو ایکسٹینڈ کرنا چاہوں گی کہ جیسے آپ نے بولا کہ عورتیں اپنے اوپر کام کریں, امپاور فیل کریں, انڈیپینڈنٹلی جو ہے وہ اس کو لے کر چلیں, سوشل سپورٹ. لیکن سب سے پہلے بات آ جاتی ہے اویئرنیس کی. کیا ہم لوگ بینگ پاپولیشن ماسز, کیا ہم جانتے ہیں کہ پوسٹ پارٹم, پیری نیٹل یہ چیزیں ایگزسٹ کرتی ہیں؟ تو سب سے پہلے تو اویئرنیس امپورٹنٹ ہے. تو یہاں پر میرا آپ سے سوال یہ ہے کہ آپ اس ڈومین میں اس فیلڈ میں موجود ہیں, آپ کو کیا لگتا ہے کہ ماسز کو جہاں پر الٹریسی پوورٹی جو ہے وہ بہت زیادہ ہے, اور اگر میں الٹریسی اور پوورٹی سے ہٹ کر بھی بات کروں تو ہمارے یہاں ڈلیما یہ ہے کہ ایجوکیٹڈ کلاس بھی اس فینومینا سے جو ہے وہ ان اویئر ہے. تو آپ کو کیا لگتا ہے کس طریقے سے جو ہے ہم لوگوں کو اویئر کر سکتے ہیں, بتا سکتے ہیں کہ یہ مسئلہ ہے, یہ ایگزسٹ کرتا ہے؟ سب سے پہلے اس کو ریکگنائز کریں, اس کو ایکنالج کریں کہ یہ مسئلہ ہے, اس کو حل کرنا ہے.
بالکل صحیح. تھینک یو سو مچ مسز ایفا. بیسیکلی اس مسئلے کو حل, اس مسئلے کے لیے اویئرنیس دینے کے لیے, اس کو حل کرنے کے لیے اور اس سے پریونشن کرنے کے لیے ہمیں انٹیگریٹڈ اپروچ کے ساتھ جانا پڑے گا. نمبر 1. हमें एजुकेशन सिस्टम में ये डालना पड़ेगा। नंबर 2 हमें हेल्थ एजुकेशन में। नंबर 3 हमें जो लाइवलीहुड के जो प्रोग्राम्स हैं उनमें इवन हम जर्नल टॉक जो करते हैं इस टॉपिक को भी लिए। लाइक हम लोग जो है, मैं पर्सनली जो काम कर रही हूँ एज अ वाइस प्रेसिडेंट मिडवाइफरी एसोसिएशन ऑफ पाकिस्तान और बीइंग अ फीमेल, मैं इस इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच के साथ लेके जाती हूँ। मेरे पास एक आम औरत भी आके बैठती है, मैं उसको देखती हूँ प्रेग्नेंट के क्या मसला है, पता चलता है कि उसके घर में तो कुछ कमाने के लिए नहीं है, तो वो तो हेल्थ के इशू के साथ नहीं आई, लेकिन वो कमाने के इशू के साथ आई है, लेकिन वही मसला उसके लिए आगे जाके फिर मेंटल हेल्थ का प्रॉब्लम बनेगा। तो वी नीड टू एड्रेस दिस इशू थ्रू इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच, ना सिर्फ पर्सनल लेवल पर बल्कि सोशल लेवल पर भी। लाइक आप हैं, सब लोग हैं, हम इनको फीमेल को आइडेंटिफाई, हम हर लेवल पर काम कर सकते हैं। लाइक हम 24/7 काम कर रहे हैं बिकॉज वी आर रिस्पॉन्सिबल वुमेन्स। हमें जो भी मिलते हैं हमें आंखें खुली रखनी है, हमें कान खुले रखने हैं और हमें लिंक करना है। मैंने 3 वर्ड्स दिए हैं आपको, ये आप सब भी इस्तेमाल करें, लुक, लिसन एंड लिंक। मैं देखती हूँ और मुझे, आपको पता है, मुझे जहाँ जहाँ जो मिलता है मैं उसको साथ साथ रेफर करती चली जाती हूँ। हम जो है नर्सिस की, मिडवाइफ्स की और आम जो फीमेल्स हैं, स्टूडेंट्स हैं, इवन मेल, हम उनकी क्लासेस ले रहे हैं। हम कम्युनिटी अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम कर रहे हैं। लाइक आज इस प्रोग्राम में हमने डिफरेंट लेवल्स पर डिफरेंट लोगों के साथ, एक और फीमेल मेल सबके साथ हमने ये बिल्कुल मसला ऐसे ही अब डिस्कस करना शुरू कर दिया है और इसको ऐसे ही डिस्कस करने की जरूरत, तब ये मसला जाके हल होगा। तो इंशाल्लाह ताला हम सब इस प्रोग्राम के जरिए और आगे बहुत सारे इस तरह के प्रोग्राम्स के जरिए आगे इसको लेके जाते हैं। तो वेरी सिंपल, टेक इट इशू लाइक योर बुक एट द बेड साइड। जिस तरह बेड साइड पे हमको बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज रखते हैं ना, इश्यूज को भी रखना है, तब हम इसको हल कर सकते हैं, हमारा रोजमर्रा का मसला जानकर। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Ms. Musarrat. Moving on, our next presenter is Sayyida Farah Batul from Malir University of Science and Technology. Farah, you can share your screen.
Thank you, Jala. Am I audible to all?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Just a moment. Hello everyone, this is Farah Batul, and today I am presenting actually a research work that I have collectively done with my fellow colleagues Sabha Farhat and Sayyida Nisa Hussaini. This is about menstrual hygiene management in young women, especially aged between 18 to 30 years. Before we go any further, we need to know what is MHM or menstrual hygiene management, the right of every woman and girl to access the basic hygienic products and other sanitary facilities. This is essential so that they can manage it with confidence and grace. And I would definitely want to shed light on these two words, confidence and grace. Usually we do not talk about it. At least I haven't heard anything about menstrual hygiene or management of my periods from my mother or any other elder women at my house. But still, now I wish if I had known it earlier, I might have managed it way more gracefully as I intended. Menstrual hygiene management, basically we need to focus on 3 basic criteria. First is individual knowledge. We need to raise the bar and we need to educate our girls and women that this is a normal physiological process and this is nothing to be ashamed of, and this is nothing to be afraid of. And this is not a 1 or 2 day story. We need to deal with like most of our lives. So we need to accept it as a physiological phenomena. Then social environment, the biggest stigma that we all at any particular stage of our life we have faced it. And social environment, this is do not talk about it. This is something that you should not tell others. This is something that you need to hide from others. This overall scenarios. There are certain myths regarding menstruation that if you're having your periods or your menstrual cycles, you cannot go to certain places, you cannot perform certain tasks, you cannot even, my dadi has told me that you cannot go near to a pickle because it will get worse if you go near it when you have your period. So this is a sort of thing, a sense of fear we are inducing in our girls with these little myths and with these little things. Then we have to educate our girls not only about the physiological process, but also about the materials they are using. What sort of material is more comfortable? What sort of material is more suitable for that particular phase of life or phase of time? Using, disposing, storing those materials. We'll look into the other slides as well. Knowledge, first of all, it is a common body developmental process, and this is a crucial process for the human race. If we don't have our periods, we might not be able to conceive, or there's something wrong in our body. So we need to know it and accept it as a normal process. Along with this, we need to know how to manage our fluids and our pain. We need to know what are the safe practices, where to store, for how long we need to, we can use a single piece of pad or any other sanitary product that we are using to absorb the menstrual blood. These are very basic knowledge about your periods and managing your periods that every girl should know. Sanitation, as I've discussed earlier, that where to store, where to dry, and where to dispose. As far as this study is concerned, most of the students, university students, they usually hide their undergarments either under another cloth, either within the room. They do not sun dry it in an open place because of the fear that somebody else might see it and this could be a disgrace to themselves. And just being scientific, drying your undergarments in a place or shady place might promote the growth of bacteria and other infectious agent in your undergarments and or any sort of menstrual material that you're using. So this could cause severe reproductive tract disorders or urinary tract infections. So you need to make sure that your products are properly stored, properly dried, sun dried, and properly disposed of. Like, you need to wrap them properly so that your blood should not contaminate other stuff. And this, if your blood has any infectious agent, it should not actually contaminate other products. We have in the study 100 university going female students were included, and 4 different universities of Karachi were being targeted, and our targeted audience is age or criteria of inclusion as 18 to 30 years. The reason behind we have included only 18 to 30 years is that is the basic age we got the sense. Once we started having the periods, we are so confused. We don't know what is happening to our body, and we are unable to answer the questions, and we are unable to do so. So 18 to 30 years should be the age according to this study. Females who have normal menstrual cycles and females who do not have any reproductive disorders are included in this study. This is an interventional study in which subjects are asked to fill a questionnaire on subjects are asked to fill MHM questionnaire at baseline. Then after that, an awareness session has been conducted about how to manage their menstruation, how to manage their periods, how to store their stuff, what product, what garment they should be using, what hygienic practices they should be practicing while managing their periods. And after 1 month, they are again asked to fill out the questionnaire. And while I'm saying here that 1 month, we have asked the subjects to fill the questionnaire again after their next cycle and report what you have actually practiced or what you have actually learned from that awareness session, and how many things you have adapted and implemented in your daily practices. Here's the results. Okay. So menstrual materials, as you can see, 76% females uses disposable sanitary pads, and the timings usually vary. Obviously, because of time constraints, I couldn't present the whole study, but most of them reported that when they are away from the home or in their workplaces or in their universities or college, they usually don't change their pads. They, if it is of 12 hours, if it is of 14 hours of sitting, they usually don't change their pads, and the expiry or maximum usage of a single pad is 8 hours maximum. So if a girl or a female is using or utilizing a pad way longer than that, this could be a question mark and could be a potential threat to their health.
3 minutes are left.
Okay. Menstrual hygiene, where actually they usually change their pads before the intervention, that is shown with the white bars. Before the intervention, they usually opt for public toilets, or percentage were very high, while after the intervention, as you can see in the first left side of the bar, the pink bar shows that the percentage declines, not very significantly, but it does. People have shifted their mindsets. Most of the people are using bathrooms or separated areas to change their pads to save themselves from any contaminations. And this percentage has also increased. As Ujala has mentioned that I have very limited time, so I'm just completing the ways to dispose the waste of menstrual waste. Actually, 71% throw it in a household rubbish, or would do normal kachra be put in a bin. They usually use that, and there's not much significant difference after that. Might be possible because we do not give our girls proper supplies of such things so that they can manage their menstrual period in inappropriate ways. When we ask that, do they wash their hands before changing the pads? And most of them reported no. And after the intervention, that is shown with the pink bars, it is very evident that after the intervention, approximately 88% of female reported that they have already started washing their hands before changing the pad, because washing hands after changing the pads is a very common practice. But we usually do not bother to wash our hands before changing the pads. Again, when it is asked that whether they wash their genitals with a soap, majority does that. And there was a significant change after the intervention, and they avoid using soap while washing their genitals. And when their girls were asked that what was the reason, why do you use soap, because your vagina is self-cleaning organ, so they replied that they don't find it clean because blood is coming out of it, and they don't find it clean enough, and they don't get satisfaction. That is why they use soap to wash it. And once they learn that this could be improper to use soap, as it could change the vaginal ion balance or pH, so the mindset has changed. What should be actually what create this menstrual crisis? First, lack of information. or should I say
Farah, kindly
misinformation.
conclude the session.
Okay.
Your time.
Then we have absence of support from families. Then we have poor access to safe tools for menstrual management. Lack of functional toilets. We do not have such in our educational institutes, at our workplace, in general, public toilets, they're not functional at all. So it is unfortunate that even after studying the medical and health sciences, the knowledge of the subjects regarding MHM was limited. Cultural norms and social stigma about menstruations play a key role in building this gap. Educating girls about menstrual hygiene practices can be a helpful tool to meet the substantial development goal of a healthy woman. And thank you all who participated in the study, all our mentors, organization that let us in and to give us the hope of change. Thank you.
First of all, Farah, you really Hi. You really presented a very challenging topic, and I just amazed to hear your explanation, that how clearly you were explaining, and I really appreciate the way you explain in a very decent way, in a very graceful way.
Thank you.
Because the topic is difficult to explain. I can understand, being a female, it is difficult, but that's the thing which we need to change. That's the thing which we need to change, and you are taking a step for this. And I really appreciate your awareness campaign which you performed as an intervention, and after the intervention we observed some changes. So it's a positive thing, and it's a clue that if we do this in schooling setup and in our family setup, in our educational other institutes, tuition centers and coaching centers, so it will definitely improve, and female will feel much relaxed, much comfortable and confident during these days.
That was the intention.
That was, and I really like your intention as well, and I really appreciate your team who
Thank
did
you
this.
so much.
So from my side, it's very good. Thank you for doing this for us.
Thank you for being so nice to me.
Farah, thank you so much
Yes,
for working on this topic and presenting it here. Your
Thank you so much,
presentation
Josefa,
was
for
really
having me on
brief
board.
and Farah, I have a comment here. Okay, you have presented all the things that this should be done. These are the measures which should be taken. But the important thing is here, first we need to acknowledge and accept it as a reality. That is a natural thing.
Definitely, we need to accept it as a physiological process.
Absolutely. Like other physiological process, like other
like
natural
sneezing
things happening around us, first we need families, institutions, our primary basic institutions needs to acknowledge that this is a normal thing. Like taking the word period or pad or bleeding should be very normalized, like any other word.
It should.
So
it should.
First, and the major part, what I think, being in the sphere of social sciences, I think nothing can be done without acknowledging and accepting things that this thing is normal. This should be taken on our tables to talk, and we need to communicate. It is important to tell our girls and our boys to observe the hygiene practices, related to and periods. So fathers, brothers, husbands, and other male relationships we have around, they also play a crucial role here in this regard. So this is just a comment that we should also work on the communication gap we have, and the hesitancy which we feel while talking on these topics. So this we should work more on that area too. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Josefa. We will.
Thank you so much, Farah. Our next presenter for the session is Aqsa Akhtar from University of Karachi. Aksa, over to you. Aksa, we cannot hear you. Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, hello everybody. So that's a quite different topic from the topics we previously listened. That's about the cosmetic pharmacy and counseling in Pakistan and the woman inside basically and need to address. I'm Aksa Saad, Department of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences, University of Karachi. So let's talk about the background of this study. What's it about? It's about the cosmetic industry as a booming industry with a staggering market profit benefit and a cosmetic use with a huge purchase. And on the other hand, women being a significant pillar in cementing this industry, they exactly hold the rights as well as the responsibility in procuring the goods, accompanied with a sufficient counseling and understanding that the industry should provide. So before moving towards the methodology and what's all about, what is the cosmetic pharmacy? It's about producing new medicine and cosmetic products of a consumer we know. But as a pharmaceutical scientist or researcher, they create new drugs, they work on that. But when we indulge the community pharmacy with it, they come with the important factors such as a counseling and guiding the patient the right thing for the right therapeutic outcomes. Why counseling is needed? It provides the pharmaceutical care a pharmacist need. The patient basically needs all of them for a right choice of drug and responsibility holds on a pharmacist to give the patients a therapeutic outcomes. Patient counseling provides an opportunity to elicit the necessary information from a patient and to enable the safe and effective use of a medicine. So the objectives behind this effort is to vocalize the adequate dearth of cosmetic pharmacy in Pakistan. The term was quite unknown to all the participants as we when we conduct this survey. So it's a quite a thing that should be there, but it's not. The dearth of cosmetic pharmacies under the supervision of pharmacists in Pakistan and the surge of this obsolete practice of selling the goods, cosmetic products, skincare products locally in the stores everywhere or online without any storage control or consumer counseling, ultimately it's leading to healing the burden and occurrence of skin allergies, damages, skin incidents notably. So the methodology was the study was conducted in a small group of women with a sample size of 70, and a huge majority, 67.6%, lies in age bracket of 21 to 30, with a quite a interest in skincare and makeup products. So it was an e-survey, and the participants responded as per their knowledge and experiences, and questionnaire was disseminated online. So the dissemination of questionnaires was online, as I previously said. So let's move towards the results and outcomes we gathered. So, and the collection of responses were quite emerged out to be quite predictive set of assumptions and that we predicted. In our participants, we had undergraduate, the graduate, masters, intermediate, A-levels student, and as I previously said, that the huge majority was lying in age bracket of 21 to 30 years, when whilst 27.1% responding falling in age bracket of 11 to 20 years, 1.4 within the 31 to 40. I'm telling all this age brackets because with that they were also telling that how much makeup enthusiasm they have and how much skin product knowledge and how much skin good purchase they do. And on asking about the purchase of a cosmetic products, we saw that the huge majority, how when we asked that how often you purchase the cosmetic products, the huge majority said that one to in a bracket of 1 to 6 months actually they purchase their products. 22.9% purchases within 1 to 3 months, 24.3 purchases within 4 to 6 months, while there was a 24 to 3% majority also said that they purchase rarely or occasionally on any event. So when we ask that how you purchase your products, there we see that so much people, so many one of them were purchasing their products after trying if it suits me, they were saying. So when they are buying the products, they're using their money, so they must be aware, they must be guided properly regarding their skincare condition, regarding their skin, which things should be they using, and all of the information and counseling should be there. So let's move towards the main thing that I wanted to tell you, that when we associate this link with the pharmacy and cosmetic pharmacy and pharmacist, the presence of pharmacist in this association, when we ask that however you seen a pharmacist in a cosmetic shop regarding dermatology, a huge majority negated. They said no. And when we focused on the cosmetic pharmacy locally, so have you ever seen a cosmetic pharmacy near you? The huge majority said obviously no. And if they have seen a cosmetic pharmacy, 91.4% participant negated, and while 92.9 respondents agreed that yeah, there should be cosmetic pharmacies, there is a need and urgency of a cosmetic pharmacy equipped with a pharmacist, a legally qualified and professionally competent pharmacist, to guide and to tell the women about their skincare, their authentic product, the expiry, the thing, the skincare need, their skin type, everything. Or if it's required, they he or she can refer them to the dermatologist. So after that, when we ask about the skin damages and burn incidences, that have you ever heard about the skin burn, bleach, color reactions, allergy, redness, patch reactions, all of that, while using a wrong product or expired product? There was so many one, they were saying it, yeah, we have seen. And even so many of them have shared their experiences with 90% responders concurred to have witnessed such mishaps. And whilst many of them shared the incidents of themselves, of their friends and family, with bleach reactions, color reactions, hair color reactions, skin breakout, acne breakout, itching, rashes, so many ones. So after all that, um, with the data we saw, and the references we had, and all the um, informations we gathered, and all the experiences that participants shared with us, we can conclude that through the aforementioned results by stating that the availability of a legally qualified and professionally competent pharmacist, as in a term of a community pharmacy, for consumer counseling, for guidance, for satisfaction, should be adopted for a safer healthcare provision. The role of a community pharmacist is assisting the client with a legit counseling to eradicate any exacerbated condition, and prompt referral to the dermatologist where needed, without self-counseling or just giving a product right by there. So that's all, and I would like to thank all the participants who helped. And thank you, and you can ask a question. I'd love to hear.
Ms. Aksa, a very nice topic and very expensive cosmetics we are having in our shops. And as you said that definitely there is no guider and counselor over there, and people, especially females, are very much worried to ask that from whom they will get their experience or expert review that which product they should buy. So again, very good topic, and it's a need in our society to give the guidance. I am agree with you that these things should be more accurately guided at their at the pharmacist shop, that people, especially females, and their skin, their hair, their nails,
because they are the biggest consumer of the makeup industry, so it's their right.
I don't know that you have that was not your related to your exactly your topic, but most of the time which I have observed when my students are working on this kind of topic, so females are very much attracting from the ads and commercials which they are showing on this on our media.
So many participants they said that they use the product or any makeup product after seeing on Instagram any celebrity, any influencer referring them. They just use it blindly. without seeing their skin type or
So
anything.
we should do for this as well something that
Exactly,
they
exactly.
are sharing very fake things with the with our girls, and
Bogus
they are.
products completely. Exactly, exactly. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Zephyr.
Thank you, Aksa. Okay.
Aksa, thank you so much for presenting your work. The way you presented the data and the precise information which you delivered is really impressive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aksa, for presenting your work. Our next presenter is Sana Ari from Dow College of Pharmacy, Dow University of Health and Science. Sana, you can share your screen. Sana, can you hear me? I guess she have some connection issue. We will move on to our next. Okay, she is here.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, Sana, but we cannot see your screen.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay, so Assalamualaikum. My name is Sanali and I'm from the Dow College of Pharmacy. So today we will be talking about the connection between the physical violation and the women mental health. I have chosen this topic since being an
Sana, you
individual.
are not clearly audible.
Okay, ma'am. Now?
No, you need to raise your voice.
Is it okay now? Hello?
सना आपको थोड़ा ऊंचा बोलना पड़ेगा हमें आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है
Okay, okay. अभी आ रही है?
Yes, you can continue.
Okay. So I have chosen this topic so that being an individual in a society, we must have a basic knowledge what depression is and how it could affect a woman's health. So depression is a depression is a mood condition that affects large number of population. Sadness, hopelessness, helplessness, sense of worthiness, restlessness are among sentiments associated with it. Women are more likely to experience depression as compared to that of the men, and so are the symptoms variable between genders. So violence. Why does the violence prevail in our society? Violence there could occur. It could be frustration due to frustration, exposure to violent media, violence at home or in neighborhood or in so many other places, which could affect an individual's behavior leading to violence. Now, violence could be shouting, yelling, slapping, pushing, or even using instrument like knife, leading to an injury to the victim. So now, according to WHO, in an analysis from year 2000 to 2018, everyone in three, that makes about 30% of the women who have been subjected to physical or sexual violence by intimate partner or even non-partner, 27% of the women aging from 15 to 49 years who have been in a relationship report that they have been subjected to some form of physical or sexual violence by their partners. Now, violence could be of two types. Either it's physical or psychological, or could be combination of both. The physical, the physical form of the violence could end up in injuries like cuts, bruises, bite marks, penetrative injuries, or any other object injury, which could be used during the violence. And whereas the psychological violence could lead to the mental trauma, depression, sadness, anxiety, etc. The consequences of these injury and trauma could vary among the ages and sex of the victim, as well as the type of violence which took place. So the health-related implication of the physical and psychological component of domestic violence are not just related to the general health of an individual, but it could also impact their dental health. Now, increased incidences of the violence to an individual could increase the incidences of depression, PTSD, mental trauma, suicidal thoughts, and lead to an isolation of an individual with constant helplessness in a society. So now, when talking about the long-term effects of the mental health, it could lead to the development of PTSD. Now, PTSD stands for the post-traumatic stress disorder. This might be a result of trauma, having shocking or any fearful experience like sexual assault or the physical abuse. Some of the mental health problems that can occur from domestic violence include depression, alcohol or substance abuse, anxiety, personality disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, sleeping and eating disorder, social dysfunction, and the suicide. These disorders could eventually affect overall health of a woman, as hormonal imbalance could also occur as a consequence of chemical imbalance of neurotransmitter going on inside the brain. Like neurotransmitter like serotonin, dopamine, and norepinephrine are also associated with various aspects of depression in an individual. Now, when the level of the neurotransmitter are low, the symptoms of the depression could increase, along with other health complications in women like developmental, reproductive, hormonal, genetic, and many other biological differences could also be affected, like premenstrual syndrome, childbirth, infertility, menopause, and others. The impact of the repeated violence could lead to permanent brain damage due to exposure to, due to this exposure to violent environment. The following consequences could be the problem in concentrating on the task or remembering the basic things, poor decision making, and constant feeling of emptiness. And sad part of depression is that about 20% depression patients are never fully recovered. Once they develop, it keeps going, but it can be improved by certain means. Nearly 50% of those who are diagnosed with depression are also diagnosed with anxiety. This could completely change the emotions and feeling as depression takes time to develop. Like if a woman is dealing at workplace, at home, at school, or even with family, her spouse or the children, they could also eventually get affected. As Atticus says, depression is being colorblind and constantly told how the colorful world is. Who else can get affected? Not only it is not only restricted to just women, but we are here talking about women. So being an important player of our society, when a woman has been a victim of violence, she could not be able to perform daily tasks. The energy to perform tasks at workplace is low. She might face difficulty in dealing with housework, and hence ineffective communication might occur between the family members, and eventually also affects parenting within a house. When a child does not get enough attention from parents at home, they might also get affected mentally. They could not perform well academically, losing interest in the activities, and could not escape school and try to struggle alone. And most of the time, they are seen to be struggling on their own, not opening up to anyone or anything, just being themselves alone and lonely in the corner. So, in society, depression is a leading cause of disability. The women are more affected by depression as compared to the men, as I said earlier. The consequences could be mild, moderate, or the severe. The depression also have multiple
3 minutes are left.
Yeah, but it can be treated according to syndrome. The altered mental health negatively influences homelessness, poverty, unemployment, local economy, and productivity. So, from the Islam perspective, Islam states that in the eyes of God, men and women should be equal and are allowed to fulfill same role. Prophet Muhammad said, believers who show the most perfect faith are those who have the best behavior, best of you are those who are best to their wives. So, in conclusion, how can we improve mental health? We can improve by giving public awareness, by organizing campaign, training, peer-to-peer education, or by including gender equality dimension in all aspects of education policies, providing accessible information about violences and its different forms, possible remedies, and existing support measures. And now, in the last, I would like to encourage all the individual in our society. If you see any person or you feel that he might be at a risk of developing depression, we must it's our responsibility. We must help them to get out of their condition, get out of the situation. We must be a good listener to them, to help them sorting out problems, and we help them in resolving the issues they have been facing. So now, and at the end, I would like to thank Eric for giving me this opportunity, for speaking up for the topic that I selected, and my colleagues. And that's all for the today. And thanks for your attention. I sincerely appreciate your efforts and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sana. You presented your topic in a very good way and precisely. I appreciate your efforts.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sana. Moving on to our last presentation of the event by Ms. Maria Asad from Malir University of Science and Technology, Karachi. Ms. Maria, you can share your screen, please. Ms. Maria?
Hello everyone, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Hello everyone, myself Maria Asad from Madhya University of Science and Technology. Today I'll be talking about awareness of preeclampsia and its associated issues among the pregnant women of Pakistan. First of all, let's discuss what is preeclampsia. I want to tell you this, that this is formally called toxemia. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Ms. Maria, you continue. We can hear you.
Okay. Now, preeclampsia is commonly known as toxemia associated with hypertension and proteinuria in pregnant women with or without pathological edema. Now, here are some signs and symptoms. The patient may feel headache and changes in vision, blurriness, flashing lights, and seeing
Can't hear you, Maria.
Me too. I'm not able to hear Miss Maria.
Maria, you can share your screen again. Okay, she got disconnected due to some issue. We can wait if she can reconnect.
Ujala, can you please call her and
yes, ma'am. Ma'am, she cannot reconnect due to connectivity issue. I would like Ms. Sonia and Ms. Huzefa to kindly conclude the session by their comments.
Yes, Ms. Ujala. First of all, I would like to thank the AEIRC and my mentor, Dr. Sadaf, and the whole organizing team of this 7th International Conference on Women Empowerment, which we have organized, and all the presenters who presented their topics very nicely, and improve our more awareness and more information regarding the topics. So all the topics which I have here basically give us the idea that we should improve the awareness. We should have some sort of awareness if any topic regarding any topic, so that issue and that problem will be minimized in our society. So as a faculty of my institutes, I'll try my level best to improve and have some sort of awareness campaigns in our institute, and I am assuring that my all other female colleagues and my all mentors and seniors will do the same. So it's very nice effort, and keep it up, and inshallah we will have more conferences like this, and stay blessed all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I would like Ms. Muzaffar to conclude the session.
It was an honor to be here today, to listen and just experience the work which people have done, their hard work they have presented and shared here. So thank you so much for presenting your work here today. There were many literary work and research work presented today. The points which I liked today were many topics which on perinatal depression, role of nurses, and physical violence. These discussions, these literary work which shared today was a symbol that we are ready to talk, we want to talk, and this needs to carry on. So this is very important, which I liked here today, seeing many male our colleagues here. So it is very motivating and encouraging. It's really energizing that people are ready to talk and accept these realities. So thank you so much for working on these topics. Being a woman, I really thank and feel humbled that people are really working on these things. And the other area which I personally like is the way the research work were presented. Like Ms. Farah presented on menstrual hygiene, Aksa on cosmetic pharmacy, Dr. Waqas did on workplace bullying, and unfortunately, Maria was also going to present her work, but due to some connection issues, we are unable to witness her hard work. So thank you so much for presenting this, and thank you to AEIRC for providing this opportunity, this platform, which is really important. We are here because this opportunity, this platform, this space was provided to us. So it is really important for people to come to form close communities, to have open discussions on these topics, because communication is, I guess, the first, foremost, and the primary way to overcome, you can say, the hurdles, the challenges. So this should be done more often. Thank you. Thank you so much to all the presenters.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Suzafa, now I would like
Jala,
Dr.
I
Sadaf
think you are
to kindly
freeze, or you are not connected at the moment. So let me take the opportunity to continue with the conclusion of the conference, 7th International Conference on Women Empowerment, and it was a little effort from our side, again, to just galvanize the issues and advocacy efforts that we put in every year, and to just discuss about not only the women-based issues, but also the solutions that we actually try to propose towards the whole community, rather it be a men or women of the society. So as you see that there are certain participation from both the genders regarding these speakers as well, starting from Dr. Severine, who has joined us from Morocco and raised some serious questions and also proposed solutions of the policies and how it should be to handle the harassment that is happening on the university's campus. Again, followed by the presentation by Dr. Mui's excellent presentation on how the undervalued and underpaid work from women in all the sectors, whether it is home-based, whether it is on the agriculture aspect, whether it is in the banking area or education area. So there are certain labor aspect where the women are contributing more and getting acknowledged very little. So then followed by a great panel discussion, and or you can say that the panel session from Shima Kirmani, a tribute to Fahmida Riaz, and raising some very important points related to how women are facing the aspects that they cannot even express what they feel, and how we can feel empowered by these women experiences. Then Dr. Nida highlighted the struggles of the working moms and how it can be overcome, or how it can be an issue, and we can continue. Excellent presentation by all the presenters, whether the literary presentation or the research presentation. Unfortunately, because this year was virtual, so there were not so many research presenters this year, but next year we'll be planning to have a big platform that we have been doing since long. But let me just conclude the session after the endorsing and after highlighting this 16 days of activism against gender-based violence that UN Women celebrates from 24th of November onwards, to all the 16 days where the theme is Orange the World and End Violence Against Women, because we must know and we must associate with one another and connect with one another to know about that what is violence actually, whether be it the domestic violence, be it the sexual violence, be it the political or social aspect, the suppression, the abuse, the feminal genital mutilation, the human trafficking, everything related to that is actually gender-based violence. So it was started by the activists back in 1991, but now as a global scenario, everyone is talking about that the elimination and prevention of violence against women and girls is very much necessary. So this conference, which is happening on 27th of November, we would like to endorse that we should talk about, we should have so many discussions, we should provide safe spaces to women, we should aware them that what is actually violence and what happens to them and how to detect specifically that. United Nations Secretary General also endorsed that by 2030 we have to achieve that there will be so much reduction into these issues, but the campaigns has to be fueled furthermore. Increase awareness, advocacy efforts, and also to share knowledge and innovations. Just like we can also have certain discussion forums where the victims and the survivors should actually express themselves and their experiences and aware people. So this is the closing remarks for 7th International Conference on Women Empowerment. We have been very much keen to provide platform to every woman that who actually want to express their work, their problems, their barriers, and to next year, looking forward to have you all again. Thank you so much.